Hello and welcome everybody to the inaugural virtual self-storage conference. So excited to welcome everybody today. Listen, we've got 5 hours of just unparalleled information coming your way. And we want to make sure you guys are ready. And not only are you going to get your money's worth for this amazing day, but that you're going to retain it and be able to take this information and put it to use in your individual operations. We have an unbelievable lineup for you. You guys can see, if you don't know who John Lindsey is, you haven't been in self-storage for very long. James Hatfield, who's new to this industry, but not new to the technology that he's bringing to the industry. He's going to share some amazing stuff with you. And I don't want to talk too long because I'm going to pass it off to these two guys. I'm going to disappear for a while. But before we get started, I am going to ask three things of you folks. Number one, please put it out on social media today. Not only are we sharing amazing information, but we're raising money for an unbelievable deal that we have. James Hatfield is a native of Asheville, North Carolina. He watched firsthand the devastation that Hurricane Helene caused in that community. And we are donating 100% of the proceeds from today's event directly to residents of Asheville. So please put it out on social media. Put a link so people can hop on and register. And even if it's just donating $50, we want to do everything we can for that community. That's my first ask. Put it on social media. Second ask, have a pen and a paper, something that you can take physical notes on. When you write things down physically, you are significantly more likely to retain that information and be able to have it going forward. There's nothing worse than remembering something said, knowing they said something, but not remembering exactly what they said. So pen and paper, take notes. People are donating their time and their knowledge to you so you can understand it. Please take notes. The third thing I'm going to ask, and the last thing before I hand it off to these guys, is your active participation. Be listening, be paying attention. I promise you will take something golden out of this day. We've got 5 hours on tap for you guys. I can also tell you from personal experience that it's likely not the person or the thing that you think you're going to take out of this conference. You're going to hear something you didn't even expect, probably from someone you didn't expect to say it, and it might be the thing that rocket fuels your own self-storage portfolio. So please be engaged. Ask questions. Our panelists are here to give you their knowledge. They want you to ask them anything you need to know. There is no such thing as a dumb question except for the one that you don't ask. So with that being said, I'm Thaddeus Campbell. I'm going to be your host for the day. You'll see me on and off through the day. I'm from Safe Storage USA. I am going to hand it off to two people I consider friends, Titan in the industry and John Lindsey, and his close friend, James Hatfield. Guys, take it away.
Dad, thank you so much. I definitely want to start off just saying thank you to everybody. My family and my neighborhood was personally impacted by the hurricane. This time, about 3 weeks ago, we were doing river rescues, just a couple-minute walk down my neighborhood. I never expected that, but sometimes you got to run right to it, you know? And that being said, the community here and the self-storage community has been incredible. The number of reach outs that I've received personally from everyone here, the money that's being donated today will go to the most vulnerable. We're talking about group homes. These are children that have no parents. We're talking about women's shelters with kids, and then the hungry. So I've been a nonprofit here for over 13 years. We will get that money into the right hands, and it will make a real difference. So I just want to start off, thank you before we hop into the content. So I don't know how to better say that from my heart than to say, hey, thank you to everybody here. That being said, I'm going to shift gears because it's hard to shift gears from that. All right. The man that needs no introduction, John. Now, what we're going to do today in the virtual self-storage conference is a little different, okay? One, I want to ask everybody to ask questions. You can put it in the chat. There's a Q&A button there that you can put it. And I want you to squeeze the secret sauce right out of John and every single speaker. They have been prompted to tell you the secrets of self-storage. Okay, so we're going to go and hopefully give you content you've never heard before. That is our goal. Yeah, you'll probably hear a few things before if you've been around. But John, I want to start off talking about, look, if I own a self-storage facility, or if I'm trying to buy a self-storage facility, or if I work at a self-storage facility or company, I want to know, how can I maximize the value of my company and my property? What do I need to really do? Like, what do buyers really look for, John? I mean, you're doing deals all the time. And does it even matter Does it matter, John? Can I just take a nap? Can I just go take a nap and my property is going to be just fine? What do I need to do to increase the value?
Great question. Well, let's start off first. I'm John Lindsey, co-founder and president of Lindsey Self Storage Group, a North Carolina native first and foremost. So super grateful that everyone's willing to donate back to the home state. Really glad to be here. As James and Thad said, most my family's been in the space since 1969. This is all we've ever done. So thrilled to be here with you guys today. James, in the first question, when people ask, they're like, well, what do I need to do with my site? I always ask people, I'm like, well, do you want to do the heavy lifting yourself to create that value and really maximize it? Or are you at a point where you don't want to fully dive into it because there is so much value to be created, but it does take a little bit of legwork to get there. So I tell people, depending on where they are in their journey, if they're a year or two away for retirement, you either leave that meat on the bone for the next buyer, or you saddle up and commit doing it yourself. Now, there are a bunch of low-hanging fruit that I absolutely recommend. For those that aren't involved with their state associations or national association, highly recommend getting involved and learning, especially the best practices within your state. Those that are required for auction process, lien process, things like that, making sure that you're checking all the right boxes to ensure that your property is running as efficiently and as close to the law as possible. I think it's one of the biggest things that we kind of come across when we're helping people buy and sell sites is that sometimes we find that some easy best practices are not tracked and followed accordingly. So I always recommend doing that. Two, I always like to ensure that people are up to their standard market rates. Say, hey, what are my competitors charging? What's going on the market? When's the last time I did a rental rate increase? And really following those trends throughout your market. There's great platforms out there, Tract IQ, Store Track, Radius Plus, whatever you want to use. But so many opportunities with the data that's valuable or available at your hands today to really assess where your asset is at and where it could go. The third thing I always recommend is we call it lipstick on the pig here in the South. You put a little lipstick on, whether it's lighting, landscaping, painting, it goes a long way. You've owned your site for 10, 20, 30 years and you haven't done any touching up at the doors with Everbright, or you haven't done a new, LED lighting, you haven't painted the site, no landscaping, put a new gate in. You might spend 10, 25, 50, 250 grand, but I guarantee you're going to get that and then some on the back end. So there's a bunch of those little things depending on what your dollar range is and how much time you want to invest. But I assure you things like that are gonna pay dividends down the road.
John, what about if I'm not ready to sell?
Yep.
Like I'm not going to sell for a while. Like what kind of stuff that you just named should I just be doing anyway? Like as a good, like that's worth it, right? I know we can do all kinds of stuff. We can get all new LED lighting. That's beautiful. But like really, John, like do I really need to do that? And right now, especially if I don't plan on selling for a while.
Yep. Well, then again, if you want to just ensure that you're increasing the value of your asset and your cash flow yourself, you really should be looking to push those in-place tenant rates and ensure that your property is running as most efficiently as possible. So a couple of things you can do, obviously, as I talked about, making sure you're up to market rates, market standards, but also ensuring that your property is being run as efficiently as possible. What's the best time value of your money and where you're spending your energy? Great products like Live Switch and Tenant and other things like that really help streamline your efficiency and maximizing your return on investment with your asset. And I think we can all agree in this day and age, I want to order Uber Eats from my phone. I want to pick up my Starbucks from my phone. Why can't my tenants rent a unit from their phone? We're just trying to bring everything up to modern day practices and standards to make it a better experience for your customers, your property, and a better experience for yourself as an owner as well.
What about the boring stuff? Like we just got a question. What about concrete and asphalt on the property? I like how it looks, but does it matter? Like the boring stuff, John, concrete and asphalt.
I'll help you with that. So I always say in certain markets, doing full concrete pours makes sense. It is significantly more expensive than asphalt. I would argue most single story markets can get away with asphalt drives. It looks great. It works. It's something you'll have to touch up down the road. If I were building a brand new site today in a market that was doing, $18 plus a square foot annually, I'd probably build concrete. But for most markets across the country, asphalt is just fine. And you maybe do concrete drives up front before the gate for the main parking lot area. Again, part of the look of your property goes a long way. But asphalt also does just fine for most assets across America.
So I was thinking about TV shows where they go and they flip the property, right? They take an old branch, they make it modern. Like if I were to go buy an old tire, maybe I own an old tired facility that hasn't been touched. What do you go in and start with? Where do I start? Or help me with those pieces. Like Like if I just bought it or if I'm getting ready to sell when I just acquired.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I always look at is again that perimeter, that landscaping around the side, your fencing, your lighting, the doors. Again, you've owned something for 10, 20, 30 years, spend the money on Everbright. I know it can be you're like, do I want to spend this much cleaning my doors? It literally can make a 20-year-old oxidized door look brand new. Products like that are tremendous. I love seeing facilities totally revamped like that. Something to also consider whether you're going to hold or sell your asset is the roof. How long does it have left? Again, fix it now to maybe save yourself a little more down the road. And again, you're going to spend money in these things. A brand new LED reader board sign. It may seem like a heavy lift up front, but again, what type of customers do you want to attract to your property, and what type of rates do you want to charge? If you want to just slap a regular sign up front with no lighting, it's hard to, justify charging people more money down the road for other assets. It's again, what you put into your property is what you're going to get out of your tenants, and in return and create more value for your asset down the road.
Okay, and I'm getting a lot of good questions and thoughts. Tell me if you agree or disagree. Let's start going through it. First, I'm getting a question switching to solar, saying our store is seeing a return on investment of 200% and saving a big chunk of change. Do you agree with that? Should we put some solar panels up, John?
I would say it depends on what state you're in. Some states have fantastic incentives still, others do not. So for instance, like back in the day, North Carolina, on top of the Fed credit, would give another 30% to the state. So you were getting between 60 and 70% in tax credits back year one. So it's really tough when states remove those incentives, because then unless you're going to hold the solar project for 10 plus years, it's tough to justify. And obviously some states just don't get the sun for it. I assume states more like California, Arizona, New Mexico have higher incentives in place, and Nevada, obviously, to justify platforms like that. And we have seen it be wildly successful. And we've even seen storage facilities make money selling power back to the grid. I think it's a wonderful incentive to have. I think it's great, especially if you want to go for any green certifications. But again, I would say it depends what state you're in before you decide to move forward with solar.
Great. And then I'm getting some other ones around. What about software which adjusts the rental price based on occupancy? Is that worth doing?
Again, I would say that depends on how many stores you have and how into the weeds you want to get. I think right now something that we've seen very challenging in the space in the last year or so, James, is a lot of REITs and larger operators are really playing with the effective customer rates that are in place. They're renting things at $1, and then they're aggressively jacking up their rates 2, 3, 4 times within 12 to 18 months. So we don't really know what the in-place effective rates are in a lot of these major markets. And it's made it super challenging for smaller and mid-sized operators to really see what they're going to push their tenants to. Because if Public Storage is renting units down the street at $1, even though their tenants may actually be paying $90 to $100 for a 10 by 10, and you're charging your clients $80, it's hard in your mind. You're like, well, how can I push them to 90 even though I know I'm due for a rate increase? So I think it's really tough to allow your software to play these games for you unless you're really on top of it. I would say if you're self-managing and you're down, you have a couple stores, there are great platforms out there to help you amalgamate data from your market, but it's really a case-by-case basis. And if you're at the larger, stage, you're mid-size and you've got a management company, I would lean on them. They have the best market data within your regions and your areas. And obviously, if you allow a REIT to manage your properties, they have the most data. Public Storage has the most stores in the world. Let them give you the data because they've got the most in-place data.
Speaking of REITs, next question. Keep them coming, guys. Questions are what we want. How does a smaller operator, especially in markets where the REITs are present, work with the practice of ECRIs that are currently being employed by those big owners?
Yeah. So my 2 cents, I would say don't get caught up in the ECRI game. It's a race to the bottom. And when you have 3,000-4,000 stores like Public Storage, of course they can do dollar move-ins because they don't really care if one store takes longer to lease up. But if you have one store, you can't rent everything at $1. You'll make no money. And that's your main source of income. So I would say stick to good customer service, treat your customers well, provide good quality product, do those physical things we talked about the site with lighting and landscaping, things like that, and ensure that you're giving them top quality service that you can charge those rates for. I think trying to do that race to the bottom strategy, we've seen a lot of clients get caught up in it, and it really ends up just tanking the market and can tank a beautiful property as well.
Great. Another question. I love it. This one's coming from Heidi. Have seen facilities advertise no rate changes for 1 year. Can you talk about that? As I understand, you look to do rate changes a minimum 2 times per year?
Yep, great question. And again, that is a strategy that if you have a larger portfolio or you have a really bountiful interest reserve, maybe it's your strategy to just physically fill up your site as quickly as possible and then bring those rates up. Again, if you have one property or two properties and you're a little more pot committed to your deal, it might be challenging to play those types of games. I always recommend to leave those to the bigger shops if that's the strategy they'd like to go with, by all means. I think it can be effective, but it is a risky game if you don't have the interest reserves to play that game.
Yeah. And now I'm getting the question of, if I do raise the rates, what percentage do you stick to when raising those rates?
Yeah, I think, and any large operator will tell you this, they'll do anywhere from 6 to 9% annually. Now, I'd like to caveat that, in 20 and 21, people were pro-forming these really high rate increases, 6, 10, 15% for the next 5 years. A lot of markets were overbuilt and oversaturated coming out of COVID. There was so much new product delivered to the market. There's this gluttonous supply in certain areas, Charlotte's, Raleigh-Durham's, Nashville's, Tampa's of the world. And not coincidentally, these are some of the hottest growth markets in the country. So there's a reason people are building there, but they built too much too quickly. And so all of a sudden, people were pro-forming these huge rent increases that never happened. Not only did they plateau, we saw a lot of decreases in some markets. So always advise people to be cautionary, or I guess a little more making healthier decisions in how quickly you're pro-forming those rent growths moving forward. But on average, historically, I'd say 6 to 9% annually.
You're doing great on your toes, John. I'm hitting you with all kinds of stuff. I got more stuff coming. You ready? Here we go. What type of cap rates on financing are you seeing?
So right now, the 10-year treasury has been up the last 15 days, significantly actually. But about 3 weeks ago, we saw some CMBS loans in the high fives. We saw a client get a 5.8% loan with 10 years interest only, which is the first time I've seen anything sub 6% since 2021. Now we're up in the low to mid sixes right now with the way the 10-year treasury is going. I think they're buffering for the election. What's fascinating, though, not only do we have an election next week, we have a Fed meeting the day after. So we will learn a lot about where our rates are going in less than a week's time for sure.
All right. Another question. If I'm looking at buying an existing facility, how do I best understand the actual realized rates in the market, given the large management companies are not necessarily advertising to new customers something near what their customers are actually paying?
Yep. So great question. I get that a lot. Again, through the various platforms we've talked about, Radius, TrackIQ, StoreTrack, they usually have some pretty good historical data, which is a great reference point for you. Also, I always say when you go onto any of the REITs websites, they'll have a web rate, but then they'll have a walk-in rate. And it's usually, anywhere from 20, 30, $40 cheaper. I would assume that the rates that they're actually calculating are closer to that walk-in rate. And again, if you err on the side of caution and you go with that one that's discounted 20, 30, 40%, and your numbers still pencil, you're probably safer to assume to move forward with that project than going off the higher web rate. So there's a lot of good ways to do it. Honestly, depending on the market, I think we can all say this is a pretty open community and an open industry. Through your association, ask if there's other owners in the market, ask what trends they've seen, ask where they've been historically, because again, they don't want their store to fail. And if they tell you, hey, we've gotten pummeled recently, our in-place rates are down, we've been in this market for 30 years, we're actually terrified. Well, then maybe you shouldn't buy that asset. But other might say, hey, look, we think there's room in the space, we've been doing fine, ignore the REITs, like we'd love to see another independent operator in our market. I think you still feel that in our space, which makes our industry really unique.
Interesting. Yeah. Questions when it comes to picking a spot for a new self-storage facility, what do you think are the make or break factors?
Okay. Well, location is still everything. I know we all have these and I love it and it does everything in the world and takes you your maps, but you can't tell me that, Chick-fil-A is picking a location back behind the trees where you can't see it off the interstate. No, we want main and main. I also, people mention sometimes you'll get these major county roads, 2 and 2 or 3 and 3, but there's a divider. You want to be going with the flow of traffic on either, inbound or outbound, depending on what time of day. You don't want your clients to have to make those weird U-turns or have a light or anything like that. Pick the more appropriate traffic driven side. And I think to be able to catch those trends. So for instance, if you're coming, out of town with traffic and you're stuck on the other side, it's just not going to bode well for you. But again, too, I think having that, even if it's a flagpole in one of those main drives, is going to give you more attention. So if you want to buy the cheaper land out back, but you able to get that little piece of land coming up front, can give you the exposure you need. So I still am a big believer. I'm old school. I want a sign. I want the flag. I want the frontage. Boom, main and main drive.
Sometimes things never change, right?
Ain't
Things
broke, don't fix it.
That's right. Okay. Kevin's asking about estimated build cost per square foot.
Great question. That has gone up significantly in the past 5 years. I would say right now for a single story, climate blend, probably in that $65 to $70 a foot range gross to build a single story facility. Obviously changes significantly based on your region, does not include land cost. But again, I think that's a pretty safe assumption for where you are for single story product. And if anyone needs builders in your regions or recommendations, feel free to reach out. Be happy to make any connections I can for GCs and teams.
Love it. I'll get another one here. John, how heavily should I look at seasonal demand, like purchasing a facility in a college town or near a tourist hotspot?
Great question. Again, no matter what time of year you buy, as long as you have, T12 or T24 months of historical financials and you can see the trend, I wouldn't be scared whether you're buying January or August. It doesn't really matter. As long as you have the historical data to support and what you're seeing most recently reflects the trend that you saw the year prior or prior to that. Again, obviously, if you're looking at a site like we sold a site in Christiansburg, Virginia, right near Virginia Tech. I always remember January was down like almost 40% versus the summer months. And it looked terrifying on paper. When you looked at, it had done that for 5 years historically, said, okay, we think there's a pretty safe to assume trend here. So again, rely on the historical data, ask for 2 or 3 years, maybe even more if they have it. And again, at some point you just have to trust the trend. It can be scary whether you're in a military or college town. As long as you're not being overbuilt and oversaturated in your market, you can usually lean on that historical pretty well.
All right, that's great. Got more coming. What prospecting application do you use the most? Like a Radius, Tract IQ, Store Track, etc.
To be honest, I use all of them. They all have fantastic features. I think they all have wonderful ways of getting, I think like Radius, one of the greatest things, if you want to buy just your single use session, if you're still getting into the space, you want to just pick up a little bit, get info there. I love Tract IQ for their housing starts reports. I think Store Track has some fantastic data nationwide. They also have their UK Euro platform now. And I've also noticed too, look, no software is perfect. And I love all of them. I've used all of them. We do use all of them. You go into any market, sometimes one software picks up one site, the other one doesn't. It's just the nature of the beast. We're all trying to get better. But I would also ask, again, people in your state or your market, which they have found to be most effective for your sub-market.
Who would ever want to run a software company?
I know, right, James?
Crazy. This is a good question. I had a solar company rent my storage roofs to put solar panels over them. How does that affect the life of the roof?
It's a great question. It depends how they install them. We've seen some solar companies brutalize roofs, and those that didn't go through the appropriate, solar brokers or GCs. We've also seen where it works tremendously. Again, as long as they install them intelligently, there shouldn't be any issues. Anytime you start to drill holes in storage roofs and create leaks, that we have a problem.
Okay, this is not a plant because this person doesn't work for my company. All right, I'm always cognizant of I'm not cooking the books. This person, Jennifer's asking, does having tech tools like LiveSwitch impact the value of facility?
Tremendously. I think anytime you can create efficiencies, especially with products like LiveSwitch, you're going to create more value. You're saving yourself more expense and more costs, which makes a healthier bottom line, which increases the value of your property. And I think too, I've mentioned since the day we got on here, if you're creating a more efficient solution for your customers, you're going to have higher paying customers, higher customer retention, which creates more value over time. So yes, absolutely.
And speaking of software, what other, I've heard the industry is a little backwards in tech or not quite there yet, and we're getting there. What would you kind of encourage people, guys, come on, you can do it. And these are the types of things you should be doing.
So like software, I'm a huge fan of Tenant. I think they're one of the leading products in the software space. Check them out if you haven't. Locks, if you're looking to retro facility or you have a traditional facility, DaVinci, absolutely recommend them. If you're building brand new Class A and you really want to do like the newest tech, Noki is the way to go. Those are your two ends of the spectrum for locks as well. But I think between Live Switch, Tenet, and those products, you're putting yourself in a pretty good boat to be successful long term here in the space.
Is there any other little software that maybe not you wouldn't think of as like, self-storage software that you've seen that's like, oh, that's kind of interesting or not?
No, so it's interesting though. I mean, every day I find a new product that has just continued to implement value into what we're doing. But I think it's so cool. Again, like great products like Radius and StoreTrack, TrackIQ, like you just continue to find little bits of data that we're continuing to see improve this space. And it's just wild, the evolution we've seen in the last 10 years. Again, as someone who grew up in the space when my dad used to say, that corner looks like a good corner for a site, I'm going to build there. And that was it. And they just built a storage facility there and the bank gave money for that. And that just doesn't happen anymore with the level of efficiency of data we have now. So I just love to see the evolution of what we're doing now, the product place we're having now. And I think too, the one thing I would say, depending on if you're looking to manage, self-manage, if you're looking for management companies, absolutely, some of the more tech heavy ones, I think we're seeing places like Copper and things like that starting to go really that remote push, which I think is tremendous. And we're really starting to see that evolution here for more of the remote single owner operators as well.
Okay, goodness. We're down to like 2 minutes and the questions keep pouring in. I want to remind everybody, this is the good news. The majority of this conference today, your questions are going to answer. We're going to have panels. We're going to have all kinds of different folks from all different parts of the industry that you can just ask questions to. Don't worry. You can re-ask a question if you're like, hey, I didn't get my question asked. Like, don't worry about it. We're going to do a couple maybe quick hits. And I'm seeing more cowbell, more John Lindsey. So they don't want you to leave, man. They don't want you to leave. That's the good thing. You want to exit when they're holding up the lighters. So here we go. Quick hits if you can. In Illinois, okay, what is a good mix of climate versus non-climate? What factors do you look at?
Depends on your market. And I'll give you a perfect example. Recently, I worked with the client building a new site. There was like 8 square feet of traditional product in their market, which we'd consider maybe a little overbuilt depending on the market, but there was 0 square feet of climate controlled. This is a more hot, humid, drier market. So we said, hey, let's look at building climate in here. So as they were looking at that, they said there's 0 square feet in our market because we're going to be the only climate controlled facility. So it depends. It depends what your barometer is, what market you're building in, what opportunities you have there. Hire a third-party feasibility study, talk to a broker, talk to operators in that market, and see really what the opportunity is in that area.
All right. Tons more questions, guys. We're going to get those in the next panels and next people. But John, you got another minute. Any closing thoughts or statements before we switch gears to the next group of speakers?
Unplugged plug. If you haven't talked to James yet, Live Switch has just been killing it lately. Super thrilled to see what they're doing in the space. I'm also available for any and all questions. We do work all over the country. We do work in Europe, Southeast Asia as well. Feel free to email me, John at Lindsey Self Storage Group. Would love to help in any way I can. And make sure to listen to this awesome panel all day. Like, these are all my best friends in the space. Like, love that we're able to put this together. Make sure to send the link to your friends too who didn't join, just to donate, because it's a great cause in North Carolina. So happy to have you guys. Thank you for hosting me today. And again, thrilled to answer any questions even beyond this. So James, Thad, thanks guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, John. We appreciate you. Guys, please reach out to John. He has no stranger in, helping people. Go ahead, Thad.
Yeah, just going to say that just the type of person that you want to interact with. John grew up in this industry and not only a wealth of knowledge, but a great human being, which is the type of people that I like to operate with. So John, I know you're actually traveling today and you had to squeeze this in. So just want to say thank you for making the time to kick us off and making this a priority in your life, because it would have been very easy for you to you have a real reason to not show up, and you showed up anyway. So really appreciate you coming on and joining us.
Yep. Thanks guys. Have fun today. We'll chat soon. Okay.
Will do. All right, we're going to start switching gears. In between every speaker today, what we're going to do is there'll be little 3-minute commercials. Don't worry, we're not going to overdo it. It just gives our next speaker a chance to get on stage. The next person coming up is Brett Copper. So for all my administrators on Zoom, please go ahead and reach out to Brett. Let's pull him up on stage. Brett, go ahead and accept as a panelist. And James McLean, I know you can hear me. Please help Brett get here. And while we wait on Brett to come, I'm going to give a quick overview of Live Switch. So insert commercial break here. And so let me share my screen. I believe everybody can see it now. So what you're looking at with LiveSwitch is a 16-year-old company. We've been around quite a bit, and you've probably seen our stuff, touched it. You had no idea it was us. Like we just did the Super Bowl this year and last year. If you go to MLB Ballpark, I don't know if anyone's watching the Yankees and Dodgers game last night, but if you scan a QR code and they put you up on the Jumbotron, that's our stuff. We started getting into the home services space a couple years ago, and now we have movers and plumbers and HVAC guys and roofers using our stuff to do remote estimates and remote assistance. But now we've entered into the self-storage space. We've been in since last year, and we've been growing like a weed. Our self-storage companies leverage LiveSwitch in a number of different ways. I don't have time to go through all of them today. If you'd like a demo, please go to liveswitch.com, book a demo there, and I can walk you through, or one of my wonderful sales team can walk you through everything that we do. So this is a LiveSwitch platform, okay? It's all web-based. You don't have to download an app. Nobody wants any more apps. And your team can connect with customers wherever they're at. If they're shopping from home, or if they're on property, or if you have a tenant issue, you can simply just send them a text. You put their phone number in, a text comes to their phone. They simply just tap the text and you connect. They don't have to download anything. And you can remotely walk them around, take remote photos and pictures, and you can record those videos and send them to insurance, send them to facility managers. We have facility managers that use this instant recording to do their site audits. They do auctions with this, and it can just upload right. They don't even have to upload. There's nothing to upload. It just goes right to the cloud. Nothing is stored on the customer's device or on your team's device. It just goes right to the cloud. Next is request a recording. You can create a QR code, and you can put this QR code on site. It's very simple to do. You can even go to Vistaprint. The signage is simple, and it can say moving out, and the customer can scan it and they can move out. You can help them with the move in. Your facility manager, they can even do this after hours. You don't need an agent or a facility manager on the other end. The customer can self-serve, and it automates that move out process. Or just see something, say something, or if you need to validate work that has been done, you can request the recording. And then in addition, you can have your customers connect with your team anywhere. You can connect right from the website. They can go to your website, hit a bell, and video pops up, because the data says that tenants, when they're talking to robots or on the phone, close around 30% in any given market, okay, including self-storage. And when they see someone in person or even on the computer screen, it closes at a higher rate, like 60%. And we see this across all industries, including self-storage. So putting the faces and creating that human connection closes money. And also, when stuff doesn't work, have you ever been like, representative, you want to talk to somebody, and your team can easily connect, either scanning a QR code. We have, you can turn anything into a kiosk with LiveSwitch. You can turn a tablet, you can turn an old TV, you can just go and someone can tap a button and connect. So if you'd like a demo, liveswitch.com, request a demo, and we're good to go. So we should have Brett Copper coming up, joining us, and he is. So Brett, if you want to go ahead and share your screen, I'm going to turn it back over to Thad for an introduction, and thank you guys for listening, being here.
James Hatfield, what we're going to do actually is we're on a calendar here. We want to make sure we honor you guys' time, and we're trying to make sure that you have moments within to not miss information, but to go grab a drink or go use the restroom or whatever it might be, so that when you are here, you're fully present and you're not looking forward to bolting out. So Brett, I'm going to ask you to hang out for a couple seconds. I'm going to introduce you here in a minute, but I'm going to give everyone a quick 5 minutes to go use the restroom, as I said, get a quick refreshment, get something to grab something to eat, and we will come back here live at 11:40 to get Brett kicked off.
Thad, if you're around and you can hear, we're ready to rock. Let's go.
I am ready. I apologize, everybody. I gave that break more for me than for anybody else, but I did want to make sure that we made sure everyone could have a chance to go take care of whatever duties need to be taken care of and come back. We're kicking this thing off with absolute fire. And ironically, our first two panelists here have something in common. Brett and John Lindsey both grew up in this industry. I've known Brett's father for literally from the time I got into this industry. I came in and ground up development. That's how I got exposed to self-storage. And Bob Copper has been the name in doing feasibility studies in the storage space for decades. And they have transitioned over time, not only doing feasibility studies, but also own their own portfolio, have sold portfolios, and more recently have moved into the management side of things, providing third-party management for facility owners who don't want to run the day-to-day operation. And John mentioned it to you at the beginning. You may want to hire a third-party management company in those instances where they just have more access to data than you're going to have, and they might be able to more intelligently operate within your market than you could do without the resources they have. So Brett, really excited to have you join us. I know how successful you guys have been with copper storage management, growing locations very rapidly, especially targeting those people who are in markets where remote management makes sense. Without further ado, I'm going to disappear, and we're going to hand it over to somebody who's literally spent his whole life in the storage industry. Brett, take it away.
Of course. Thank you guys so much for obviously letting me be here. Hopefully everything looks good. We wanted to do something a little different this time. Instead of it being just showing a PowerPoint, which people have seen millions of times, we wanted it to feel more like an in-person conference. So I actually have the full setup. First time trying it here to actually do this at the house. So kind of feel more like a TED Talk. Hopefully you guys end up liking that. It's worth trying, and we'll see if next time if it makes sense to replicate. So to start off, as he said, I grew up in the storage industry. I've done this since I could walk. My father started Self Storage 101, which is the largest consulting firm in the business. And so I grew up doing that ever since I was a kid. I worked for CubeSmart after college to really learn the third-party management side, operations side. Our consulting firm has hired, trained hundreds, if not thousands, of managers during that time, helped with operations all over. So I have a really extensive operations backgrounds, auditing facilities, operational audits, due diligence, all sorts of things, and have hired and trained hundreds of managers myself. In 2019, we started a management company called Copper Storage Management. It's one of the largest third-party management companies in the business. And we started it with the goal of making it the first remote managed, fully remote third-party management company. Since 2019, we've managed probably 250 stores or so all over the country, maybe 34, 35 states. Right now, we've got about 150 sites in just over 30 states, and we're always bringing them on, to be able to run. And with this model, the only reason we got into third party was to be able to create a remote model that would work for our own stores as well as other people. And so we've bought and sold about 60 stores with this model ourselves. So the evolution of remote management, there's always been some form for a very long time, at least since the late 80s, early 90s. And it really started with what we used to call unmanned stores. And all unmanned really meant was that there was a sign up that said call to rent a unit. It goes to someone's cell phone out in the middle of nowhere. Maybe they leave a voicemail, and then that person will call them back in a couple of days. They'll meet them out at the unit and rent it. It's a very bare bones, really low cost. And the only time you really saw it were sites that were 50, 60 units or less. It really wasn't made for big facilities. And that was around for a very long time. Then you started to see about 8, 10 years ago, people experimenting with kiosk, some sort of maybe even face-to-face on the kiosk. Obviously, a product like LiveSwitch has really helped kind of catapult that piece to the forefront where you can have a face-to-face interaction, but we'll get into that. But that kiosk model started to become pretty popular. Then people realized that your cell phone is typically much faster than a kiosk. It is much low cost. Everyone has one, and it's a much easier renting process. In my case, whenever I do anything online to buy something, I use my thumbprint and it autofills all the rest of my information. I can rent units in a minute or two tops. You also have no fail rate. So there are a lot of reasons people went to switch, but I think the cost savings were probably one of the largest. And so now you're just seeing QR code signs. Some people are doing virtual management or a mix of the two, where you do have that face-to-face with certain customers, or if people want customer service, you have phone for everyone else. Maybe you're just renting online. People can chat with chat bots. It's a much less in-person, talk to talk. It's really more built around people being able to serve themselves by themselves, but still giving people the option for customer service. I know in our model, we really, about 50% of all of our tenants choose to rent online, 50% rent with someone on the phone. So we're still seeing a really high use case for having human interactions. And I don't think the industry is at a place where you can't have a human being communicating with tenants and give them that option. I think if you lose that piece where you take people out of it completely, you end up losing a lot of tenants. You get bad customer service. You don't get good reviews. So it's a very people-intensive business regardless. You just don't have to have someone on site in that high payroll. You can spread it out between a bunch of different sites. We actually started right before COVID, which was great timing for us, both for the industry and the way that the model works. Pre-COVID, people were already used to checking their own bags, not having to talk to someone to rent a car, not having to talk to someone to check into your room. Any of those easy product offerings where you could do everything yourself, have it automated, that's pretty normal. Well, then COVID hits and all sorts of businesses across the country were forced to figure out, how do we do business in a world where we can't have someone on site and we can't have these, face-to-face interactions. People really started to buy into maybe this is an easier way to get things done. I think a lot of millennials, Gen Z and lower, which now make up about 58% of all renters in the country, I think they prefer not to talk to people if they don't have to, but they have the option if they do run into issues. So that's the majority now of tenants almost preferring a way not to have to do business talking to another human being. So I think that's become much more accessible. And let's be honest, with self-storage, it is about as easy of a product to sell without having to see it that exists. It's not like it's computers, TVs, in-person services. It is 3 metal walls and a roll-up door. And I don't care how nice your facility is, at the bare bones, that's all it really is. So it's a very easy thing to communicate on a website or do virtual tours or to walk somebody through a facility to see units over the phone, having virtual maps. It's not complicated. So being able to arm a remote manager with the site details, what types of units you have, amenities, all of those things, once they really understand that and you have a good sales process, you can communicate all of those things that used to be necessary to do in person, now can be done without you having to pay that payroll to have somebody on site. Obviously, websites and smartphones have gotten way more advanced in today's world. E-sign leases take seconds now, where 10 years ago, it was a much more arduous process if you were going to rent units over the phone. The ability for QR codes to be a staple now in all sorts of businesses makes it even easier and a quick process. Again, not having to have a kiosk where you can scan it. All of a sudden, they're taken to the website to choose a unit. It's an easy process. The ability for new products like smart locks, and in our case, we use DaVinci, which I'll talk a little bit more about, not having to have someone there to take locks off of doors is essential for the process. Mobile check-in, less employee interaction is by far coming to the forefront. I think it's going to keep getting more and more popular as we go on. And then finally, the difficulty of hiring. If you are in any business today, whether it is self-storage or another one, you've ran into severe issues, there's no question, on trying to hire and find really good talent. It's almost impossible to find really good people that want to work at a storage facility. In reality, it's not a job that can afford to pay high enough to really attract good people anymore. And on top of it, if you are going to go with a standard storage salary, they have jobs that pay more than that working from home. So it becomes more and more difficult to find someone. And with that traditional model, we were always handcuffed to the manager. I mean, they basically held us hostage. If they left or if something happened at the firm, we would get calls every week of, hey, I've had this facility 20 years. I've had the same manager. They're no longer there. I have no idea what to do. When you have a model where you can remotely operate it, you're not relying anymore on that person to be able to operate the business. Everything else is done by a team, by yourself, by offsite managers, where it's easy to pick up that ball and run with it. And you're still going to be able to rent units whether someone is quits or doesn't. And I think that's a very, very essential piece. The way that this model works, and there are many ways to do remote management, there's different variations of it, which I'll kind of touch on. We call it remote management and not unmanned for kind of what I alluded to earlier. We always have to have human interaction. There is no way for us to get away from that in the foreseeable future. I think some companies are testing it. It'll be cool to see what they come out with. I'm not comfortable not giving them the option to talk to people. So when you are doing it, you need a call center first. That's the crux of all of our customer service. You have to have human beings that can answer the phone, take payments, rent units, answer billing questions, customer service concerns. There has to be someone. There are plenty of great call centers out there if you're doing the remote model yourself. In our case, we open the call center 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. I don't think it's necessary to do 24/7 if you are looking at options. Nothing good happens at a facility at 3 a.m. anyways, and you can always have an emergency line so that if there is an actual issue, you can still deal with it. But in reality, we're going to rely on 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, which is much more coverage than you would get with that traditional manager. So I think in a lot of ways, you're actually providing better customer service, better attention, easier responses, faster response times, makes it a much more equitable piece for the manager. The SSA demand study that came out last March of 2023, they updated every few years. If you haven't gotten it, I highly recommend it. I do talks on that all the time with what I think is interesting. But when you look at a facility, the first two facilities called, 86% of tenants will rent from the first two sites that they called. 86%. That's a huge statistic. So if you're not answering the phone on that first call, you probably aren't going to do this model very well, which is why the call centers end up becoming important. They also ranked the top 30 reasons of why people choose a facility, and this has dramatically changed over the last 5 years. Having someone on site is number 17. So there are 16 other reasons tenants prefer to rent at a facility that are more important than having someone on site. That was not the case pre-COVID. But again, with market changes, everyone having different expectations, it's completely changed what we really think, as a tenant experience. It's made it much easier to be able to sell that. So it's funny to see how quickly that stuff changes based on social norms. Really, really interesting. I also think you give better customer service by having an omni-channel approach. That's a big piece to the model. How many ways can we get a tenant, give them options for them to communicate with us? So that way it fits every possible bill to be able to appeal to the most tenants, rent the most units, have the best rate increases, best customer service, more Google reviews. And so in today's world with the model, you want to be able to text, you want to be able to call, send emails. You want to be able to have a chat bot on the website. We use Swivel, for example. Depending on the market, you might want a video feed like Live Switch, where you can have these face-to-face interactions. You want to give as many possible options for them to communicate. So that way you're serving that tenant in every way. And that's how you're able to achieve good reviews, good customer service, and not lose tenants whenever you make these switches. So from a management perspective, any time that you're going to be running it, whether you choose a third-party management company or you do it yourself, there are some extremely important pieces for you to look at. Again, call center, I cannot stress enough, is by far one of the most important pieces to this puzzle. The ability to answer quickly, to have high conversion rates for rentals. There are all sorts of important pieces that you have to make sure that you're going to fit and be able to plug those holes, or else the model will not work. I can't stress that one enough. The second most important, and they're almost equal, is going to be your website online marketing. This model has replaced you having to have this retail front where someone's going to come in, see a manager sitting at the desk, maybe playing solitaire, whatever it is. And now your entire retail front, the storefront for that tenant, is your website. I cannot stress this enough. And whether you have remote management, you're doing full in-person management, traditional hub and spoke, you have to have a good website in today's world. I'm sure everyone on this call has seen the changes in demand in the industry, rental rates, occupancies. There are all sorts of pieces that have dramatically changed since 2022 going into 23. We had rental rates fell on an average of about 60% nationally. You have more competitors than you've ever had. It's harder to get rentals. Your website is the key to everything. 90% of your tenants are going to find out about you originally from your website, whether that's Google, whether that's Apple, Bing, your Google listing, your business listings on the others, a spare foot, Facebook, paid ads, PMAX ads. There are so many different things to run depending on which market you're in. And there's no reason now not to have a good website provider. There's just no excuse for it. It's too low cost. You don't want to do it yourself. Don't use a local firm that doesn't do storage. You have to be able to have an understanding of how SEO works in storage, what's going to convert your paid ads, what kind of content to create that's going to be able to get renters. And that stuff changes by the hour, by the minute. So you have to have a firm that specializes in it. And there are way too many good providers out there, which after this, for any recommendations, please reach out to me so that I can give you all that. But there's too many, necessary pieces out there to get that. There's just no excuse not for having them. The ability to rent online is pretty much everything or over the phone. Even if you have a traditional manager, there's no reason you shouldn't be doing online rentals. Why would you give up after hours, before hours, 24/7 a day, the ability to be able to rent a unit without somebody there? It just doesn't make sense. If you're getting even an extra rental a week because of it, you've already been paid for a call center regardless. So the ability to rent 24/7 is absolutely paramount. We get a lot of questions for auctions on this model. It's pretty typical because a lot of, the traditional model is that an auction buyer shows up, you do, host it online. They put down $100 cash deposit. Once they've cleaned the unit, you go check it, you give them their money back, you sign it, and you're good. All of this model, no matter who's out there doing it, we've tried to replace really common sense practices with common sense practices. There's no reason to do super expensive, complex systems anymore. So for us, the exact same thing applies. Instead of having somebody there when the auction buyer buys it, they show up, we let them in the gate. We have an auction team that just deals with the buyers. They tell them which unit it is. They give them a code for our DaVinci lock. They put a $100 credit card deposit. They send us a picture that it's clean with the unit number, and we're good to go. It's common sense practices. You don't need to think about this model in terms of being this super high cost Bluetooth locks, monitored cameras and AI. You can use all of those things and they're great products, but they're not at all necessary for a lot of facilities out there. And so I don't want you to think of this as a high cost up front. It's a very low cost. For our types of facilities that we buy, they're all the same for those 60. They're tertiary, secondary markets, acquisitions. Only a couple of them were new builds, traditionally managed stores, and they're not big enough nor rates high enough for us to really justify putting in very expensive tech. So it's just not necessary. So when you are looking at this, don't worry about that. I still think you need the necessary pieces that are pretty normal, like having cameras is going to help with break-ins, having a gate, having a fence, having good lighting, having a clean, well-kept facility. Those are the same things whether you're doing it remote or whether you're doing it manned. They're still just as essential as it's ever been. So I stress that you do those pieces. And there are more affordable products out there now if you do want added security. Monitored cameras have significantly dropped. There's a company called Hackamo that we looked at, and it's going to be using it for some of our clients. It's like $75 a camera for 24/7 oversight where someone can watch the facility. So it's going to get more and more affordable for you to be able to use some of these other products if you do want added layers at the facility. And I think a product like that's good, even if it is traditional management, because your manager is only there 9 to 5. All your break-ins are happening after hours when the facility's closed anyways. So it's good to see new products like that coming out. As far as maintenance and management, because we get this constantly as well, we utilize a 1099 boots on the ground for all of our facilities. Whether that's one facility in the middle of nowhere, whether it's a big portfolio of facilities, we actually go in, hire someone locally as a part-time 1-2 days a week job. That's all that's necessary until you get up to about 400 or 500 units, depending on the market. And we're paying $600 a month for that person. We don't do it hourly. I highly recommend that you do it on a flat rate because then they're on call. They feel more like if you do need something out of the order, they're going to come there and do it for you, at a moment's notice. That's a much more reliable person than say, $15 an hour for their 4 hours they work this week. Do the flat rate. It's been very successful for us. We use Indeed to be able to hire all of those people. We do all of our interviews virtually over the phone, via Zoom. And then once we've narrowed it down and we go to launch a facility, we meet them in person, we train them. The most important part of that job is it is as simple, least amount of work we can do with that person so that they're the easiest replaceable. And if let's say we do need to replace somebody and we don't have someone there for 2 weeks, our business continues to run as normal. So really what their job is when you're looking for somebody like this, you want them to do a walkthrough every time they're at the facility. So they're looking at the unit mix, they're auditing, make sure that all of it matches up. Has anyone moved out? Have people moved into the wrong units? All sorts of other options. They will cut locks for auction and put our DaVinci locks on and an auction tag. They'll send it to the auction team. That's the only part of the process that they work on. They obviously clean the facility. minor maintenance like fixing CASP, or if you have light bulbs that need to be replaced, they're going to do those really easy bare bones pieces. And then making sure the facility is as tip top as possible, looking at other vendors like, they're going to tell you, is the landscaping company doing their job? Have they not been out there? Really bare bones, easy stuff. And that's all we want them to do. Everything else with the model is done fully remote. So if you're going to replicate it and, let's say, not use one of the other management companies out there, you have to also make sure you have good divisions, or at least a division of labor with 1 or 2 people. So in our case, because of the size, we try to do siloed departments that only do one job. So that way they're really good at the job, it's really efficient, and you can spread the costs out. So we have an auction team, that's all they do. A sales team on the call center, all they do are rent units. Service team, all they do are existing tenants. And it goes down from there. District managers just handle the physical sites and manage the boots on the ground, so on and so forth. It's important to have that specialization. And if there is any plug for using a management company, and it doesn't have to be us, there are great management companies out there that we work with every day. Any of those options are going to be good for you. The fact that they can keep costs lower, have a division of labor, specialization, does make this model much, much easier than if you're trying to do it yourself, because you might have to rely only on 1 or 2 people to do a bunch of those jobs if you only have 1 to 3 to 4 sites, because economically that's all you're really going to be able to afford. Nothing wrong with that, just something to think about that. The most important part of the model and why people want to use this model are lower operational costs. That's always the first thing out of the gate. In today's world, interest rates are much higher than they've ever been, even though they are slowly going back down, which is really good for our industry. That's going to drive demand up. But at the end of the day, if rental rates are down, occupancies are down on average, how can we add NOI if the revenue line item is decreasing? Well, we have to cut cost. And I do stress, as I said earlier, just firing your manager might not be the move if you have no effective way to run the rest of the facility. You will cripple your business. You'll have upset tenants. But when you do end up using a model like this, where you can cut some of that overhead while still providing all of the same customer service across the board, it's a really effective model that will add a lot of value overnight to the facility. And I'll give an example. So right now with cap rates, about $6,000 a month in NOI is right about $1 million. That's really all that it is. Here, one second. Let me know if I'm back up here. Stopped. Good. Back up. Okay, cool. It accidentally kicked me there. Yeah. So when looking at the model, lower operational costs are by far the most important, and it's not even close. It's lower risk, so that all of a sudden you can buy facilities that are, say, 300 units, 200 units. All of a sudden they work economically, or getting you similar NOI to large facilities that are traditional facilities with a manager, because that $6,000 a month is $1 million in asset value, and that's easy to cut with the payroll piece of it. I think we're way better at sales whenever you can utilize a call center that is a good quality call center, because again, your manager on your site might be getting 1-2 sales calls a day during the busiest time of year. They're busy with all sorts of other things, auctions, marketing, whatever it is that they're doing. In a call center, each agent might get 100 sales calls a day. So you're going to find better sales, a better experience for the tenant when you do that specialized approach, which is why call centers are so good at what they're doing. Obviously, much less risk. It's way easier to expand with this model and be able to buy more facilities and branch out. You don't have to care where the facilities are located. That doesn't matter at all. You're not secluded to a certain geography near your other facilities. So that's really, really important. Much easier to travel and expand with that. We actually found, from a delinquency standpoint and revenue standpoint, that because we don't have an in-person manager, our agents are much more strict on not waiving fees, doing tenant insurance, not trying to get lower rates because you don't have a face-to-face interaction, the sob story, as we like to say. So we found that it's easier to be able to collect those. I think right now our tenant insurance penetration is 86% across the board. We get a lot of those questions because people think, are you going to fail there? The answer is no. You just have to be diligent in your processes of how you sell tenant insurance, how you upsell other products if you have it, or if you're using U-Haul, whatever the case is. You just have to make sure that your sales process and your agents are really good at those parts of the process.
So Brett, I just want to stop you just really quick. That was awesome. You delivered a ton of information, but I want to make sure we get through the Q&A as well.
Yeah, of course.
So, dude, I want to pick your brain. We're just going to rapid fire and let's just get after it. So we had an awesome question come across our desk, and we talk about, you mentioned specialization, but one thing that we always encounter is in self-storage, not everyone's so tech savvy. So do you feel hiring a facility technician or someone sort of specialized in troubleshooting these tech solutions or implement to scale is a worthwhile investment? Or how do you sort of handle overcoming those tech humps?
Yeah, sure. So it's really going to depend on what it is that you want for your facility. I think starting bare bones, talking to a group like ourselves, like any others, where if you want to do it, we're not going to charge you to go do it yourself, right? So if you have questions, you kind of want to know what our packages are, tech packages, we're here just to help you for free with that. Call me and more than welcome. But don't get overwhelmed. At the main piece, you just need a property management software that's going to be integrated with your gate software that does online rentals. Get a good website provider. Use, DaVinci overlocks, for example, are very low cost, easy solution. That's really all you need as a start off process for doing remote. Those three things are going to be the most important piece. Anything outside of that can be ancillary. So start small. You don't need to go after expensive tech pieces, expensive cameras, AI use. Start small, and that's going to be much more effective.
That's such an awesome point. Just scale it up and do like in phases, roll out certain tech solutions, but just get started so you can handle a remote management process. So Brett, have you noticed remote management taking place in other countries like Canada, which also has a robust self-storage market, albeit a little bit in the past technologically when it compares to the U.S. market? What have you seen? And does Copper Safe Storage provide management services north of the border?
Yes, we've actually started, we've been approached by multiple groups about doing Canada. Specifically because it is becoming more popular there to try this model. I think I get called once a week about it. So yeah, we've looked at, from a call center perspective, it's very easy because it's the same time zone all the way across. So there is no specialized, scheduling or anything else you have to do to be able to make that work. So it's an easy process, and you can use storable products, which makes it easier. You can use, open tech products. There, a lot of the ones we use here in the US are already usable. So yes, it's becoming much more popular there. The difference when people think about it is Canada has the same amount of facilities as California. So it's a much lower number compared to the US, but it is becoming much more popular to be able to try and save those costs. Costs to build are much higher in Canada on average. So, definitely becoming very popular.
Gotcha. And you mentioned a lot of great sort of vendors, but who do you recommend in the call center department? Like who can you speak to that sort of handles that for other operators?
Yeah, there are all sorts of good ones. XPS, for example, is a great call center. We provide call center services as one-off that you're not doing management. Zion, I think I would kind of maybe call them first. They've been good in the past, but I think, they might have struggled a little bit after Storable. But I think starting with any of those three, calling them, and I always suggest just call their facilities that they provide for, randomly call them, see how it works for you. Do you like the experience? That's the most important piece, is just pick up the phone and actually try the call center for yourself.
Yeah, guys, don't take our word for it. Put it to the test. Like Brett said, call a facility that is using one of these call service centers, and are you happy with what they provide? And that's just a great way to kind of do a litmus test on what you're getting if you go with their services. So Max Picton asked a really cool question. What was that camera monitoring service you had mentioned? I think it was like $75 a month. What was the name of that group?
Yeah, Hakimo, Hakimo. It's
Hakimo,
fantastic.
awesome. Terrific. Yeah. All right, Brett, so this is coming off from me. So you mentioned the demand study and how it was like a top 20 things that are important to a renter, and having someone on site was number 17. What is Brett Copper's top 3 most important things to a tenant or someone renting from the facility? What would you recommend as your top 3 most important things?
Yeah, so right now, one of the first times since I've been in the business, and anybody else that's been here a long time would see, price is number one by far. It's 88% of people are renting because of price. That's never been a thing in our industry. But with inflation up, people can't afford groceries. They can't afford to buy homes. Mortgages are up. They're trying to find ways to save money, and storage was one of those biggest ways. So you have to compete more now than ever for a lease-up facility. You need to do much more in-depth revenue management, the ability to price and constantly dynamically price, where it's changing based on availability of units, that's number one by far. And so number two is going to be the online marketing piece, the ability for them to find you, to see your entire unit availability, to see all of your amenities in an instant, not hiding that behind anything or a landing page. You want, when someone searches you on Google, to be right there at the top. They click on it, goes straight to that facility page, and they can see everything they want. That's been a really big piece for tenants nowadays because they're trying to shop fast and be able to move on to different products. And then I think third is going to be Google reviews. That's become so much more important than it ever used to be. People are trusting those. They're not using Yelp. They're not using anything else. I cannot stress how important it is to have good Google reviews constantly. You're always going to get some bad ones in storage. We sell people stuff and we do rate increases. That's normal. But you need to have an overwhelming majority of your reviews being 5-star reviews constantly at those facilities.
So, Brad, I'm going to put you on the spot, buddy, because I know you can handle it. But give us some secret sauce in the Google review realm. I always hear Google reviews are important. How do you sort of empower your managers to get positive Google reviews, or how can you sort of drive that type of feedback from renters?
Sure.
What is something that you found to work for you guys?
Yeah, one of the most difficult parts of the industry for remote management for years was, how do we get reviews? We could not break the code because you don't have a face-to-face interaction where when people leave reviews, they're typically connected to an employee. That employee had a good experience. So they feel that when they've been asked to give a review and it's a good experience, they feel like, okay, we need to actually go do this. So that's really important. So what we had to figure out was, without that face-to-face, were there other products we could use? Were there retraining pieces we could do? What would be the most important? So we took, first was paying bonuses per review to our sales center. By far, giving incentive for 5-star reviews. That is one of the most important things we ever did. Why not incentivize them when it is the third most important reason of the facility? So we pay per 5-star review to be able to entice it. And then we use ancillary products like Bird Eye, for example, which sends for reviews. It tries to get people in. If someone has a bad experience, instead of taking them straight to Google, it takes it to our customer service first so they can try to solve the issue and fix it for them before they have an opportunity. So it is constantly sending and pinging tenants at the most likely time after they've rented that they would use, give you a Google review. So using ancillary products, Swivel also built us a platform inside of it that does something similar. But I cannot stress that enough, that doing incentives and using products like Bird Eye and Swivel by far was what we changed. We used to get 30 reviews a month between 150 facilities last year. And now we get about 500 a month by making those changes. I think 4.8 stars was this month for those 400. So by far works for sure.
Fantastic. So guys, put your money where your mouth is and incentivize and empower your staff, and also timeliness. Like Brett mentioned, like get on top of it quickly when you have a positive interaction with a renter who could provide you a positive review. So a lot of things, when you bring on remote management, sometimes these facilities are smaller on average. You want to provide a remote solution, and you have renters who are paying cash or checks. These are long-time renters. How do you sort of handle that transition to getting them on credit card or to ramp that up? What is your experience when you take over a facility who still does that?
Sure. Yeah. Which is, it's a great question because that's the majority of our facilities, right? We have to convert them from existing. So the first and foremost is communication on day one. How do we do business? We immediately send them letters, text. We do personalized calls to call the existing tenants to tell them, hey, we're now managing the facility. Here's how you're going to do business with us. We obviously can't take cash starting day one. Nothing we can do about that. So not the end of the world. But what we'll do is incentivize them or help them out to be able to get a reloadable debit card. So we'll give them a $5 rent credit to go to Walgreens or Walmart, get a card that they can reload with cash to pay that way. So we try to be very helpful. We're much more lenient during the first 60 days about, waiving a late fee in the first month, waiving any other fees to try and help them get on track. I think that goes a long way than just saying, hey, you used to do business this way for 20 years. We're erasing it today and there are no forgiveness. So that's really, really important. And then certainly we don't do rate increases day one, tenant insurance day one. You don't want to be able to replace all this way of doing business and immediately hit them as well. That's a bad experience. So you have to be very lenient, and it's a slow process, like cooking lobsters, right? Or crabs. Like you're going to slowly turn it up in a way that is good for everyone so that you're not getting the bad response from them or tenant turnover.
So concern people have about remote management is that you do sort of miss people coming to your facility and renting. Now, during a lease up period, or if you're managing a new build, what is the best way to advertise and maintain that you guys still hit your lease up trajectory, get people in the door and actually get them renting? What are sort of your experience in leasing up a facility or advertising when your sort of occupancy is lower?
Sure. Yeah. So right now, about 35% of all of our facilities are new builds that we manage or in lease up or are going through that process. First and foremost is, again, having really good website marketing. In today's world, we try not to use Sparefoot very much because it's expensive. Use that as kind of the last option. It's very pricey to be able to use the product. Doesn't mean you can't use it, but you need to, use that as maybe the last resort. So the first is going to be good SEO, using a provider like we use Go Local, for example. You can just use website through us, which is a kind of a one-off thing. But using a provider like StoragePug, Go Local, Storage Group, G5, any of those are really good providers that understand content creation. They understand keyword changes, and they're constantly tracking that every day. What are people searching in the market? That is extremely, extremely important. Having content on the website that is localized to help your ranking is huge. So mentioning local landmarks, local businesses, sports teams, whatever it is, actually helps dramatically on the SEO side to have better organic results. And then having a good managed PPC campaign, or even PMAX, which for anybody that doesn't know what that is, it's a new product with Google where you can advertise on 5 of their own platforms at once, and you can kind of divvy up and it spreads the money out. So like Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Google paid ads, kind of a nice summary of all of them. That's become very effective for us as well in an ancillary form. But you have to, stay on top of that and make sure that it's getting conversion rates.
So perfect segue into this next question from Martin Lacayo. How much do you budget each month for Google Ads? How do you kind of determine the ROI on it, and like what's your expected turnaround? Well, if I make this massive investment in these Google Ads, how do you sort of monitor that, and how should our audience sort of look at that as well?
Sure. So it all depends on what other people in the area are also bidding, right? So at the end of the day, you're bidding every day to try and have your name up at the top, and then you're paying per click for those bids. So it dramatically changes. Typically, the range is anywhere from $200 to $300 a month up to say $1,500, and $1,500 would be in a crazy, metropolitan market like here in Nashville, and you're competing with Cube, Extra Space. You're downtown and you have a giant facility. The average for our facilities is about $400 a month worth of PPC across the board, and it changes month to month. So when you look at the provider, they should be sending you an updated budget like, hey, we only need 200 this month. It's going to go down by 200. Or, hey, we need 450 this month. And then you approve it. It constantly changes depending on what the market is doing, which is why it's also important to have that, provider.
To clarify, you said $400 a month per store for all your locations?
Yeah, that's our average across the board. If you took the leased up properties that need to be able to rent units, not the stabilized, we're spending about $400 a month on average for PPC.
Awesome. So with that budget in place on marketing, what would you sort of estimate is your lease up velocity for like a 500 unit facility?
Totally depends. I mean, we've had sites, we had a 300 unit new build that leased up in 3 months in a market, but it was more just because the market was a home run and there's not much you can do there. Sometimes you have those 500s where you look at it, and we do pro formas for everything. So we project all of this out well before you sign up with us. And I think any good company does that. All of our competitors do that as well. We want to tell you on the front end what that lease up velocity is so that we're all on the same page. Sometimes you have them that 3% a month is fine, and that's how the numbers worked out. So it really just depends. Make sure that you're getting those pro formas, and even a feasibility study if you need it. There are plenty of other good providers because you want to make sure it's accurate and your expectations are correct.
Real quick, Brett, is a pro forma and lease up velocity something you should expect from a third party management partner who's taking over your facility in a lease up situation?
Yep, exactly right. Even if it's an acquisition of a stabilized facility, a new build, lease up project, whatever it is, any of the top management companies are all going to provide it to you. I would suggest whichever ones you're looking at, ask for pro formas and compare the pro formas. You can see the numbers, have conversations about them like, hey, your rates are a little bit higher here. Do you think we're going to get more rent where this person thought we'd get less? Hey, your lease up velocity is slower than this one. You want to compare them and ask the companies to be able to make the best decision.
Brett, because I have you here, I'm going to ask you a curveball, buddy. Hope you Don't hate me for it. What are your top 3 criteria that affects a lease-up trajectory? You know, I know you've done the feasibility side, now you do the management side. What is your top 3 metrics or things to look out for that will either advance a lease-up or maybe slow it down? You have to be aware of it. Top 3.
Yeah, in a current supply and incoming supply into the market, by far important. I cannot tell you the amount of times people go build a facility. You could have used Radius and saw that there are 4 permitted facilities in 2 miles that are coming up for another 300,000 square feet. They beat you to market. You open up and you're like, man, I had no idea. Or you looked at it 3 years ago. You didn't do the construction then. All of a sudden now you go to open and here I am with a bunch of extra spaces at $10 10 by 10s. It's going to be very, very difficult. So first is using a product like Radius where you're going to know what's coming into the market is the most important. Then you're looking at rental rates. I cannot stress this enough. It's the most important reason, as I said earlier, statistically, it's up and away the most important reason. You're going to have to be competitive with comparable assets. If it's a likewise facility, you better be charging what another lease-up facility like your facility is, and you're going to have to compete every day to get it. And then promotion use is essential. So you're going to look at the market as well. Most likely it'll be 3 months, 50% off, or it'll be dollar move-in or 2 months free. There's anything with those 3 are the most used promotions for a reason. So a culmination of those are vital.
Gotcha. Brett, thank you so much for your time. I mean, I got tons of questions, but we're going to spitfire them at you during the panel.
Yep.
Thank you so much for coming on and sharing all this information. I mean, I was blown away. I hope our audience was too. I know our audience was too. So thank you.
Good.
Yeah, I have a suspicion that Brett's phone's going to start ringing a little bit more frequently here after that presentation. Unbelievable job. We're going to see you back. You can sign off for a couple seconds, Brett. He's going to be back here. We're going to kick off a panel with Brett. This panel is absolutely star-studded, and I'll do a deeper introduction as we go. That panel is slated to start at 12:30. We're going to kick that off a little bit earlier. We'll kick that off at 12:25. That gives everybody a 5-minute break to go refresh, take care of things. Couple of things that I want to reshare that I've taken out so far. John Lindsey said something that I thought was fantastic. First step, if you're a new owner in a market, join the state SSA organization for that market. And you can go and ask questions to the members of that SSA and get information that you might not otherwise get, especially as it pertains to what you might expect for rates in a given market. I thought that was amazing advice from John Lindsey. Brett Copper, one thing that absolutely stood out to me that I didn't know, I know millennials and Gen Z are renting at a very high percentage of total population. What I didn't realize is they're already almost 60% of the current renters of self-storage. And that's super important for owners to understand because you're going to market to them very differently than you would to somebody. I'm a Gen Z, or if you're a baby boomer, the generation ahead of mine. So already some gold today. I'm going to go back to my original ask, guys. Keep the amazing questions coming. It's been awesome to see everybody involved in the chat. Keep that going. We've got a bunch left. And then the other thing I'm going to ask is put it out on social media. You can do a simple screenshot, throw it on your LinkedIn or on Facebook and let people know that we're here. Put it out there. This will not be the last virtual self-storage conference. And we want to get the word out there about just how much great information is being shared in this conference so that we can continue to grow and grow this amazing industry that we're all a part of. So I'm going to sign off for 3 minutes. Go grab a drink, grab something to eat, use the restroom if you need to. We will be back on at 12:25.
All right, everybody, go use the restroom, get your opportunities. This is your opportunity. I am going to give you a little share here. Brett spoke on marketing. He spoke on a lot of marketing and that it is so important. So I wanted to share with you, my name is Travis. I'm the owner of Rotate Digital. We are a marketing company that just specializes in the moving and storage industry. So what I want to do is share a little value while you guys are here, right before the panel comes up. So if you guys could do me a favor, if you guys are here right now, put a 3 in the chat if you guys are currently doing marketing. If you're currently marketing your facility, put a 3 in the chat. And I just want to see if you guys are you guys are already doing the right things. And I think that is amazing. That's exactly what we want. I'm going to share my screen here and run through hopefully some really valuable information. So Hopefully we can see my screen. I'm gonna hope for the best here. Again, we're Rotate Digital. What I want you to do is listen up for who this is for. If you have a facility and if you go on Google and you type in the sales intentful keywords like self-storage near me, storage near me, these keywords that are going to be sales intent, right? And if within about a 5-mile radius or more, depending on how busy your city is, if you're not showing up on the Google Maps in the top 3 spots, then you're going to want to listen up because you have something that you can make some money from. If your website doesn't represent your brand well, and you're not showing up in the maps, I want to share with you something that is very, 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 very powerful because in your hands, you have something called your website and your Google business profile. And just like your facility being considered real estate, I want you guys to start thinking about this as not marketing, but think about this as online assets that you can leverage for cash on cash return. But instead of making $200-$300 a month, you can make $2,000-$3,000 a month. And those 2 assets are your website and your Google business profile. So I want to walk you through this, what this looks like. What we do is we help you get visible in the eyes of Google, specifically in the map pack to get you more cash flow, because 70% of the buying decisions are happening right here in the maps. You can see in this idea here, imagine right in the center of Scottsdale, you've got your facility. And in your facility here, anybody within that radius of, let's say, 5 miles types in storage near me, self-storage near me. You want to be the top spot, the top 3 spots in the maps because 70% of the buying decisions are happening within the map results because of all those reviews that Brett talked about. The problem is some of you guys have competition and you're not showing up and you're showing up red and yellow and nobody will know that you are there. And so that is exactly what we do at Rotate Digital. We build you a phenomenal looking website that represents your facility online. That is your retail front, like Brett was talking about. And then we highly focus in on getting Google to understand your brand. And why that is so powerful is because we take all these assets, your website, your domain, your brand, your Google business profile, and we focus all our efforts on getting your Google business profile to be more visible on the map spots for these sales relevant keywords. None of these long tail keywords that don't matter. The keywords that are like storage near me, self-storage near me, best storage facility. These are going to be the intentful keywords. So that is what we do. We have basically 2 services for you. We build you a phenomenal looking website. I'm just double checking the time here. We build you a phenomenal looking website and we get your Google business profile to come up in the map results when someone is looking for a storage facility. We get you to be both from the hidden spots on the 4th, 5th, 6th, and beyond spot, and we bring you right up to the top. It's very tactical, very unique, and that's exactly what we focus on. It's trying to get the best bang for your buck. So if you are interested and you're like, hey, I'd love to know where my map rankings stand. I'd love to know if I even come up in a 5-mile facility. If you are wanting to know that information, wanting to know how your website performs in the eyes of Google, go ahead and go to rotatedigital.com. Check us out. Schedule a call. It is a no hassle sales focused call. Like we're just going to provide as much value as possible. You can get your phone right now, scan that QR code and go to our website. And we'd love to just have a conversation with you and at minimum provide you all this information so that you have as much value and as much information to make a good, knowledgeable decision about what you want to do with your marketing. So with that being said, with 3 minutes left, I want to start bringing on the panelists to get going. We're going to get Beau on here, Brett on here. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and we are going to get rocking and rolling. I'm going to go off video. Really appreciate you guys being here. Let's keep this rolling. So I'm going to get these coming up live.
Travis, thanks for bringing us back on. Excited to be back and keep, as I said, amazing information so far. We did not get enough of Brett Copper, so he's joining us again. I've given you a quick introduction of him and Copper Storage Management. 2 other just absolute incredible speakers that we're going to have join us for the panel. Anne-Marie Decoster, her background is it's really unreal. In doing a little background check, master's degree from Georgetown, graduated magna cum laude from undergraduate there. And what she's accomplished in the intervening years since then is unbelievable in the industry. 10 years as the executive director of the Arizona Self-Storage Association, been in this space for more years than I'm going to say. an absolute asset when it comes to questions in this space. And next to her, Beau Agnello on my screen, who is currently serving as the COO of Go Store It. If you're on LinkedIn and you follow self-storage at all, you've seen the amazing work that they've been doing in the last couple of years, growing their portfolio incredibly rapidly, in no small part to the operational expertise that Beau brings to the table. Came up in the extra space world, has managed literally millions of square feet, billions of dollars worth of assets in the self-storage space. So an amazing chance for three people that have been in this industry for decades. The combined experience on this panel by itself, without all the other speakers today, is literally in multiples of decades. So guys, first and foremost, want to welcome or thank all of you and welcome you guys for coming on and sharing some of your time.
It's our pleasure.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thanks.
So Brett, in the interest of the fact that you get to speak for a little bit of time, what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna pick the brain of Anne-Marie and Beau first. I'm going to give them a chance to talk first. And Anne-Marie, obviously, this is a panel about operational expertise and some trade secrets that people might be able to offer to newer or even longer term developers so they can increase their revenue. I know this is something that you specialized in across asset classes, not even just in self-storage, but something you've really centered your career on is how do you take something that's already earning income and add income streams to it and make it more profitable for the owner. So I would love to pick your brain in a couple of things that Anne-Marie Decoster would suggest right off the bat to people to increase their net operating income in a storage facility.
Well, in the last few years, we have really seen great improvement on top line revenue from tenant protection. You know, there are a lot of tenant protection, tenant insurance offerings. We personally have found that tenant protection offers you better yields. And so there are a number of products out there on the market that give owners a very nice revenue share. I developed one of those and rolled it out, Store Local Protection. That was as COO of Store Local. That's still an option, but Safe Lease is another good one. And Tenant Property Protection has a great plan. So what we're always looking for, you know, is the next opportunity like that. And there aren't that many great ways to add ancillary revenue. Of course, you know, Brett is right. You've got to focus on your street rates. You've got to focus on your in-place rents. And in a time when revenue is declining because of macroeconomic conditions, you have to be looking to other sources of revenue because you've got to focus on top line revenue. But I am finding that owners of traditional self-storage facilities that are not brand new Class A new builds in major markets, you know, they have older facilities and they can't necessarily meet consumer expectation for smart units. So how can you add those? You can use Storage Defender, and the numbers they look almost as impressive as tenant protection. I didn't think we were going to find another ancillary stream of revenue like that. You know, everybody looks at truck rentals, merchandise, you know, all fee. Of course, there's always fee income, but where is another really great source of ancillary revenue? Well, I think Storage Defender is a really good one to check out. Not 6 out of 10 customers offer the opportunity to turn their unit into a smart unit. Say yes, and you can charge $10, $12, $15 a month for that service, and then they know who, you know, when their unit is accessed, and you know, if there's movement in the unit. I mean, those are things I would never want to be awakened with. But Gen Z and millennials, they're different. You know, Brett pointed out, and you pointed out that you have to market to them in a different way. So if you can keep your street rate, your offering rate where your competitors are, and then upsell with these other ancillary streams of revenue. I love that you have 85% penetration in tenant protection. That means you're selling it. I love what you said about how the remote managers are less inclined to be swayed by the tenant in front of them that, you know, gives you a sob story and doesn't want the rate increase and doesn't want to buy a tenant protection. They truly are. They're more objective. They're more professional. They're run by companies who hold them to KPIs. And you can always tell what their KPIs are because they're not going to deal away your rent if they're measured by it. You know, do you measure your managers by how much they rent for, not by the fact that they rent, but by the fact that they rented at the rate you wanted. And then you can guard your top line revenue and you can continue to grow it even in difficult market conditions, which create difficult marketing conditions.
Anne-Marie, thanks so much. I'm going to shoot a quick question to Beau. Before I do that, I'm just going to say a quick congratulations. Obviously, you guys had the big acquisition of Snapbox Storage recently, so wanted to say a quick congrats there. On top of a couple of my closest friends in the industry, Ben Walden and Shimon Cantor, you guys seem to have new development projects coming into the pipeline nonstop and beautiful looking facilities. So first of all, thanks so much for coming and joining the time. But wanted to just give a quick congratulations on what was a very large, you guys taking over. I guess it was more of a merger than a buyout, but the combination of you guys and Snapbox, wanted to give a quick congratulations. Have a few questions in the chat that I thought were fantastic for you. And a lot of the industry talk right now is about ECRIs, about existing customer rental increases and how commonplace that practice has become. Do we see a problem down the road with potentially states starting to put in place laws to prevent these kind of increases that we've been seeing over the last few years, where we know there's customers that are going in for maybe 50, 60 bucks a month on a 10 by 10, and a year and a half, 2 years later, they might be paying, 300% of what their initial rate was?
Yeah, I'm sure it's coming. The challenge that we'll have is that it'll be in certain cities or municipalities, and you might see it I'm expecting we'll see it probably in California before anywhere else. We already deal with it. We have coverage nationwide in 23 states. So we already deal with more rent moratoriums in the Southern California market than anywhere else. It'll be in pockets. I think it'll just be interesting to see how the industry responds. We've had internal dialogue saying, is this a leveling effect that favors more institutional properties that do have a better presence in the market, that do tend to have a higher asset quality? Or does this level the playing field and now everyone's playing by the same rules? I think generally the companies that have access to a more institutional marketing platform and can solve for a higher organic rank, higher map pack rank, and have the sophistication to manage either through an agency or internally on their Google Ads account and can solve for better cost per acquisition. Those operators will likely still be successful. But I don't think it's going away. I think we're going to have our hand forced by regulators.
I would be interested. I was at the New York Self-Storage Association in January, always holds an investor forum, and the 5 big REITs were all on the platform and essentially said what you just said, is they certainly aren't getting away from ECRIs on their own. They've been wildly successful and they haven't seen any negative drawback from it as far as customers go. So I guess my question for you is, how do you plan ahead, knowing that it's been so successful, but also knowing that from the regulatory standpoint, it's very likely to come down the road? How do you tell an operator to kind of plan ahead and operate for both of those realities?
No, we'll have a long runway before it happens. I wouldn't think anybody needs to invest a lot of time or energy in pivoting their business model right now. If and when it happens, we'll respond. But it's a known right now. But I don't think we need to take steps to prepare for it. Anne may disagree with me.
Well, no, I'm not disagreeing with you, but there are some things that you can do to change that trajectory, and that is join the state associations where you're active, because the small business owner in those state associations, the local presence, has a greater impact on local decision makers than REITs. They really like to see, the person who lives there or the person who invests there and owns there, and the people who run it. They like to see those people at local decision making and experiences when there's an issue. I'll give you an example. In Arizona recently, there was an issue raised to a state senator that it was unfair that self-storage facilities are forcing people to buy tenant insurance or tenant protection. We went and met with the legislator, as the Arizona Self-Storage Association's board of directors, the executive committee, met with the legislator and explained there's an opt-out. You can provide your HOA. This is the reason that we offer that coverage, and it's because we are able to provide better customer service. If there's a catastrophic event, people don't lose everything that they have stored. They get immediate service. And although it's covered in we cover that verbiage in our lease to make sure that people understand that we're not responsible for their stored goods, that's still not what they want to hear when there's a catastrophic event. So this isn't something that's very good for your constituents. Well, lo and behold, we were able to extinguish that. It went away. It's not going to be an issue today. We'll come back again tomorrow, likely, but that's why it's important to support your state associations and have that ongoing local lobbying. And the SSA is really good about supporting those efforts too, particularly in California. So definitely be active in the California Association as well.
I agree, but I do think it's a when, not an if. We've already seen successful antitrust challenges to pricing algorithms for multifamily and hotel.
Yes.
It'll have storage. It's going to happen.
It'll impact us.
And I don't think anybody on this call, I mean, some of us probably secretly think that's a good thing because, it is going to help us get back to what's probably a healthier practice for how we interact with our customers.
I can tell you, as someone who concentrates on ground up development, I'm looking forward to it because right now it's really hard to figure out what's going on in individual markets and try and make a decision from a developer standpoint. This is not about developers, though. This is about operators and operational intelligence. So I'm gonna stop right there. Brett, I want to just go to you and give you an opportunity to chime in on this if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I mean, from the feasibility study side and market research for so long, and we've done tens of thousands of them, there was a bad impact on our industry from how aggressive the in-place rate increases were. I mean, we had a fallout. There's a reason why right now leasing up in any primary market with a REIT, it's low as $8 for a 10 by 10 to come in. We've hit a ceiling, and it wouldn't have. We all knew it. I know definitely Anne-Marie and Beau probably saw us as well when we were getting there. Is when interest rates go up, the floor has to fall. There's just no way mathematically it couldn't. I think REITs and big operators were just trying to ride that as long as they could. But we ended up having a much more dramatic fall off on rates had it been a more healthy, slow, gradual increase like we were used to. We wouldn't have seen near the drop. If you look at 2008, before those well before that strategy was coined, we didn't have near the drop in occupancy or rates compared to where we are now because we had raised that ceiling so much. So I think it's with pricing becoming the 88% of people are choosing because of price. That is in direct correlation because of how high we've pushed rates. So there certainly is a negative to it that we've all seen.
On the flip side of that, I wanted to ask you that because it was awesome information. With price becoming the number one question, does it make it all the more likely that as long as the big operators can get away with it, they're going to offer rock bottom pricing to get people through the door? We always kind of talk about it. Does somebody want to go rent a U-Haul on a Saturday to move all their stuff because their price went from $60 to $120? When they kind of know if they go to the guy next door for $60, they're going to be at $120 in 6 or 7 months anyway.
Yeah, we can stick our head in the sand, but Pandora's box is already open. I mean, what's the quote from War Games? The only winning move is not to play. Unfortunately, we're already in a price war. So you can opt out and you can say, well, my landscaping looks better. My doors have been painted more recently. And not to say that stuff doesn't matter. But if you had a street rate that was $80 a few years ago, and now your street rate is lower than the cost of a Netflix subscription, you can say all you want, service matters, but if 50% of your customers, I think that was the number, Brett, and that's probably pretty similar to what you've seen. And if most of your customers are transacting business with you, or again, forgive me, Brett, I think you said it was north of 85% of customers make a purchasing decision before they ever see your facility. The lever that's easiest to pull to get them to pick up the phone is price. So, we're in a price war. I don't see an easy way out.
Totally. Could not agree more. And that's why if you want to compete now, that's the number one way to compete, is being diligent with pricing for the comparable assets. Definitely agree.
So Brett, is your 88% is your source internal data, or do you have another source on that?
That's the SSA demand study from March of 2023.
Okay, so it's a little dated. It's 2022 information.
Yeah, so that would have been, they had it as high as 88% from last year for the people choosing because of price, 88%. Mm-hmm. I would assume it's actually gone up a little bit, given the fact that inflation where it was is actually higher than when the data was pulled in 2022. So I would assume with cost of groceries, everything else, that number could be north of 90% at this point. And
it's driving move-outs.
Exactly right.
There was an ugly summer for some operators in some markets with more move-outs than move-ins, even during the rental season.
dig into that a little bit, Anne Marie.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. So,
the
and I
driving
do.
of that.
I
Yeah.
have I talk to operators all the time about this, and there are those who say, no, we're doing fine. And I do know those people to be excellent operators, and there are excellent operators, and there are, people who thought that this was an easy business and it would run itself, and they actually don't do operations. And those are the folks who are really hurting. They went in with aggressive pro formas. They bought during COVID, and now they're not able to achieve those pro formas because rent can't be increased the way they expected, and they're hurting. They are not providing the customer service that makes people want to stay. They did purchase in places where the demographics didn't. If you'd have done I say to people, redo your due diligence. Would you buy that today? Okay, you're stuck now, but nonetheless, now you understand what you did to yourself. I say it in gentler terms, but the fact of the matter is, if the poverty rate is high, and if the unemployment rate is high, and if there is competition near you, it's not a great market to be in, and you're going to be hurting. And they are experiencing the macroeconomic trends caused by interest rates and inflation. It was really interesting that the Fed dropped the rate, but the mortgage rate went up. Did you see that in September? Wow, that didn't help anything. They were the lowest home sales in September since 2010, just after the global financial crisis. Now, that's got to get your attention. There are a lot of folks in the industry. If you follow like Armand on LinkedIn, and if you read and listen, there are folks who really think this is going to go lower, that occupancy is actually about 85%. At least that's what the storable data from 26,000 facilities tells us. And 85 is not the floor. It could well go down from there.
And to her point, some inside baseball numbers from Storable, from last year at the Executive Summit, this year at the Executive Summit, they like to share all that data with us. For 2023, from the busy season, so May really through about August, it might have actually been April through August, they saw a negative move-in, move-out ratio of 1.2, which has never happened. I mean, that didn't happen post 2008. That didn't happen. So that's another reason why that price war is continuing, and why they got even lower is because, there's never a scenario where we have a negative move-in, move-out ratio as an industry going through the busiest time of year. So right. Then that compounded going into winter, and it's directly related to where occupancies went. I think last year, Storable had occupancies at about 83% on average. Right now, they're about 85%. They're not confident that it's going to keep raising over the next 12 months. It could end up staying the same. Hopefully it does not lower, but certainly we'll see.
Well, that's the question, right? Is have markets that have dense competition and that were overbuilt, have they hit the floor? And we look at our same store group and then the competitor same store group. So I just pulled it up for our same store portfolio. Year over year, CubeSmart advertised rates online are down 18.5%. Extra Space is down 7.3%. Public Storage is down 16%. If they're still getting a negative churn and rates are optimistically going to grow maybe at the rate of inflation, that's the question, is how many years is it going to take us to get back to 21, 22? And are we at the floor yet in some of the overbuilt markets?
And will anything bring us back to 21 or 22 other than something we don't want to experience as a society? I mean, that was a COVID impact, and that was an all-time high. I personally don't think we're going to see that again unless we have something like that. I think we're going back to normal, but I think macroeconomic trends are pushing us below normal, and that hurts. That hurts.
I'm going to ask this question, and I'll start with Beau here. Was it unavoidable that we were going to have some of this sort of pullback in the industry, given the rocket fuel that happened during COVID? Was it an impossible thing to avoid?
Yeah, this is a gut check. This is not a data driven. So this is what did the Burnhams say in Vegas? Swag, a scientific wild ass guess. So this is my scientific wild ass guess that Extra Space didn't realize how much it could pull down the market. And you've had an accelerated institutionalization of the asset class and continued consolidation into management companies that can now operate, at or close to the level of sophistication that REITs have, that do have dynamic price changes and can follow and react to the market more quickly. I don't think Extra Space expected or understood how much pull they had. Yeah, I thought again, this is an assumption that they would give themselves a quick shot in the arm. They would buy occupancy back at the life portfolio. But the limbo bar just kept going lower. They would dip, we would dip, they would dip, we would dip. And so in that respect, I think it was unavoidable, but I think it was probably a little bit of a surprise to them as well.
I think it's interesting you brought up the housing, and something that was kind of amazing to me, Anne Marie, you talked about interest rates. It seems like the dip in interest rates, which we were all kind of looking forward to as self-storage operators, because you're hoping that the Fed cuts rates, we start to see more velocity in the housing market. Maybe the interest rate drops happened before the Fed rate drop. It seems like there was some significant drop in mortgage rates. Pre-Fed rate and post-Fed rate drop, they actually couldn't stay as low as they were.
Yeah. Yeah. And people they're holding off on their buying decisions, not only because they don't know what the market's doing, but because they just can't afford the houses. They can't afford it. Imagine being a 25-year-old and wanting to get married and start a family and looking at that saying, I don't know if I'll ever be able to buy a house.
Yeah.
Those $10,000 houses that Elon Musk is offering are starting to look pretty good. You got a backyard somewhere?
Brett, I'm going to ask.
That will be good for storage.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, right? We need more ADUs in places other than accessory dwelling units, for those of you not in California, in places other than California, right? Where people build a little 500 square foot house in their backyard and it gets rented up instantly. Those don't happen in other parts of the country the same way, but it's really had a profound effect on storage rentals because people are simply not moving. So, Brett, I'm going to go to you with this question from an operational side of it. What percentage of customers traditionally that are renting are people that are actively moving?
Yeah, it's by far the overwhelming majority, right? In some ways, sense. It's people going off to college, kids moving back home from college because they can't afford a place to live. It's people getting married, people getting divorced, people remodeling their home, jobs moving people. We've also seen, with remote jobs picking up, there is a lot less moving because of work, because people can work virtually. So you've seen that a decline that probably won't come back. But when you have moving is almost everything to us. What we have seen a pickup in, to be a little bit positive, are commercial spaces, people like contractor spaces, flex spaces, people there. And we've also seen an uptick in boat and RV. Because typically the people that can afford that haven't been affected too much. The actual search for boat and RV storage has gone up year over year, I think 40% or so nationally, which is good. But certainly we are getting decimated occupancy-wise for moving, because that is our biggest driver of the business by far.
Right. And so then that behooves people like Travis to look for the demand created by the other Ds, the demand created by divorce, by dislocation, people having to combine households because they can't afford their rent anymore. Has that happened to any of you guys? Maybe your kids, maybe your kids' friends.
I might have a couple out of high school still living with me.
You might.
So I got a question from the audience that I wanted to ask, and I'll start this off with Brett again, because it's about remote management. How do you deal with it when you don't have someone on site and you have a tenant who's undesirable, who's causing issues for your other operators? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, so it all depends on what that specific issue is, right? So if they are there after hours, if they're leaving trash in the facility, if they're storing goods that aren't allowed, which is causing mice, like food or chemicals that could combust, et cetera, and causing issues. In an ideal world, if it's not one of those pieces, and let's just say they're getting on people's nerves, sometimes you have tenants get into it about something, or they park their car in front of someone's unit. In those types of places, you obviously want to talk to the tenant, try to fix it. But for anything else, you have an eviction process legally in every state. It's slightly different depending on what the state is. If it's an endangerment to the facility, for example, a lot of states will do a 10-day vacate. For really anything else, as long as you're giving them the full term of 30 days, you can ask that person to vacate. It is a private business and go through that process. Just make sure your state association, you check with them to be able to make sure you're following the specific local laws. But in most cases, you're always fine giving them a notice 30 days beforehand, giving them those 30 days to vacate, and then renting to somebody else.
Yeah, but difficult people don't leave, do they?
Yeah. Yeah.
We got those holdover tenants, then you don't have a lease because you terminated the lease. And
Mhm.
I like what California has done. The association was able to navigate through to success in the ability now to vacate, to sell the goods of folks who have left
Yep.
their stored property there after they've been evicted. So that's a good step. I think the SSA is interested in seeing that happen in other states, and that will certainly ease a pain point for many owner operators.
If you can't get rid of them, get rid of their stuff.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I want to ask you a quick question, and honestly, I'll tell you, I don't know how much are you guys doing remote management? Most of the facilities I see from Ghost Store are Class A type larger facilities that tend to have an on-site manager, but kind of wanted to pick your brain about that.
Yeah, it's not too dissimilar from what Brett is doing. And Brett, I read an article that you wrote about the role of the hybrid manager, and we've taken a very similar approach for the majority of our assets. Fully, what you call remote or virtual is about a third of our portfolio. We have 158 assets and a little over 11 million net rentable square feet. So, solving for a larger property, give or take, call it 550 units per site. But we've been able to augment staffing and look at the manager on site as reskilled to focus more on walk-in customers and the condition of the asset. And then similar again to what Brett mentioned, segmenting sales and service to our call center. And so it necessitates a lesser need for on-site staffing. For me, I look at, and this has been a shift for me in the last couple of years, looking at remote management as less of a light switch. It's not on or off. It's what are the technologies that enable fully remote management that are accretive to a property, whether or not it has a manager on site. And an asset that historically had 2 full-time employees, can we run it with 1 full-time employee or half an employee, and that employee floats between multiple properties. So in that respect, I would say all of our properties are running to some level of remote management. It just looks a little bit different than it did, 5 years ago, 10 years ago.
And the
What are
wonderful
some of
thing
those
that tech
technologies?
does.
Sorry, Amory, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say the wonderful thing that having that technology does is that if your manager no shows, you can still open your doors. You can still operate business. You're not shut out because you have a $15 an hour person no showing and never coming back.
Yeah, exactly. You can still transact business. And if anything, you're giving your customers more ways to transact business and more hours by which to transact business. But we've seen it be successful nationwide. There hasn't been a site where this hasn't worked yet because customers want fast service and longer hours. And that works in an institutional quality asset in a major market, Maine and Maine, and it works at a 150 unit gravel drive aisle property in a tertiary market. People just want to get help.
Yeah, managers don't necessarily want it to work though. So
Yeah.
do be careful on your implementation. Make sure you have an implementation plan and make sure that you have aligned manager incentives to making that implementation plan work. Because you can have good tech that you're concluding is not so good because it's not working. Well, it's being sabotaged by your on-site staff. They don't want to be replaced by this.
Yeah, but we've also seen it offer new career paths for our employees as well. We've got more opportunities for work from home roles, more opportunities for call center roles. Managers that prefer to be active on the facility now have facility technician career paths as well. So while the need for on-site staffing is reduced, we can reskill employees so that we put them in a position where they get to do all day long what they're really excited about versus having to find somebody for $15 an hour that loves selling and cleaning bathrooms. There's not that many of those unicorns out there.
But smaller operators don't have that option. You have that option because of scale, which is great. Brett has that option because of scale. But if you've got 1 or 2 or 3 facilities, you almost have to go with a larger organization to get that kind of scale. So then you're looking for a different kind of solution. And I know that a lot of people are coming into the industry buying, what we refer to as puddles of storage, 10,000 square feet there, 8,000 square feet, 5 miles away. And then in another state, another 15, another state, another 20. And thinking that they can operate that remotely and at a profit. And they might have overbought because that's the tendency these days. Prices are going up, costs are going up. Boy, they're really being squeezed.
Yeah, but to your point, I think that's why the smaller operators are feeling a greater impact of some of the inflationary pressures right now.
Definitely. Yes, they are.
I have so many things I wanted to comment there because you guys are just giving an absolute gold. But I guess one of the questions I'm going to ask bluntly is, are we reaching a place in the lifetime of the maturity level, I guess, of the asset class where it's almost you're pulling the wool over your own eyes to think that you can self-manage something and compete in any type of a decent sized market?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for years and years and years, you could just about do anything wrong at a storage facility and make money. I mean, you didn't
Yes.
have to know how to do anything. I mean, it's only been maybe 3 years ago talking in front of people where I have people, stop raising their hands saying they don't have software and don't have marketing and don't have anything. Luckily, that's changed. But yeah, we have private equity groups we're competing with now, right? And when remote worked, you had big private equity companies buying big portfolios of remote, handing them to management companies. So even in your secondary, tertiary market, that's becoming much more competitive, which is also a good thing because it's very difficult for individual new owners to buy large facilities in primary markets. You have to be able to make the tertiary work. And so it's a good thing, I think, for the life of the industry. You're starting to see rates come up a little bit. Tenant insurance and protection plans in those small markets are becoming more of the norm. I think that's helpful. But yeah, it's a stark difference for sure.
And that's some of the heavy lifting that the REITs have done for us. They acclimated the market to fees. They acclimated the market to being required to cover your stored property. They acclimated the market to rates going up. And every single operator in the country benefits from all of those things. Being hit on price transparency right now as we race to the bottom. But yeah, I think that the whole industry has changed. It used to be that self-storage and cosmetics were two industries that didn't have as much consolidation of ownership and management as other industries. If you walk into Ulta or another similar store, you see thousands of cosmetics brands. And that was like self-storage. We used to have thousands and thousands of different individual companies. And we still do, but those operators are owning smaller and smaller on average facilities in less favorable, less desirable markets. And I think that there will always be a play for people like my uncle who owns the water, in his local area. He owns the water company. He has a contract for the post office. He bought the piece of land. He put a couple of mass units on it. He just sort of owns everything that comes up for sale, and he does deals that make sense because they make sense. That used to be the self-storage operator. They do deals that make sense because they make sense, and they have a diversified real estate portfolio. Well, if just look at the composition of state boards, they used to be filled with independent owner operators, entrepreneurs who walked the floors at night wondering how they're going to cover payroll. Occasionally, but in self-storage, less so than in multifamily and other assets. But now they're filled with employees of large companies. They're not filled with owners of large companies, and they're not filled with entrepreneurs who are risking their own money. It's different. Private equity has changed a lot. And what I think is really fascinating is that when they pour in, even when they have 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 facilities, they come in big and they use the really sophisticated tools like Veritech and ProRise, which smaller operators can't afford at $3,000 a month or a $5,000 onboarding fee. And so they're operating like a big operator even while they're growing, and they follow through on their intention to buy 10 or 20 or 30 by the end of the year. Now, I think what's interesting is that people are trying to emulate that on the smaller side, are having a harder time finding buyers for those portfolios of puddles of storage. Have you guys seen that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's going to get easier. I mean, it's just a function of the amount of technology that has entered the space and
the money.
And the money that's entered the space. I mean, you have to operate properties more efficiently, and especially if you bought at a bad basis a couple of years ago, it's just challenging. There's the access to data that larger operators have, and we largely operate in placing money and working in joint venture partnerships with private equity groups, and so unfortunately, I know who you're talking about very well because that's us. But
yes, exactly. I might have been talking about you.
But that's the difficulty is the institutionalization of the industry and the access to technology. Storage is a lot of things now. It's not just storage.
Yes, and we, since he's not here, and since we all love him, we can blame John Lindsey because he's the guy who made storage sexy about 10 years ago. I mean,
That's
come on,
right.
John's fault.
That's right.
He went and sold all those institutional level buyers on what a great asset class it was. It's funny. It's a conversation we have internally at Safe Storage USA where my partners bought 6 facilities from 19 to 21, 22, early 22, and knowing literally very little about storage, but timed the market perfectly. The same things that made that timing so perfect for them on the exit side of it, they've already exited 4 of those facilities, is making it hard now to go find a value add facility that you can buy.
Yep.
Well, yeah, and everybody who has one has already gotten 30 calls every day for the past how many years? At least a half a dozen.
That one's not my fault.
No, it's not your fault. No, absolutely not. There's some other people at fault for that. But who are they going to sell to? Who are they going to reach out to? They're going to reach out to the one who's made the best connection with them over the years. And a lot of times that's a broker, and they believe that the broker's going to get them a better price. And you know what? They're probably right. So finding those off-market deals, boy, you might as well. The size of the haystack has 10x. It's a lot bigger haystack, and there's still just the one needle in it.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's gotten to the point. I think brokers now have more ability, and they're going after, and it's easier to sell tertiary deals because now they've realized they can make money on those, and bigger groups are going to buy them, and you have serious offers who guarantee close. Anything over about 150 units now is much easier to sell than it was 5-6 years ago.
As long as it's that size.
Yes.
You have a minimum.
That's right.
Don't go for 60 units.
That's right.
85 units. Puddles of storage are not profitable because your expenses are largely fixed. You're still going to be paying the same amount of expenses. You are not going to be able to make enough money to make those profitable.
But
unless you put it all yourself because it's in your backyard and you don't mind,
that's Brett, I mean, that's really your
getting those calls at 3 o'clock in the morning.
But are you seeing, Brett, those groups approach you now with assets that you wouldn't have thought they'd take a look at 3, 4, 5 years ago? Because I mean, you guys have really made this your secret sauce, is the smaller asset classes and being able to run them at an institutional level when it is in a remote market.
Yeah, it's exactly right. It's picked up dramatically. It started when, post-COVID, we sold 30 stores. I mean, some of those stores in the market were 80 units for 5 locations per location, within a couple miles. That never would have sold to a private equity group. I think the ability to package them is what is so appealing. They want, year over year returns that are going to be stable, that are going to be easy. And now that they would never have done it if there weren't management options to run it. Those equity firms don't want to run it themselves. Well, traditional management, you could never afford it. Now you have all these management groups, besides us, you have tons that can now run those at an affordable rate, and they're getting the same similar returns they were used to on some of the bigger deals because operational costs are so much lower. So it's going to keep increasing. If you want to make money in tertiary, secondary, you really have to make as many purchases as you can over the next 5-10 years because it's going to continue to be bought out. I think the 5 years leading up to COVID, 80% of all new development money went into 5 cities. 5. And that's all traditional giant private equity groups. Well, they can't compete there anymore. So they have to keep, the funds keep coming in, money keeps coming in, they have to spend it. And so now they're looking to those markets to spend it.
Question from the audience I'm going to throw out there for you guys. What percentage of rented units would you typically rate increase in a month?
Well, in an ideal world, 8%, because it means if you had an even number, let's say you leased up a facility, you always want to do it based on a time frame, not on just picking, some portion of the units. So in an ideal world, if everyone moved in the same amount every month, if you're setting it up to maybe a rate increase in 4 months or 10 months or anywhere in between, depending on how you are as an operator, they're going to do it based on when they moved in, anniversary dates, those kind of schedules. So in an ideal world, you'd want it 8, 8, 8 all the way through to make it the even. But in reality, your busy season will end up having more people, et cetera. I think the most important question is for people, they always ask the range. If 4 to 10 months is really what you need to work in, and it completely depends on life of the facility, how aggressive you are as an operator, et cetera.
Follow-up question to that is what are you seeing for right now, a typical time, lifespan, I guess, of a renter?
Yeah, Storable just had it at their executive summit at like 18 months, I think. It was either 16 or 18, somewhere in there. And again, that's from 40,000 stores, right, that they are able to service, give or take, with all their products. So I think that's a pretty good number.
Perfect. Beau, I'm going to ask a question for you, and because you're in so many markets and around the country, how do you handle potentially negative things in the geographic area of your store? We're seeing a lot around the country right now, homelessness becoming an issue, crime, different things that might have a negative impact.
Yeah. We've really leaned into Smart Eye through Open Tech, and that's been very successful for us. There are certainly other after hours monitoring solutions, and if you're an independent owner operator, you can deploy something like Spot AI cameras that can give you an after hours notification to your cell phone if they see motion on your property. But Smart Eye has been probably the most effective tool for us in some of those more difficult markets.
I'm going to follow that up because you said something earlier that I've been meaning to ask about for a while, which is some of the technologies that have made it possible for you to kind of go to that hub and spoke model of maybe where a facility had a full-time or two full-time employees. Now you're down to where somebody maybe is only there half-time. Can you share a couple of those technologies other than Smart Eye that you guys have leaned on there?
I have to say Live Switch, right? No, we have used Live Switch. It has worked really well for us. So we've got that at nearly all of our properties, and so that we can connect with customers better. That's helpful not just on the customer side, but on the employee side as well. If we need to share an issue around the facility with a regional manager or facility service manager, if the gate is down, it's easier. The gate is making a weird noise. It's easy to send that employee a Live Switch link, and it's a video that the organization now has access to recording. We're also a fan of Swivel. I think Swivel tends to be branded more as a chat bot, and I think the chat bot is, well, it's interesting. It's not the most interesting thing that Swivel does. Swivel really more enables omni-channel communication with our customers, so that we can communicate with the same customer by text, by SMS message, or by click to chat on the website. And that gives us a channel by which the customers can text us if there's something wrong on the facility. But it also allows us to send surveys to our customers, review requests throughout that customer's life cycle. So that's been helpful for us. And then we haven't aggregated to one single camera system yet. We're still testing out a couple of the different AI camera systems to see what is most effective. So we have a hodgepodge of Meraki cameras, Rhombus cameras, Spot AI cameras, just trying to make sure that we select the right horse before we make it consistent across the platform. So that when we do get, this happened a few months ago, a customer left a 1-star review saying the gate was down on the 4th of July. And now we're ruining somebody's 4th of July barbecue to go make sure that's not the case. So trying to get to one standardized platform for video intelligence.
Love it. Brad, I wanted to follow up on something you talked about earlier, which was the power of centralizing roles. This is something when I first met James Hatfield and was introduced to Live Switch that I thought was super powerful. I'm wondering if you have metrics. You talked about if you're in a store, you might talk to 1 or 2 customers in a day during the busy season. Whereas if you take someone and you put them in a centralized call center, especially for if you have, 5, 10, 15 different locations, they're going to be far more consistently talking to customers. I wonder if you have metrics on how that improves the percentage of signups and leases that you do.
Yeah, I mean, from lease up, specifically looking at the performance of stores comparable to maybe how they were previously, I think what's really interesting is the percent of business that we do on the other channels gives a really good idea of how customers might prefer it. So for instance, like 30% of our interactions happen on the chat bot, and we get 40,000 calls a month, and yet 30% of people are preferring to use that chat bot, right? About 50% of our total rentals come without them ever talking to a person. So if you kind of extrapolate that out, sure, if their only option in that facility was to talk to a person in person like traditional, yeah, maybe they'll rent, but you have to think at least some portion of those people maybe didn't rent or wouldn't have if we wouldn't have given them those options, right? So I think that's the most interesting piece, is seeing the use case compared to our total volume. It's much higher than I thought it would be, to be honest with you. I thought it'd be a much lower percent when we started.
Yeah. I think it's absolute important information for people, for someone my age, right? Where I didn't see an email address or a website till I'd graduated college already. It's so hard to wrap your head around this idea that someone is going to rent something that's going to cost them potentially $100, $200 a month without ever speaking to somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anne-Marie, you look like you were ready to say something, so I want to give you some room there.
Well, I just want to, this is not pandering to LiveSwitch, but I want to talk to Beau about your LiveSwitch implementation, because, I referenced earlier that there are some folks who, they think they have bad tech and what they have is bad implementation. And they're trying to do some complicated things with devices in the store. And so I love this device. Everybody knows how to use their cell phone, and everybody knows how to use FaceTime. So essentially they know how to use LiveSwitch. Do you still have a device in every store?
Not every store. We've partnered predominantly with Stories so that we can greet customers as they walk in. But that's not relevant to every customer that visits the property. And some of this is more aspirational versus current state, but how I'm envisioning we can layer LiveSwitch into the customer experience is through a QR code aggregator on the door.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. It's easy.
Whether that's, so you've got the Spot product through Swivel, you've got Tenant Connect through DaVinci. Both give you a QR link aggregator that you can place on your door. You can drop a LiveSwitch link there, and you'll close at a higher rate. But if I personally owned a 150 unit storage facility, I'd have an office with an iPad, and you'd press a button on the iPad and you'd be video chatting with my employee. I think that's the most efficient way you can use this if you're an independent owner operator. And you could set it up this afternoon for a few $100 from Best Buy.
It's fast. Yeah, you don't have to make a big, long decision. It's not a CapEx project. It's simple. And I find it really important when you're hiring people to let them know you will be on camera. And if you don't want to be on video, please don't apply. If you don't want that mug on a screen, then, go find another job. This is a face first, video first job, because I am finding that existing managers, in-place managers, they don't want to be on camera. Well, that wasn't the job they were hired for 20 years ago. I can understand that. But
to her point, and I think this is really important. She said it earlier, and I didn't chime in. She is so right on being self-sabotage. Like when we take over facilities and we try to keep an existing, let's say, boots on the ground, let's say their manager now wants to be boots on the ground, never recommend that. It's horrible. If they were the manager before, because everything out of their mouth is how this system doesn't work or all these issues, when in reality, it's just not true. When you look at the metrics, you look at reviews and everything else, it's really hard to take a traditional manager and do that. I remember Dad back, the way I was raised in the storage industry, when he was the district manager for public and all sorts of other areas, he would always, for a problem store, come in and fire the managers and hire somebody else, because there was no fixing those terrible habits, those bad issues. And if they weren't bought in, it will never work. So you really have to be careful.
I'm going to follow up with that, Brett, and just ask you, and I'll give Anne-Marie and Beau a chance to answer this too. How do you then, right from the hiring process, make sure that you are getting buy-in?
Yeah. So one is clear expectations up front, right? During that hiring process, they need to know exactly what you want from them, how the day-to-day is going to be, asking them, how they envision themselves doing this job. Do they, especially in the remote world, do they have experience with work at home jobs? Because it's a very different type of person. There are plenty of people who are great in the office and are terrible when you leave them at home to do their job. So there has to be a lot of conversations on their experience there. We do like to find people that are used to those jobs, but definitely clear expectations, asking them how they envision it. What are you going to do every day? That is extremely important to make sure we're all on the same page.
Anybody have anything to add to that one?
I think KPIs are really important. You pay people to do what you want them to do. And if they don't do what you want them to do, then they don't meet their goal and they don't get their bonus. And make sure that, their incentive, their bonus is enticing. make it something that it is worth the while. I was talking to XPS yesterday about remote management for a client, and they told me how their AR is great. Well, managers hate to make collections calls. Well, remote managers who work for XPS are bonused for making collection calls, and therefore your AR goes down. There was all kinds of itty bitty little things that are actually really important for top line revenue, that if you turn it into a KPI and you reward accordingly, you perform. And if you have your team self-report, no one wants to get up week after week after week and say, yeah, I did a terrible job. Yeah, I only 45% of new rentals took tenant protection, and only 30% are on auto pay. Nobody wants to self-report that kind of bad data over and over and over. So that's another helpful tactic.
What isn't tracked can't be improved, right?
Oh, yeah.
Love it. Okay, want to switch gears a little bit. A couple questions we've got from the technology side of it. Someone looking for some insight into the different door lock offerings. Beau, I'm going to start with you. How much are you guys using the door lock systems instead of a traditional lock? And have you had any more success with one technology than another?
Yeah. So when I worked at Extra Space, the team that the committee I was on was the product committee, and we were aggressively testing the different door lock solutions. And we tested it in a number of different markets, right? We wanted different data points. When you're at a REIT and you have millions of data points, the data drives your decision making, right? And so we were going to field test every solution in every possible market. And predominantly we were using the Janus Noki product in the doors, and we would retrofit facilities and then see if it would influence customers to make a purchasing decision. What I mean by that is, if you see that the unit has a smart lock online, is the customer more likely does that influence the customer positively or negatively to make a purchasing decision? And if it does, is that a feature that customers are willing to pay for? So if we give it to you for free, sure, we know a certain percentage of customers will pick it, but further, is that additional fee that you can charge for that product, is that a flat fee? Is that a percentage of the street rate on the unit? What is the sensitivity? And then are customers willing to stay longer because they had a smart lock? And we tested it incredibly exhaustively and found out that in very select markets, customers are willing to pay for it. But it was smaller than we initially thought. The markets in which customers were willing to pay for a smart lock were like Austin, Texas, where you've got a big Google hub, and everybody works in technology anyway, so they're super excited because this is something they've never seen before. I think the nature of self-storage, because it is a need-based product, customers can go long periods of time between using self-storage. They're not necessarily seeking out a smart lock today. They're not searching smart lock self-storage. They may at some point in the future. It's not like when I travel, I stay predominantly at Hilton properties, and I like being able to use my phone because I can tap it to the door and skip the front desk, because when you're on the road 200 days a year, every minute counts. And but that's because I stay at a Hilton Garden Inn every week, and I know that that's a feature that I should shop for. The product hasn't reached that level in storage yet, which is why you haven't seen wider adoption of those technologies. It may get there, but it's not there today. I think it's still worthwhile to look at for a new build, because you're potentially future-proofing your facility. But the ROI is just not very favorable to rip and replace at an existing property yet. Again, it may get there. And it may make sense in pockets, but where we did see customers willing to pay for it, again, it was very small, and the amount that they were willing to pay extra did not justify the additional cost to come back and replace a traditional hasp on a door.
That's helpful. Thanks
Super
for that
helpful.
inside info.
Yeah. Interested to know if you are building a new facility, if you would maybe start with 10, 20, 30% of doors with a smart lock instead of just doing the whole facility.
Well, I think the advantage to doing it across all of your units is operational efficiency. So if you are exploring a remote managed, hybrid managed, hub and spoke, whatever you want to call it, right? It does augment the need for an employee to be on site, because you can turn a unit around more quickly. So the advantages to doing it at your full property is you can usually operate at a lower cost of labor for your cleaning and your maintenance. Brett, I don't know if you have a model specifically for how you look at that for hours or time spent. Anecdotally though, I could say putting a Da Vinci lock or a traditional lock on a vacant unit, placing a new lock inside the unit for the new customer, the lockout tag out process, it just takes a couple extra minutes for every unit. So if you can turn that unit around more quickly, there's fewer hours that you need to have your cleaning staff on site.
And I'll give kind of the opposite side of that, because we've tried and used some of the Bluetooth locks and stuff. And the reason why we do Da Vinci with a brand new lock inside is we just have never gotten an ROI for us. Like you said, it's so hard to charge extra money to really make money on it. There's an ongoing monthly cost. If you get the battery operated ones, you're replacing batteries. We have at stores, almost 10% of our calls at Bluetooth lock stores are app issues where they can't get into the unit or there's an issue. So then our team's playing tech. And so by the time you add all of that up for us, we got away from it. We only do, as he said, a Da Vinci lock to overlock, brand new locks inside of the unit for them. And then we just provide that lock for free, which also makes sure we have the same lock for everybody's unit. So security is a little better than them using small padlocks or going to Home Depot, something that's easier to break. So we found that to be effective. There's no knock on the other process, though. People have done it both ways and been very successful, just to give kind of the opposite experience for us.
So you have a Noki lock on available units and a brand new lock inside of them. You add that.
We don't use Noki at all. Yeah,
a Da Vinci lock. Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And then you can move that Da Vinci lock to the next available unit.
Exactly right.
You have a repository where they drop it off.
Exactly. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Got another question from the audience. When you use Veritech or ProRise, do you just follow all the recommendations or do you tweak them?
You got to have humans watch those pieces, no matter which software you're using. At least in our case, we use Veritech, and it's not that the software's not great; it's amazing. But I want a human being to be able to take into account what's actually happening at the facility. Like, it doesn't know if there were CapEx issues, if we just replaced something. It doesn't know if something in the area happened, a storm or whatever else is going on. So we still want humans to approve it, but certainly, it's mostly approving, not much changing. If that makes sense.
It's like a self-driving car. It's really good at keeping you between the lanes and under the speed limit. But a self-driving car doesn't do well when there's road construction. So I'd say, again, if things are going well, it performs fine, but there's still a level of human intervention. And also you can tweak the level of aggressiveness that you want to be at with one of these models. You can selectively say where you want to be positioned to market, or how quickly you want to fill up a property. And so you can say, look, I'm trying to solve for a higher rent per foot, or I'm trying to fill the facility up as quickly as possible. And I'm not worried about how we're positioned to the market on our in-place rates. So, there's a degree to which you can tweak it, but, if you're looking at it daily, you're probably going to drive yourself crazy. You do have to trust the model.
Guys, we're coming down to the nitty gritty here. It's hard to believe we've been going for almost an hour straight. I
keep going.
So much great information. I'm going to ask a final question. I'm going to give each of you guys a chance to answer it individually. I thought a great question from an anonymous attendee. So I don't know who asked this one, but it's a great question. Beau, I'll start with you. What's one thing you've an operational deal that you've learned the hard way? Something that, has been a challenge and now is something that you're going to implement ahead of time?
What has been challenging for me is I started as a property manager in self-storage, and I still have a soft spot in my heart for the property manager that is a small business owner and can do it all and sweep out a unit and do a lock check and change out an incandescent bulb and get up on the roof and clean the gutters and do it all while there's 25 people waiting in the parking lot for an auction. And so I still do have a very soft spot in my heart for that small business owner and the level of pride that you have in a facility when you walk in and see that person. The lesson that I've learned the hard way is it's just very difficult for that person to compete now against the tools and the technology and the level of sophistication. And that role, while service is still important, and I still think the manager is the key to the business, the manager just looks very different today to what it did 5 years ago. And I think it'll look very different 5 years from now to what it does today. It's just bittersweet for me. I think that's been the hard lesson to learn because that's how I got my start in the industry. And I'm mourning, I think, a little bit participating in helping to retire that role. But it's that person just can't compete at the same level that a call center can or two-way video can. You can hire somebody that rents more units in a day than the typical property manager does in a month.
Mm-hmm. Love it. And we look forward. Beau's going to finish us off today. So we're going to get more of Beau later on in the conference, and we'll come back to him and get to ask many more questions. Brett, I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask that, something that you guys have learned the hard way that is now a part and parcel of your operation systems.
Yeah, by far the building of a call center. I mean, I can't even stress. I mean, for years, we tried to use other people's call centers, and there are really good ones. But then when you need it to be economical, building our own from scratch, because at the time there just wasn't one that was built for remote. They were all built, and they're really good ones were built just to get reservations, to get people inside to meet you at the store. We went through so many iterations of redevelopment. It was the most difficult part of the job. It took years to perfect it and get it to where it is today. So certainly, if you're going to try to do yours on a smaller scale, get some advice for it. Reach out to people. You're more than welcome to call me. We can talk about what we did that didn't work, how we built it, etc. More than happy to help. But it is a difficult thing to build the call center. That's for sure.
Appreciate that. We're going to finish up with Anne Marie.
Well, the magic happens between closings. When you close at purchase and when you close at sale, and that's operations. Operational excellence is really important. And if you're the owner, you need to be reading reports. Do not neglect reading those reports, keeping your finger on the pulse. You may have a great management company, you may have a great manager, great technology, but if you are not keeping your pulse on those reports, you can find yourself with a silent partner who is stealing from you. You can find yourself slipping against your competition. A lot of bad things happen by not paying attention. So it doesn't have to be a full-time daily pursuit, but make sure you check in.
Love it, Anne-Marie. Thank you so much. Brett, amazing. Beau, we will look forward to seeing you on later in the conference. That is a wrap for the panel. I'm going to hand it off to James McLean, the ever-present face of Radius Plus, and a guy, if you've ever interacted with him, who just brings an energy that is rare. Obviously, someone that loves what it is that he does. And if you've ever gotten data from him, it's actually really fun to watch when he downloads Excel sheets and goes through them. And it's like you just see somebody who's spent an immense amount of time honing their craft. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it off to James, and we will be back with our next speaker at 1:40.
Well, thank you so much for the intro with that. And yeah, people, I love what I do, and I love being able to work at Radius Plus. I think one of the big takeaways from those most recent panel, and we had so many great speakers, was that the level of competition's heated up. You have a bunch of capital market groups that have poured money into this asset class. So the punchline here is due diligence and making an educated decision has never been more important. This is your hard-earned money you're working with, or an investor's money. So you got to make a decision based on facts. So what Radius Plus does is kind of maintain top of the funnel due diligence. What you're seeing here on this map is each red dot represents an active facility in the United States, meaning something that's been up and running for over 4 years. The multicolored dots represent facilities open recently, so they're still likely in lease up. And the blue dots represent facilities in the development pipeline. So these are things that could come online in the future. So no matter where you're looking in the world, you always want to make an educated decision. What is the saturation rate in my market? Like John Lindsey pointed out, how much of it is climate controlled versus non-climate? So it kind of affects my decision on what sort of supply I want to add to the market. Who's going to actually rent at my facilities? What is the demographics in this area? Is this area growing or not based on the housing permits issued? So Radius Plus can really help anyone in the self-storage industry make an educated decision, come in, do a flyby in a certain market over a certain deal, and see what sort of supply is out there. Is it older? Is it newer? Is it multi-story or single-story facility? Are there REITs in my market, and how many of them are there? So for as low as $20 an hour, you can get on this platform, access the same level of data that the top players in the industry use, just to make an educated decision on how you want to approach this deal, whether or not you want to build or buy in this market, and how the rental rate trends look historically and as of last night. So we scrape everything daily to get you guys the most up-to-date data to make a decision with the current data available to you. So don't be hesitant to reach out. You can find me on LinkedIn or just go to our website and book a demo to learn more. Thank you, everybody. And that's it from that call.
James, thanks so much for the information. And guys, if you haven't checked out Radius, strongly suggest there are options out there. But just from the standpoint of the feedback you're going to get and the interaction with the team, love James and his team and what they do there. Something that's absolute. And as he said, the data is going to drive your decision. So we're going to take a quick break now. We are up at 1:40. We might come back on a little bit earlier. I will give you a heads up. But again, we want to make sure you guys have a chance to take a quick break. I will come back on and warn you before we're going to start again. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are going to kick off right about now. I'm going to introduce our next guest who is popping up on the screen as you see. Somebody I absolutely love in this industry. You saw maybe before, he's got the Storage Investor Show logo on his Zoom before his face pops on. Had the pleasure of talking to Kris Bennett on his podcast before, and also been able to pick his brain a little bit. This is someone who had kind of a unique opportunity to graduate of the University of North Carolina and was able to actually run the real estate trust of the University of North Carolina while he was in graduate school, and has parlayed that experience over the last decade plus into working across platforms in real estate, has been involved in self-storage now for a long time on every level, acquiring assets, looking at development of assets, somebody who has a unique set of knowledge in this space. So without further ado, we are going to hand it over to Kris Bennett and look forward to hearing his offerings on the operational side of things. Kris?
Thanks, Dad. Awesome. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate it. Let me do this real quick. I have a screen share. Can you guys see this slideshow? Just want to make sure that you guys can. I'm going to go into presentation
showing
mode.
up, and on that note, I'm going to disappear.
Okay, just the slideshow, correct? Not the presenter version of it. Just to make sure it's just the slideshow.
That's the slideshow.
Just the slideshow.
Okay, good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, guys. I'm talking about third-party management from the owner's perspective. So I've never worked like Beau. Unlike Beau, I've never worked as a self-storage like facility manager, but I've seen a few things having run a portfolio, which I'll get into here in just a second, and trying to oversee and asset manage the manager. We've gone through 2 property management companies. So I'm going to share a little bit of the story and then 3 lessons I've learned, and hopefully wrap that up here in 20-ish minutes and leave some time for you guys to ask questions in the Q&A. I'm pretty open book, so any question you have, no problem whatsoever. Just a little bit of background on me so you know a little bit about me. I did graduate from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. And 2016, I actually worked at 10 Federal. I helped with their first self-storage fund. And you guys are talking about the Da Vinci locks and all that. Brad and Cliff are great guys. They helped me get my start in self-storage and kind of mentored me in that regard. I was there when they created the Da Vinci lock. Our intern named it version 1 or version maybe 1.2 or whatever was an etching like machine in Brad's office that would actually etch the serial numbers into the locks. It was so loud, my ears were going deaf, and it was really funny. So I've been around, went through a couple of partnerships, ended up at passiveinvesting.com. So this is story time. In January of, it was about March of 2021. We eventually went from 0 to $130 million in self-storage to about 200,000 square feet of expansions. And we started the brand Modbox. Excuse me. So if you go to the website, modboxstorage.com, this is the website here, and all the locations you see there, we closed those, and I had a direct hand in all of that entire process. Here's all the deals we closed. Just want to give you kind of the behind the scenes. All the deals we closed, starting with the first one in Charlotte, ending with the last one that we closed in Indianapolis. You can see the equity and the purchase prices and all that. So, directly involved in this stuff. And this is... It's amazing. It's phenomenal. It's wonderful, but we ran into several problems, and that's what I want to share with you guys today. So the first was outside of our control. This is the federal funds rate. If you guys remember, this is the federal funds rate from 2021, January of 2021 through I have September of this year. So when we started, just so you can kind of, I'm telling you this because of the problems that we ran into. Okay. So I'm setting this up. So when we started in March, we closed our first deal. Federal funds rate was very low. We went on to close, I forgot the exact number. Let me go back a quick second. We closed Glen, Arrowhead, Compass, Arvada, Mint Hill, Brighton, High Point, Piedmont in Greenville, South Carolina. So those are the locations we closed up to that point. And you can see there, November, December, January, February, March, one closing per month. So it was phenomenal. We were off to the races. We went to the SSA show in March in Orlando, I believe it was. It was Orlando because we went to Disney afterward, and had a dinner with the broker, and we were ready to go. Let's go do some more deals. He was the one who sold us the Piedmont deal in Greenville, South Carolina, really Piedmont, South Carolina, just outside of Greenville. But we were off to the races. Like, let's do some more deals. We're excited. And then, boom, the party started to stop, right? The music started to stop, and the first interest rate increase hit. And then you can see just kind of like a hockey stick, but not in a good way, right? So interest rates climbing up and then leveling off in 2023. We didn't close a deal. We closed one like a little bit later in 2022, and then closed one, the Guardian RV, in 2023. Let me get to the meat of it here. So that's what we went through, right? And so this caused what some of you guys have experienced in the industry, issues with occupancy, issues with being able to push rental rates. Our underwriting, nobody anywhere underwrote rates going up this fast. I don't think they did, but unlikely that they underwrote rates going up this fast, because if they did, nobody would have bought anything, in the first half of 2022. But regardless, it caused issues for us on the debt side. And that was the biggest problem, was the way that we capitalized the deals. And a lot of instances, we bought deals that were in lease up. So maybe call it 30% occupied, 40, 50, 60, 70, whatever the number was, but they were not stabilized just yet. The theory was, obviously, you buy it at a lower rate with a lower, interest rate, and then improve it over time, et cetera. Well, that's a great business plan until the rate starts getting messed up, right? And then we either did or didn't have some rate caps in place or swaps in place to hedge against that, whatever, ran into problems. And so we had occupancy declines and then revenue declines. And when you have those two things together, like, there's very little that you can really do, but there are certain things that you should be doing anyway, right, as a result. And those are the lessons that we learned, really. So really, obviously, capitalizing deals and all that. But we rely on the property management company to kind of drive revenue for us. And that's the first lesson that I learned. I understood, like, an acquisition funnel, like you have all the deals that come in your inbox, from brokers, et cetera. And then those get filtered out, whether they fit your buy box or not. And then you underwrite some, you make offers on some, and then hopefully those offers are accepted, and then you close one. And so there's a ratio from the number of emails that you get and obviously contacts and all that hit your inbox, that funnel all the way down to a deal closed. And if you understand that ratio, then at the top of the funnel, you understand how many deals you need to review in a given year, quarter, month, whatever your metric is, whatever your measurement of time is. You know roughly how many deals you need to look at in order to close one. That's fine in a normal, stable market. It doesn't quite work that way. Exactly, your ratio goes down as interest rates move up and it gets harder to do deals. The point is, I was like we paused on doing deals because we said, okay, we can't make numbers work, so let's focus on the asset management because we're running into problems there. And I realized this is me being ignorant, right? As the ownership, we were focused on doing deals and getting the next deal closed and then handing that off to the management company, third-party management company. I realized as I started to focus on the asset management, and this is my own ignorance, but I realized over time, hey, there's a customer funnel, right? And some of you guys know this. They hit your website, they see your ad, they click, they do whatever. They might walk in the door, they call your call center, whatever that looks like. There's a top of funnel, and then that comes all the way down to a person who makes that call. They talk to a manager, whatever it is, and then they get sold on the idea. They are definitely sold on the idea of moving into that facility, and they become a customer. And out of the number of website traffic, the amount of website traffic you get, et cetera, it gets funneled down to a customer. So there's a closing ratio there, right? That's extremely important, because when you have debt issues and you have problems with the lender, problems with investors, you have to have a plan in place to say, here's what we're trying to do. Here's the number of leads that we have. Here's our closing ratio to our customers. If we increase the top of that funnel, I know there's different ways to do that. That's beyond the scope of this talk. But the point is, we increase the top of the funnel, the number of customers and people that hit our website or walk in the door or whatever. That should theoretically filter down to a certain person moving in, and then thus either holding, stabilizing, or increasing the occupancy at our facilities, right? And so you have to be able to tell a story. What I found is Anyone can pay the bills, but not everyone can drive revenue. So as a property management company, the ones that we talk to, yeah, we can handle the call center. Yeah, we can handle the payments. We can take care of auto pay. We can pay the bills, insurance, taxes, whatever. We can reconcile the bank statements. We can give you the financials. We can do the projections. And you think that all that's great, and it is. It's all important. But how do they actually drive revenue? How do they drive traffic to your website, to your facility? How do they close the next person who walks in the door? We'll get to more of that in a second. But that is super important, right? So when we look at a T12 or just an operating statement, a trailing 12 income statement or operating statement, at the top we have our revenue, right? You have your expenses and you have your NOI. So that all kind of makes sense. The most important number on there, at least just at a high level when you're doing underwriting and all that, is obviously your NOI. You can argue that revenue is important, expenses are, I get that, but you always look at your NOI to see what's left over. You pay your debt service if you have a loan, and you have something left over that hopefully hits your bank account, and that's your return on your equity, your cash on cash return. Okay, that's all well and fine. As I got into the asset management side of the business, I realized that, okay, what is the most important thing on this document, on the profit and loss or their operating statement? Well, NOI is important. Expenses are definitely important, right? You don't want to throw away money. But I realized revenue is like really important, right? You have to have some money or customers coming in, and it's obvious, but you don't really think about it when you're on the acquisition side. And it's not until you look at it when you're having trouble, like how do we actually drive NOI? If you have a NOI driven goal, how do we drive NOI? We got to drive revenue. Of course, we keep our expenses in check as much as possible. How do we drive revenue? That's exactly what I just talked about with your leads. They turn into a customer, hopefully, and then that leads to revenue. So this is my handy dandy funnel here, right? So they come in the door, they go to your website, whatever it is, they call your call center. Those are all your leads. Every single one of those are precious, right? And it's hard sometimes to convey that to a third-party manager or a management company or a call center agent or whatever, because, they have their own KPIs and their own things. And they obviously, if they're not an owner, it's impossible for them to feel what you feel when your head hits the pillow and you're on the hook for the loan, right? And you're having trouble making debt service payments, and you have investors calling you because they're really upset about how the deal is performing, underperforming, or whatever. And you're not sleeping good at night because of that, right? That's a scary place to be in. And so it makes you think about this stuff. And again, it goes back to how do they drive revenue? How do they close on that next customer who contacts your facility? However they contact them, whether it's walk-in or calls or website. How do we translate that into revenue? Because we need that coming in the door to pay our expenses, have something left over to pay our debt service, and hopefully give something back to investors. So that was number one. The lesson for me was the key point. If they can't explain their sales funnel, don't use them, right? Anybody, you and I can pay the bills. The gate gets broken. We can find a gate vendor, 3 of them, and get 3 bids to get the gate fixed. We can get a door fixed. We can call 3 auction companies and get a bid on how the auction process would work, et cetera, right? Anybody can do that. But how do you drive revenue into that sales funnel and convert those folks into actually paying customers? I understand sometimes the boat's all, low tide, all the boats go down. It becomes a bit harder to do that. I get that. When times are good, hopefully the next couple of years, times will get better, and the tide will rise and all the boats will go up, and it looks like we're all geniuses again, right? I get that. But the point is they got to be able to explain their sales funnel and their closing, how they close customers, how they train managers to do just that. We don't want people who can just pay the bills and get the gate fixed when it breaks. We need people who are driving revenue to pay for all of those things. All right. So that was my lesson 1. Lesson 2, I made a drink of water real quick. All right. Lesson 2. This is the other part of it. We started realizing on the one hand that there were some problems at some of our locations. And I went online and started reading, just kind of like see, okay, what's our customer, what does the process look like when somebody's going to rent a unit? I knew that, generally speaking, when you first hire somebody, when you have a website, you kind of get the idea. But I was digging in a little bit more. And at one point I was reviewing some of our reviews and they were not positive. And I was a little bit shocked by it. And I realized that, hey, I don't know about you guys, but I don't like buying things or let me back up. I don't like it when something has all 5-star reviews. I feel like if it has 100 reviews that say they're all 5 stars, something's off there, right? Because we're all human, we make mistakes. It's going to be like in the 4s. I think that's good. Somewhere in the mid 4s is okay for me, yeah, when it comes to reviews. Because again, if you can't be perfect, right? And so I learned that reviews matter, right? But responses matter too. They matter just as much, at least in my book. How you respond to obviously positive reviews. That's very easy to respond. Thank you so much, Mr. So-and-so, for renting from us. Hope you had a glad you had a great experience and our manager was awesome. That's an easy response, right? It's not so easy when you get a bad review and you got to respond to that. So this is a screenshot of, these are a couple screenshots coming up of what our responses look like. And in my book, this wasn't good enough. Okay, so here's one from Tommy at one of our locations. Another update, both gates open constantly. Homeless living out of a loading area, stay away. I was shocked when I read this, and I understand sometimes people who leave reviews, they're not all legit. I get that. So I don't remember exactly if this was actually happening. I can believe that the gates were open because we were having some issues at this particular location with the gates. So I understand that. Homeless, I'm not sure about, but it doesn't matter. To me, it doesn't matter as much what I think. It matters what somebody out there thinks. But here's the response. Hi, Tommy. We would like to work towards a resolution. So if you are willing, please reach out to us at blah to discuss this further. In my mind, that's not good enough to respond in that way, right? Hi, Tommy. We apologize. We're having problems with the gate, etc. The homeless issue, whatever it was, the homeless issue is being taken care of, or has been taken care of, or we are unaware of that issue. However, we have tried to reach out to you. Please give us a call. We want to make sure you feel safe and welcome in our facility. That's it. Get ChatGPT to write it. At this time, the ChatGPT didn't exist, but you get what I'm saying, right? Write a different response. This is a canned response, I feel like, from somewhere else. Okay, so here's another response. I didn't put the entire review because it actually was like almost 2-3 paragraphs. It was really, really bad. But this is the response we had. Hi, blank. Falling short of meeting your expectations is not to the standards we strive to achieve, and we humbly ask for the opportunity to make this right. Please reach out to us so that we can make your situation right! Exclamation point. We're open 7 days a week from 8 to 8, your local time. We look forward to hearing from you. If you would have read the actual negative review, this response is not adequate. And when we say we strive to achieve and we humbly ask for the opportunity to make this right, I don't know, like, too many people. I know I don't write that way. I felt like this was a canned response from someone from overseas, right? And it's okay to use call center people from overseas. I don't mind that. That's fine. But the way that they write responses, we got to do better. And so there was more of these. I don't want to give too many examples, but there was more of these that led me to start questioning a few things of what was going on with the management. So a customer comes to your website. If we're just customers, you go to the website, we look, we see, okay, does it all kind of make sense? How do I rent a unit? Maybe something's confusing on there. Of course, sometimes storage websites can be very confusing, even for the people who are in the industry. But we try to rent a unit. We might call the call center, whatever. But then a customer might go to the reviews on Google Maps or wherever they are. They see the reviews, and then they see a response like this. And this isn't in my opinion, it's not good. It's not checking all the boxes, right? Sometimes it's like the little things. It's the little things that your customers or potential customers notice that bring down the level of confidence in your ability to serve their needs. Just today, I took a picture of it. I'll probably post it later on LinkedIn, but just today, went to Panera Bread to get some coffee. My wife wanted to get a hazelnut. We paid for it. We looked up. There's no hazelnut in the thing. Like the whole thing was actually gone. So it's kind of funny, but it was like a little thing. It's a little thing like that. We went someplace else before we got to Panera, and there's a little thing at that place. You know what it made it feel like? It made it feel like this whole area where we were is subpar, right? It's not up to customer service standards. Even those are little things. And I understand maybe we're being a little bit too overboard with that, but the point is the little things matter a lot. So the reviews matter, but responses matter just as much in my book. So key point here, read your review responses. I'm going to try to wrap up and land this plane because I do want to get to questions. If you have questions, please type those either in the chat or the Q&A. Happy to get to those as well from the owner's perspective. So let's move on to the next one. Lesson number 3. All right, so I went to a facility to do a secret shop. And we talked a second ago about managers and this kind of selling within the facility. So that's what I would do. I show up at the facility and secret shop the managers. I show up in like a Nike shirt or just whatever, t-shirt and shorts, like I'm moving or something like that. Walk in, go through the, tell them I'm looking for a unit, ask for sizes and pricing and whatever. If they want to show me a unit, great, do that whole thing. I won't always rent one, but I have rented one, paid for it right there. You know, did the tenant insurance, listened to the spiel because I wanted to hear how the person did. Here's, oh, this is the lesson. Sorry. Lesson 3 is fire fast. Okay. If I go to the facility and just within the first 30 seconds of talking to the manager, I don't get the warm and fuzzies, right? I don't get the feeling that they're happy to be there, that they're wanting to help me. They may be going through the motions, and I understand everybody, people can have a bad day. I get that. Like I have bad days, many bad days. Okay. So I understand that. But when you're in a customer service facing, employment job, right? Whether it's on a call center or in person, I want to get the warm and fuzzies in some respect. And as an owner, you definitely want that because you're like, hey, anybody who comes in this door, let's sell them. Let's close them on renting a unit. If I'm working that facility, you as a person, a customer, got out of your car, you came in the office, you took your time to do that. You're not leaving my office without renting a unit from me. Right now, I understand managers will sometimes have, they can't go below a certain price and whatever. I get that. But the point is I don't want you to leave, right? I don't want you to go someplace else. If I don't get the warm and fuzzies that you're not able to sell, you don't have the right personality, you're very introverted. You can just tell when you talk to somebody, it doesn't make sense. We got to let those people go because the management company can push back on that and say, well, they're doing a great job. Just give them a little bit of time. They're able to do this and that or whatever. The management company is not on the hook for the loan. So you got to close customers when they walk in the door or call the facility or whatever. That is incredibly important. So if you don't get the warm and fuzzies, fire fast. Here's me outside of one of our locations in North Carolina. This is the exact day I went to the facility, took a picture of myself outside. We had flags outside. They were all wound up. They weren't, one of them wasn't even up. That says storage, those like flags out there. I had to unwrap one of them. I told them to go inside, grab the flag for the other one, set that one up. We went into the bathrooms, I cleaned the bathrooms myself. I'm not saying I'm a saint or whatever. I'm just saying I wanted to go and set an example. But at the same time, like, dude, you're here every day and this isn't good, right? We're trying to lease up this property, et cetera. We need to have things spick and span and everything, kind of firing on all cylinders. He didn't have we gave him all uniform shirts, didn't have a shirt on. Asked him where that was. He said, oh, whatever happened to it. Fine. Okay. No problem. I stay the night in the area. I show up the next morning, 10 a.m. when they're supposed to open. I get there, still didn't have a shirt on. He's sitting down watching something on the phone. I understand you clean that unit. You want to listen to a podcast. Please listen to the Storage Investor Show. No problem, or whoever else is out there. No problem. There's a little bit of downtime in the day. You want to watch a YouTube thing. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not trying to we're all human. I understand that. Sometimes you need a little mental break. No problem whatsoever. However, no shirt, again, second day in a row, sitting there watching the thing. The flags are still jacked up. It just didn't make sense. This employee got rid of them. We were stuck at roughly 70% occupancy. This person had been there for quite a while, got rid of them, brought somebody else in there, and then that seemed to open up the occupancy flood. Or excuse me, we filled up further and ended up stabilizing just about a couple of months ago. So the person at your site or your call center person matters. Fire fast, right? Key point here, no warm and fuzzies, you're fired, you're gone. Because I've got stakeholders and I've got to make the debt payments and I've got people that I'm accountable to do a good job here. So I'm holding you as a manager accountable to do a good job here. We've got to be firing on all cylinders. And sometimes the management company doesn't understand it because they go through the whole process of finding someone and going through the trouble of training them and getting them integrated into their system, et cetera. And then you show up and you realize, hey, this person doesn't fit. The management company can push back on that. You have to stand your ground as the owner and make the judgment call from your perspective. All right. So that's kind of how I look at it. So as a summary here, as we wrap up, get to the Q&A, you got to ask yourself, how will they drive revenue? Again, if they can't show you their closing ratios or customer sales funnel, I wouldn't hire them. I understand attribution. Let me just say a quick thing here. Attribution. So I get that. Like somebody might visit your website in 1 month and then not rent from you for 3 months. So it's not going to be apples to apples. Like the people that visited your website or called that month are the ones who moved in. I get that. I understand that. But generally speaking, how do they close deals? How do they close those customers when they come in? What does their sales funnel look like? What do their closing ratios look like for other locations that are similar to yours? How do they respond to reviews? And then do you get the warm and fuzzies when you visit a facility? Is that the right manager that's in place? All right. That's all I got for you guys. You can contact me for consulting or podcast sponsorships. There is my email address, and it's Q&A time. I'll go ahead and stop the screen share, and we will go ahead and boop, go from
Kris,
there.
thank you so much for that presentation and sharing like your own personal experiences from the investment side, acquisitions, but also how you deal with the third-party management partner. So listen, man, you shared some things that I never thought about before, like how do you sort of handle those negative situations? So I'm going to start this Q&A with something that I've thought of. When is it time for like a third-party management breakup? What is sort of that breaking point, and what does it look like to transition to a different manager?
It's a culmination of things. So if it wasn't just the if it's just one thing, like, hey, there was a manager there that wasn't doing a great job, like that's one thing, but it's usually a culmination of things. I have decent intuition, and you can kind of tell like, hey, this isn't going down the right path. It's kind of like having an employee. I understand, if you hire an employee, you don't want to let them go right away because shoot, man, maybe they can improve here. You just train them, you spend a bunch of time and effort and pay them and whatever. So you kind of end up holding on. But once you start noticing a few things like slipping here and there, it's probably time to have a conversation and to head that off as soon as possible. If you don't see a change right away, storage is tough because it's almost like a 30 to 60 day lag, right? You don't see the increase in occupancy until like 30 days later. You don't really see a problem until 60 days later. But number one, the employee, that's an easy one to fix. Visit, secret shop. If you don't get the warm and fuzzies, they got to be go. Because again, you're the owner. You're the one on the hook for the loan. You're the one raising capital, making, hopefully not promises, but commitments to investors. And if you're not performing, which we had problems, guys, I'm fine to share that openly. Like we had problems, and I wish I would have been able to do more to fix some of that. Some of it's outside of our control, but yeah, it's a culmination of things. And you have to, as an owner, kind of say, where is the cutoff point for you? I got to see good reviews. I got to see good review responses. I got to see a good manager in place, and I got to understand your sales funnel, your closing ratios roughly, right? How are you going to be driving that revenue for me? Again, James, you and I can get the gate fixed, right? I mean, anybody can do that. Come on. I mean, I think that's where property management companies kind of miss it. How do you drive revenue? That's the most important question to me.
So to that last point, you don't know what you don't know. So Kris, if your facility is kind of remote, maybe a little bit more of a rural area, and you're trying to implement like a virtual solution, are you the person that's responsible for making sure like Wi-Fi is in place, that Bluetooths are compatible with the software? Or does a third-party management partner take that completely off your plate and implement those solutions? Like how much of that still relies on the owner?
Yeah, I would want them to take that off my plate. Again, it depends on the size of the facility. They may not be able to because of expenses, if you're paying them more, because they're going to want you to pay them to take all that off your plate, right? So it depends on what their fees are and what they're broken down and what they are willing to cover. Obviously, you got to pay the bills and make sure, or technically they're paying them for you, but you got to make sure the bills are paid and everything's taken care of. Right. But if it's remote like that, if it's a smaller thing, you're probably going to have to be more hands-on as an owner and kind of pitch in there, But I would think, if you're hiring a management company to manage remote for you, that they should be able to handle all of those things. But again, it comes down to how much you're willing to charge for that, and how much you're willing to pay for that.
Oh, 100%. So listen, you made a good point. Hands-on. I love it. You are at the end of the day in charge of your own destiny. So what are some ways that an owner can be proactive, use grassroots marketing, really drive occupancy? You can't be there 24/7, but what can you do as an owner that you've seen work for your clients or people that you've interacted with?
It's accountability. Is what it comes down to. So whether it's we had weekly meetings and then things got better, we changed it to bi-weekly meetings. I would do the secret shops, literally just go and drive or fly someplace and just show up in a t-shirt and shorts or sweatpants or whatever it was. They didn't know who I was, obviously, and then do like undercover boss and just rent a unit, go through the whole thing, show up the next day as well. That's what I did because you kind of they might be able to figure it out based on the questions you're asking, but they may not expect you to show up again the next day. And that's what happened in the case of this one person, and obviously was not motivated to do the job that they were hired to do. So, again, you can't make snap judgments. So nobody's perfect, right? Sometimes people have a bad day. Like that's a given, right? But if you see occupancy, whatever, or just performance at a store slipping over time, you have to have that tough conversation. And it's only so long you can let that go. Before you do, because again, you're on the hook. You are on the hook. Like things are going bad. It sucks, man. It really sucks. And you're on the hook. So you're trying to figure out how to fix those problems. And that's the way I look at it, is accountability. Obviously, you can try to get references of third-party management companies. Those can only go so far. You really have to just jump in at one point. You can't know everything. It's like any relationship or partnership. You can't know everything about a person or a business until you actually start doing business together. And you can kind of see how they operate.
So for people who may be newer to storage, I think we talk about tons of money just poured into this asset class. When you think about reporting, when you think about ways that you can be accountable, what 3 line items do you look at in your reporting to say, I need to take action here. I need to step in. This is absolutely, not working out. You talked about the reviews. You talked about like your staff being on site and being a professional, but what sort of high level reporting can you look at to say this is alarming? I need to step in.
Yeah, I look at again, it's above any reports you would generally speaking get on like the software stuff, but it's going to be the leads that come in the door. How they drive revenue. Because we're paying for ads, we're paying for that spend, that marketing spend. Of course, it's going to show up in your expenses. So you don't get something for nothing, right? So the marketing budget goes up. How is that paying for itself? So yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like I would get caught up, like not caught up, but it's right. You look at the revenue, you look at the expenses, you look at the NOI, your underwriting deals. That's all great, but then you don't really think about what's driving the revenue and how is that happening. So we had at one point we had NOI targets, right? So we'd say, okay, we want to get to this certain NOI in this month or this quarter or whatever it is. Well, how do you get there? You got to work backwards. Generally speaking, there's a fixed in variable expenses, right? So sometimes you can't control everything with the variable expenses, even with obviously taxes, insurance. Sometimes you can't control that either. We had some problems there too, but hey, that it is what it is. But you're looking at, okay, well, how are we going to drive revenue? If you as the manager, that's the other part of it too, is I know somebody has a question here about 30 or 60 days out. Like, how do you kind of look at it, and see that the management company is doing well? They should give you a budget and say, by the end of the year, we hope to be here, and of course, there's gonna be some variation to that. But if they've been doing it, they're experienced, okay, how are we on track to get there? Like you just said, when we hired you on, are we 6 months in and we're way off? Well, why are we off? It could be a market thing, could be a competition thing, it could be an interest rate thing, and that obviously, inflation went up, et cetera. There are some things outside of all of our control. We understand that. However, why are you guys off? What is going on? And then look at the leads, look at their closing ratios and seeing, are they driving leads? Are they driving more traffic for the marketing spend that you're putting in there? When somebody walks in the door, if you have a manager on site, how are they closing those deals? Out of the walk-ins, what percentage of those are being closed and turning into customers, roughly? I know attribution is a little bit tough sometimes. I get that, but still, like, are those people turning into customers? What does that story look like?
Awesome. So paying attention to that reporting, paying attention to your KPIs, and making sure they're on track for it. No, I love it, Kris. Anything that you'd like to sort of leave us with? Any final thoughts on third-party management? When is it the right fit for you? And when is it time to find another third-party manager?
Yeah, again, it's the warm and fuzzies. I don't really have, that's basically it. This is a hard business. It's not easy. Unlike some of the folks out there who say it's difficult. I think you can find financial freedom, and it's an amazing business to be in. It's not rocket science, but with the other technology and things out there, there are a lot of options for you guys as owners, and it's not one size fits all. Right. Some of us work for companies. Some of us don't. Some of us have our own portfolios. Some of us don't. Some of us have partners. Some of us don't. We shouldn't compare one to another. But obviously, you find your own personal path of what makes sense for you as an owner operator.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so much for sharing those insights, Kris, and sharing your story too. That it's not just like a linear line to financial freedom.
No, it is not.
Accountability and check-ins, 100%. You are still an active partner in your asset. So 100%. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Awesome, man. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Kris, you did a great job. Thank you so much for sharing with us. It was awesome. Go ahead, Thad. Oh, Thad was up and down. It's fine. I was just going to say thank you. And if you guys aren't listening to Kris's podcast or his content on LinkedIn, you definitely should. He's doing a great job. He's working really hard to bring the best and the brightest forward to learn from. So we're going to take a few minutes here, take a quick break, going to go through a quick overview of Live Switch as well. And then we're going to bring Jennifer Downer up from XPS, and we're going to have a great time with her. So let me share my screen. Everyone should be able to see this here in a second. And I'm going to play a video.
You probably need to share your audio.
Sounds like it's not working. I'm getting the abort message from the team. So gotta love screen sharing in Zoom. So team, can you see everything now? We're gonna give this a restart here. Let's try this again. All right, that's just not going to work. No worries. Sometimes conference platforms don't work. So I'm just going to be me. What is that video all about? Frankly, it's all about how to start connecting with your tenants to solve problems, whether they're shopping from home, whether they're on property. Our customers are using LiveSwitch to directly connect in a human way, whether you're just chatting with folks, the omni-channel approach that we've been talking about. You've got AI, but now it's time to get one of your tenants, one of your agents in front of that potential prospect or that tenant to solve the problem. You can simply just send a text message to them. They get a text message from LiveSwitch platform, connect, and then your facility manager or your call center can interact with that tenant right through the LiveSwitch platform. Your tenant, your employees don't have to download anything, and they'll be able to connect. The entire session is recorded. They can take remote photos of the situation. They can walk a client or tenant around in a virtual estimate. They can answer questions as maybe they're having problems with the lock, or if they're moving in or moving out, or if they're shopping from home asking, hey, I don't know if I need a small, medium, or large unit. So it will help your team connect with that tenant to make that buying decision. And I think that's what we were hearing from Kris, that when that phone rings, he wants a professional answering that phone and closing them. So when you use LiveSwitch, you're able to connect those two folks together quickly and land that plane. In addition, LiveSwitch is being used by facility managers. They can take it. I'm going to turn my computer right now into a mobile. All right, so this is what it looks like on mobile, because I even have owner operators that use LiveSwitch. They say, James, I want to be able to manage my facility from the beach or the bar. Do you have something that can do that? And yes, you can do everything with LiveSwitch right from your mobile. You can connect with tenants. In addition, you can do instant recordings. So if I'm a facility manager and maybe I need to do an auction today or a site audit, I can hit start recording and I can take a recording. And the neat thing about this is I can even lose internet. Maybe I'm going to the basement, or maybe I'm in a facility that the internet isn't as strong. I'm able to still take the video. Once I get back to even 3G internet, it'll upload that video for the facility manager to review, for you to look through the site audit, and you can share that video with the auction company, with insurance or tenant. You have unlimited storage, and you can put this in the hands of any and all of your facility managers to use on property. In addition to that, you can use LiveSwitch Concierge to change an iPad into a kiosk. I think we heard Beau mention this earlier, that he would just put up an iPad and the customer can tap on it. LiveSwitch allows for that type of interaction. It allows you to, and let me stop sharing my screen here if it'll allow that. Zoom is killing me right now. There's no way to stop the screen share. This is crazy. I was going to show my iPad and show you how you can turn everything into a kiosk, but I can't figure out how to stop sharing. Oh, all right, well, there you go. Sorry. We're good. So you can now take and turn an iPad right into a kiosk. So my iPad, let's say I wanted to put this on property, you can bolt this to the wall, bolt this to the floor, and now they can connect directly with someone who might be working from home, might be in the call center, or even on property. If you're managing a satellite location, a tenant can come in and simply just tap on the go button, I am going to receive, as an agent, a text, an email, and it's letting me know I've got a call from the kiosk in Asheville. So I'm going to join that call as an agent, and you're going to see that here in just a second. And I can even put on a virtual background if I need to. And you can see now my iPad is a kiosk, and I can take a remote photo. I can walk someone through a lease agreement. I can close them, and I can turn an old TV, an old computer, or an iPad right into a kiosk. It doesn't have to be expensive hardware anymore. And Ann was mentioning that earlier. So you can now have kiosks or QR codes. You don't even need to use an iPad. You can simply just go and put a QR code up on site, and a tenant can come up with their cell phone, scan that QR code, and instantly connect. So you can see, and if you want more of a demo, please go to liveswitch.com. Click, I'd like to see a demo. We can connect, and you can put your hands on this. You just need to touch it. You need to experience what your tenants and your customers will experience when they connect with you. So let's book a demo, go liveswitch.com. And I'm going to ask if we can bring Jennifer Downer up onto the virtual stage. So hopefully she's coming up, and I will start giving her a proper. Go ahead, Dad. Why don't you intro Jennifer?
I'm going to give a proper introduction to Jennifer. I gotta keep my duties here, James. You're trying to steal my job. I don't want to be out of a job here.
Chris told me to take your job. He was just saying, like, hey, I just go and take your job.
Hey, listen, we can both have a podcast and we can still love each other. It's all right. Just like we've got Jennifer coming on with XPS Solutions, who runs the call center, and Brett Copper runs the call center, but that's all right. They both have value to offer. Really excited to have Jennifer, somebody who, roundly in the industry is considered to have incredible integrity, somebody who's been in the industry for a while. Absolute Storage Management, where she spent nearly a decade, ending up running their operations as well. So somebody who has an immense amount of knowledge on the operational side, now running everything for XPS Solutions, isn't only a call center option, but something that they do incredibly well. So I'm going to hand it off to you guys. I'm going to disappear and let Jennifer share her immense amount of knowledge with the people on the conference.
Thank you, Thad. I won't steal any more of your thunder, I promise.
No pressure. No pressure,
right? Yeah. Well, every time Jennifer and I get together, we're cutting up, having a great time. We will try to stay very professional here, right? As we talk about your journey. But we are going to switch gears. We've been in the blocking, the tackling, the investing, the this, that, and the other. What about the journey as you've been in it 20 years? You have so many lessons learned. Like, we're leaders, we're servants, we're trying to help our tenants, we're trying to help our customers, we're trying to lead our staff. We're wearing 18 hats, and sometimes we mess up, don't we?
We do.
You mess
up?
We do. Perfect?
I am not perfect. I mess up daily, especially with the 7 kids I have, James. I mess up daily. It's really bad.
I have 4 kids. I need to find 3 more. That's right.
After 4, you don't even notice the other 3. Yeah.
That's great. Well, we are excited to learn from you and implement the things from your lessons learned so we don't make the same mistakes. All right. So
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
About where it all started. How did you even get into this?
So funny story, not funny, but I posted on LinkedIn that I was going to be doing this talk. And I said in there, and it's true, that almost 20 years ago, I was a single mom living in a single wide trailer in my mom's front yard. Like, it gets no lower than that. But full circle, things just have happened for me in miraculous ways. And I just look back, and I did learn a lot of lessons. There's been so many women in particular that have reached out to me on LinkedIn and just asked, how did you do it? How, you came from there and you are where you are now. How did you do it? So I just wanted to take the opportunity to hopefully inspire a person. So that's what I want to do. But James, I actually started off as a newspaper journalist, doing a little writing, a little photography back in the day when you literally waxed the print and cut it out and put it on it was a lot of fun. But the thing that I learned there, I think the first and most important lesson that I learned was to ask really good questions and then be quiet. I don't tend to, this is out of the norm for me, to stand or to sit in front of a group of people and talk, because usually I like to learn about people. So I just ask questions and then actively listen. And I think one thing that we do is, as human beings, is ask questions and then think about what we're going to say next. instead of really investing into the conversation with the person. I think that's why we get along really well, because we ask each other hard questions and then we just engage. So that's kind of how it all started for me. After being at the newspaper and realizing that that was not the gig for me, I moved into an associate editor position for International Trade magazine. Just so happened that magazine was focused on the airline industry, and then 9/11 happened, and paychecks started bouncing. So that was also not the gig for me. But lesson number two, I was just I just was nice to people. It's really easy to just be kind to people. And because I had done that, some connections from my past said, hey, why don't you come run a hotel? Okay, sure. I mean, that sounds fun. So moved back to Georgia and became a manager of a hotel. It was not the best hotel. It was a lot of truck drivers, a lot of, interesting people. But in that process, we completely renovated the hotel. We changed brands 2 or 3 times. And in those processes, I learned to just dig in. Like, I learned how to remove wallpaper without, messing up the walls, and how to, go from one property management software to another one with ease. So because of that, I was able to also learn about property management, which is just my thing. I love it. I love it. So during that time, I had my now 20, almost 21-year-old. And yes, I was single mom living in the old, I think I paid like $13,000 for a repossessed trailer, and just did my thing. But it was one of the most incredible times of my life, because I did have the opportunity to just learn the hard way. And there's no better way to retain the things you've learned than to learn them in a really hard way, which I did.
As you start laying down these lessons, I'm just like, okay, I'm dying to ask you a question. All right.
What?
About how do you take learning how to be nice, like, and as an example, let's say I've got a facility manager. They're great at fixing the facility. They keep the place spick and span. But when a customer comes on site, they're a grouch, or they're an introvert, or how do you transfer the lesson you learned of being nice and asking good questions to your team? Like that, taking that lesson and transferring it. How are you doing that?
There are some things that can't be taught, James. I really believe that. I think that I don't know that you learn to be kind. You either are or you're not. And that's okay. That might not be the right position for you, might not be the right role for you. I think, another lesson that I learned later on was to surround myself with people who were better than me, nicer than me, smarter than me, all of those things. And I think, there is a component of that really got me to a place where I'm matured professionally. I was very immature back in my early 20s, when I was running one store in Athens, Georgia, one university self-storage facility here. It was like 800 units, stayed crazy busy during the student season here in my hometown in Athens, Georgia. Go Dogs. You have to say that if you live in Athens, by the way. But just surrounding myself, having really good mentors who I wanted to be like. And they were smart and nice and kind and did the right thing and had integrity. And that inspired me. So I think my job as a chief operating officer who has all of these people watching all the time is just to be a person of integrity, mean what I say and say what I mean. And hopefully they'll learn and evolve from that. I don't know if that answers your question, but I tried.
Well, this is what I got from it. I said, hey, look, if someone can't learn to be kind, they're not on the right seat of the bus.
Yeah,
Just
definitely.
let them clean the facility, but you know what? We're not going to have them interact. But then taking the people that can, maybe my customer success team, and enhancing it through, I might bring in a new team member. I want to bring them up through leading by example. Let me show you how to enhance customer service, right? When you go Chick-fil-A, I don't know if everyone knows Chick-fil-A, but if you know when you go to Chick-fil-A compared when you go to a Burger King, what is happening?
Do you know how long it took for my pleasure to actually take effect, for it to become a routine at Chick-fil-A?
No idea.
7 years. 7 years.
For the word my pleasure.
For that to become an absolute for Chick-fil-A. 7 years. So it doesn't happen overnight. It really doesn't. It takes
But
practice.
it can be taught.
It can,
can be
yeah.
taught.
It
wasn't my pleasure 8 years ago.
You're right. You're right.
It came in, and somebody had to think, we're going to say my pleasure.
Yeah.
We're going to pay you to smile. We're going to pay you to ask how their day is doing and ask good questions. So these things can be transferred to have excellent. How do you up your call center? If I'm a call center manager watching you right now, how do I take what lessons Jennifer's learning and apply that in that way? It's what I'm getting out of these lessons learned, and making it real. Well, let's go to your next. How about the next lesson?
I don't know. You threw me off. So
I'm going to throw you off. That's what I'm here
for.
Keep you on your toes. Next, you're going to talk about being humble beginnings.
Humble. Yeah. I kind of touched on that. I hate when young women, especially in our industry, live in shame. You don't have to. Like, it's okay to have humble beginnings, and it's okay to stay in those humble beginnings. It's wise, actually, to stay humble. I stayed in that trailer. And it sounds crazy, for a really long time, but it allowed me to save up my money. It allowed me to think about my career without the pressure of having a new car and having a new house and having all the new. I just was okay with it. Like, me and my little road dog beside me were having a great time. We were just doing life in a way that was just very modest, and that is okay. And I think people need to understand and realize that you don't have to always. You don't have to ever be something more than you are. People will accept you, especially in this industry. Like, people in this industry are really cool. It took me a long time to break out of my shell, I think, because I was so intimidated by all of the really smart people in this industry, until I was just like, you know what? We all put our pants on the same way. We're all people at the end of the day. So I can just be myself. Hey, I'm not your average. I told you this yesterday. I am not your average COO. I'm not. I don't want to be, though. I want to be who I am at home and at work. And you like it or leave it. It fits in some places. Like at XPS, it fits. We are a group of people who genuinely care about each other and about our customers and our partners, like you guys. It's been so much fun meeting you, learning about what you guys do, and offering the people behind the product that you guys provide. So it's just been that has been very eye-opening. Just be who you are.
And Kris said it earlier in the last session. You can tell it. You can tell when someone's, just a peach. You're like, oh my goodness.
You can.
And what I really like about your story is you started with one store, managing one store, and 20 years later, you're the COO of a company. And I don't know where someone learning listening right now, but the things you learned here when you started set the foundation for the career that you built, because you were able to have humble beginnings.
Completely. And I think it allows me to reach people that some may not be able to, because I remember when I was at Absolute, we had 150 locations in 14 or 15 different states. And I started out as a property manager. I grew up with them. They saw something in me. They sent me back to school to get my MBA. I did that while I was working full time. And then I developed into their chief operating officer. And I remember standing in front of the entire team, giving a similar talk, and just people realizing that there are professionals, there are executives in the world who are just real people, and they relate with that. They come to you and ask for wisdom and advice, and how can I do this better? Because you're approachable. So I think that's important as well, just to be you and be approachable.
I think
been through some things, yes. Yeah.
When someone comes to rent a unit, they're going through a life event usually.
Every time.
Divorce, every time. And so if you can't connect with that person on a human experience level, yes, we sell storage. That's what we sell. But we also sell a customer experience that when you're struggling with your retention, is it my pleasure, or is it the employee forgot their shirt?
Yeah, exactly. And everything that's been said today centers around. So at XPS, our mission is experience matters. Theirs, yours, and ours. Every experience matters. So whether it's the tenant that's calling, and you're right, they are going through something in order to need a storage unit. So let's reduce the friction as much as we can. Let's make it as stress-free as possible for them. when we're talking to our clients, our owners and operators that do business with us, we know that we can give them an experience that they may not get anywhere else. The first thing I did when I came to XPS, and this is kind of switching gears, sorry, but I was like, this is very call center-y. We are in the self-storage industry. So I hired a bunch of self-storage professionals and just said, okay, we can learn the call center, which, by the way, to Brett's point, is harder than it looks. Working at a call center is pretty complicated. Taking a peek behind that curtain was interesting. But just being able to provide those owner and operators, someone who has been behind the desk, who's going to guide them through this process, the onboarding, just, the whole process makes a difference. And then just having employees who really care about what we're doing, it's a different type of experience. It's not just coming to work every day and clocking in and clocking out and going home. It is caring about each other and just really becoming a family, a healthy family, though. A lot of times in businesses, you can get, the lines get a little blurry. And something that I really, really believe in and have learned along this journey is that at the end of the day, your friends at work are your friends at work. But your family, your village, your people, they are your number one business. If I had to choose one business over the other, I'm choosing this one right here in this house. And, we've been through some things as a family. I got married 3 years ago, and I have a blended Brady bunch of 7 kids. My mother lives with us. We've got a lot of people. But if something happens to one of my people, everything else doesn't matter. And I had to do that at one point in my career when I left Absolute. It was because one of the kiddos, we had a traumatizing life event that I needed to be the COO of the Downer household instead of anything else. Forget the 401k and the stocks and the savings, like whatever. I need to focus on this. This will be here forever. So I did that. But it led me to starting a consulting firm. And because I was like, what can I do where I can stay here and be available to my family and also make a living? So started a consulting firm. And that led me to XPS. I actually started with them as a consultant. And we just hit it off. When I was at Absolute, we actually used XPS. So I knew all these people from a past life. And then to come over as a consultant and just reunite with them, it was like, this is home. This is where I need to be. So, I think going back really quickly to another lesson learned, as you are growing up in your profession, as you are building your career, I think getting an education is important. I do think that it's a piece of paper at the end of the day, but I vividly remember classes that I took that had nothing to do with property management when I was getting my MBA. One of them was a creative thinking class that challenged me to go somewhere and be quiet every once in a while and just think creatively without any distractions. If I didn't do that to this day, I wouldn't come up with the innovative ideas to make XPS better. It just wouldn't be there. If you don't just pause and be quiet and think creatively, repurpose a piece of furniture. I remember my teacher was a beekeeper. That's what he did to just really have his creative thinking time. He went and talked to the bees. So just having that as a tool and a resource, I think is important. And also, I've joined a network of business professionals called Vistage. It's a CEO network where people get together once a month, guest speakers, and you process issues. And none of them are in self-storage. None of them are in call centers. So when we sit down and talk, they bring perspectives to me from other industries. And that knowledge is, in my opinion, just as valuable as the piece of paper I got from the MBA program.
Yeah, I hear you talking about working on you, right? So
yeah.
Right. So you're surround yourself. I'm in the same kind of group where we're all different companies and we learn from each other. How do I lead gen? How do I retain? How do I bonus? And I'm bringing that back with me into the business, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Keeping or getting time away. You're getting time to think, to bring something to the business. You're there to serve and to serve your team. So they're expecting you to bring these creative solutions. Your customers are expecting you to bring these creative solutions. And it doesn't matter if you're running, a third-party management company or you're running a facility, you need to be coming up with these creative solutions. And if you can't think of any, then you better put yourself in a circle of creative, which is why everybody's on this conference today.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Maybe somebody's gonna be like, the most important thing I heard, when Jennifer said I need to go get another circle of people so I can get some creative ideas, because I haven't brought a creative idea to our company in a little bit.
And it helps. It helps.
Absolutely. And it leads to the difference between, can you talk about the difference between managing and supervising? I know this is one of the ones I can talk about. Please help me.
Man, that was a tough lesson. Okay, so when I was a manager of one store in Athens, and of course there was an assistant manager there, and Kris was talking about it walking into the store, and they were watching Netflix or reading a book or whatever. I mean, it happens. It happens after you've checked every lock and swept every hallway. It's you and back in the day, you and your assistant manager spend more time together than you spend with your family sometimes. So you become really close friends. And she and I did. We talked about everything. We absolutely watched Netflix together while we were at work. We absolutely did all of those things in our downtown. But I wanted to grow in the company. I really wanted to just take it to the next level. So when I first got promoted, I was no longer her friend. I was no longer the person that worked side by side with her every day. I was her supervisor. I wasn't her manager. I was her supervisor. So for a long time, I managed her tasks. That's what it was, managing her task. Hey, can you go do this? And we got to go clean the bathroom. Let's go cut these locks for the auction. We need to do collection calls, whatever it was. When I became a supervisor, now I have shifted into a different mentality where I'm not just managing her task, I'm supervising her as an employee. And it was challenging. I vividly remember sitting down with her and saying, I need to have a tough conversation with you. And she's like, okay, what's going on? And I just told her, look, I am committed to growing with this company, and that's going to change things between us. This has been fun. We've had a great time. I value the friendship I have with you, but it's going to change. It's going to have to shift in order for me to grow. And I encouraged her to do the same thing. If you want to do it, you can too. But things have to shift. So that is a tough lesson to learn. And I think the sooner that people who are growing their career can distinguish the difference between those two things, the better. Because after the first one, it's like ripping a Band-Aid off, right? After the first hard conversation like that, it was easy to transition into a supervisor, a leadership role instead of a manager role.
Yeah, that leadership role requires telling people the truth, even when it hurts, right?
Absolutely.
As a leader, and not just with your staff, but with your vendors, and when the problem happens. I saw a comment, go to the top, just like Kris said, when he had third-party management and that person wasn't putting their shirt on and cleaning the bathroom.
Yes.
And he couldn't did it himself because he loves, his property, but he had to go and need to have a tough conversation, and take that to the top. Saying.
Yeah, I actually put that comment in there when Kris was talking about that, because I have seen it happen so many times, not to pivot into another conversation, but that's what we do, James. I remember so many times there would be a termination letter that would come in from a client in third-party management with no warning whatsoever, had no idea it was coming. That's devastating for a third-party management company and for a call center, by the way. But the message had been given to someone in the middle, but never got to me. And I think sometimes when that happens, it's because the person in the middle doesn't want to get in trouble, doesn't want to, cause an issue, doesn't want it to come to light that there are problems in their area. So they just try to handle it on their own, and they're not ready yet. They're not proficient in handling on their own. So the message didn't get to the top. So that was the statement there. Is I would just encourage everybody, if you're using a third-party management company or a vendor like a call center, and you're not getting the results that you are looking for, and you've talked to the person that you've been told to talk to, we want to know. We want to know, as the people that are sitting at the top and we're on the business and not in it, which is another valuable lesson that I've learned. You need to go to the top. They want to know. They want to fix it. Nobody wants to lose business. So just take it to the top and give them the opportunity to fix things for you. We've had listen, another really hard lesson. At XPS, when I started, I hired the right person and put them in the wrong seat. And it was bad, James. It was bad. But we learned quickly that was not right. So we moved him into the right position, which he excels at. But during that time, it affected some of our clients. They did not have an experience that mattered to them. So I'm just calling them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I made that decision. I take responsibility for it. I am fixing it. I know it has negatively impacted you, and I'm sorry. Give me the chance to make it right. And 9 times out of 10, they said, you know what? Thank you, first of all, for being bold enough to have the conversation. And number 2, yeah, absolutely. Fix it. Let's start over. And we were saved a lot of accounts just by being vulnerable and brave. I think that carries a lot of weight, especially in leadership.
And you ran to it, right? You noticed it,
Yeah.
you owned it, you asked the questions. You're spending time with your customer. How much time are you spending with the customer? The customer typically has the answer to the test. Doesn't mean they're always right. But if you're not going and you're spending time with your customer, how do you know you're giving a great product or service? That's what it comes down to. Are you asking them? You know?
Absolutely. So my goal is we have a key client list where we have just all of our clients are key with thousands of owners and operators that we work with. And I go to our client solutions team. Everybody on this call probably has heard about Shannon Charbonneau, who is over our client relationships. She knows everyone in this industry. And I'll say, give me a list of people that you think I should call, owner and operators that we manage sites for or that we answer for. And she'll give me a list, and I just plan on doing one a week. I've got 3 scheduled right now. And it's nothing. I'm not prepared for those conversations. I just say, what are we doing wrong? What are we doing right? How can we serve you better? Like, our goal is to serve you the best way we can. So what do you need from us? And those conversations are raw and real. And I get at least one solid nugget from each one of them. So yeah, you've got to check in with your clients and your customers.
That's right. And you're taking notes down. And you're going to fix it, hopefully. You're not just taking the notes down. You're actually going to act on it. And if you see patterns across multiple customers, you got to address that as an organization. You've got a problem.
Absolutely.
You know,
yes.
I love that. And you're getting a lot of kudos, by the way, and questions, by the way. So you keep dropping the knowledge. Talk to us about learning how to say no sooner.
Ooh, that is a hard lesson, especially, I don't really like to play the girl card, but in this industry 20 years ago, there were not a lot of women who were in executive roles, and it felt like you had to keep saying yes in order to get to that level, and it will wear you down quickly. I remember vividly the first time I had to tell my mentor, supervisor, boss man, no, I can't take anymore. And it was devastating to me, but a lot of that was because I wanted a bit of a perfectionist, a bit of an overachiever. I wanted to be the best. So I just said, yes, I'll take that property that's, 9 hours away. I'll drive, whatever you need me to do. It gets to a point where you just keep saying yes and you burn completely out. You just burn out. So the sooner you can figure out how much you can tolerate, the sooner you figure out work-life balance. That's so cliche, but it's so true. You can't neglect the people at home because you want to build this fabulous career. So the sooner you can figure out what the balance is, and it's okay to say no. You know what? I appreciate that opportunity. I really wish I could do that, but right now it doesn't work for me and my family. If your employer or your person, whoever you're talking to, can't understand that, it might not be the right place for you to be, because you want to work for a company that understands that and values that and does that on, like, I want to work for people, and I do work for people who, I remember when I started at XPS, I said, one thing that I need you to understand is that my family comes first. We had just come through this traumatic experience as a family, and I really needed him to understand my family has to come first. It just has to. And he's like, define that. What do you mean? What does that mean to you? And I said, look, I have 7 kids, and I do not want to miss a birthday. I don't want to miss a birthday. I want to be home for every one of my kids' birthdays. And he said, oh, Jennifer, we do way more than birthdays. And they have lived up to that. My anniversary, I actually ended up having to be at the office. And it was a big, like, they were like, okay, let's call them and tell them happy. It was just like a big event. And I chose to be there. I was able to get home in time to be with him. But it was, it was just like a big deal. Everything's a big deal when it comes to family at our company. And I think, every woman in this industry that has to find that balance, it's important to surround yourself with people who get it. And I would say, find a me and I don't mean that in an arrogant way, but find a person who will take you under their wing and live this life with you. I am willing to do that with anyone. Like I love to not be I guess a mentor. I love to take what I've learned. Why else? I mean, I've learned all this stuff. Might as well share it with people so that they don't have to go through the painstaking process of learning it the hard way. But find somebody that you can just commune with and be with who will teach you these lessons early in your career.
And Jennifer, you've done an excellent job. As someone who's just come into the industry, not even a full year around now. We're a 16-year-old company, but we haven't been in the industry a full year. You have been that person for me. Like we just had a hurricane three weeks ago. You cared. In fact, you offered me your home. Wow.
Well, yeah,
right?
that's what you do.
Yeah.
That's what you do for people that you care
no,
about.
That's what you do. Because that's not what everybody did. A lot of people did though, but not everyone. But I think this what I'm hearing is this type of attitude is culminating through your team, which eventually hits your customer. And if it doesn't hit the customer, you're going right to that customer. Right.
Yeah.
And you had to fight through being a minority voice and learning how to say no. It can be hard for a lot of us. It could be no to the next deal or no to the employee or no, I'm not going to work on that day. Like putting up some boundaries can be difficult, especially if you're worried about the repercussions of it. So you've had to be tough. You've had to be tough. And full circle, that's where it came from, like where you started the beginnings, where we started the conversation. Because this conversation has 1 minute left before we get booted off the stage. So you get to say one last thing before we have Jane. We didn't even get to questions because I just let you roll because you were doing great. What's your final thought?
It was fun. My final thought. Just again, I'm here. If anybody wants to reach out and connect, I would love that. I spend a lot of time on LinkedIn, so find me on there. And James, I would just say that I thank you for this opportunity. And I'm just thankful for, if anything, the fact that I got to know you and that you and I have become, really good friends. And I do think that what you all are doing is incredible. I'm so thankful that this event is going to raise funds for your community. We all care deeply about, what's going on with you guys. And I just have an immense amount of respect for you and for what y'all are doing. So thank you for having me on this forum. It's been a lot of fun.
It flew by.
It did.
Being vulnerable. All right, Mr. McLean, come on up here. Jennifer and I are going to hop off. Great job, Jennifer.
You too, buddy.
Jennifer, amazing. And thank you so much. And thank you for your contribution to the industry. You said something which I thought was amazing, which is that's what people do. And it's not what most people do, but it is what makes self-storage so special. There's such a nurturing element to this industry, which is fantastic. So thanks so much for sharing your time and appreciate everything you've done in the industry.
Thank you.
And we got some requests from the audience for James to do a little bit deeper dive on Radius. So we're going to bring James back in for a few minutes before we finish up with Beau Agnello from Go Store. I'm going to drop off here, and James is going to show you guys a little bit of the secret sauce of what makes Radius Plus so special.
Awesome. Thank you, Thad. And I really enjoyed the most recent conversation between Jennifer and James Hatfield. Fun fact, when I first time meeting Jennifer in real life, she offered me her car. We were at a trade show waiting for like a 20-minute Uber, and she literally offered me to use her car, which is the first time anyone's ever done that on first time meeting. So she really is a special person. And I think that's the kind of people you want to work with, really. But just wanted to get that out there and flag that for her because she's awesome. But into Radius, one of the things that's making self-storage a little bit trickier these days is all the revenue management strategies. So if you plant your flag in a market like just outside of Charlotte, it takes a lot more legwork these days to figure out things like what is the actual achieved square footage you're looking for in this area? Like what can you expect to achieve at your facility? And it's all kind of lays within the rental rate trends. So if I jump back here to the competitors page where I can see what facilities are advertising online for the trailing 12 months, that's what this row would indicate, what the 12-month average is, what the high, the low, the last price scraped is. And you can kind of see a difference in revenue management strategy And when you're trying to figure out what you're going to do in this market, you got to ask yourself, what kind of facility do I have? Am I going to implement dynamic pricing like a CubeSmart or like a McLean self-storage where the rates are all over the place? Or, am I going to use more static pricing? Am I going to set it and forget it? And this is kind of what I want to get people in the door with and then raise them over time. So if you look at the trends here in the entire market, it doesn't really tell you the full story when you factor everything in holistically, right? We have like a 24-month average of 126. But if I toggle it to just, maybe I'm a private operator, I'm trying to build a single story drive-up facility, maybe that's what I manage. I could just see facilities that match that description, those kind of facilities, ones that are single story drive-up and they're not managed by a REIT, private operator. And what you'll see is the rental rates change with that. Different types of assets will perform differently in the market. Or maybe I'm building a Class A multi-story. So I only want to see something quite like that. So I'm just going to go multi-story, REIT owned or operated. And I could just get a better look into those kind of facilities. And if you are looking at a REIT, you might want to look at the in-store rate because that's a better indication of what they might achieve. Whereas their web rates are discounted. So I guess my punchline here is Radius does a good job of bringing in all the available data out there, like publicly available rental rates, the size of these facilities, what's coming in the pipeline. But, we just call balls and strikes, really. It's an agnostic third-party data source. It's up to you as the user to make sure you know what you're looking for and how to interpret the data properly by connecting with industry experts like the people on this panel and by educating yourself and reaching out to people in the self-storage industry. So always kind of come in there with a game plan about what you're actually looking to get out of it. We do have a ton of educational resources. You can reach out to me personally if you want like a one-on-one call like this, just to make sure you're maximizing your time spent on the platform. But in terms of functionality, we have a lot of agility in being able to filter to what you need to look for and being able to get it onto Excel. Just like just downloading it so you can plug it into your own underwriting models. Just a one-to-one of what we had on that page. And listen, you find a site you really like, you can just run something called a feasibility study, a compass report, rather. It's not anything as in-depth as like, Bob Copper or Eric Blum would put together, but it's a data pull from our system where you get all relevant metrics we talked about today onto a PDF package, like a one-pager. And we get to work with great groups like TCF Bank and Live Oak Bank, who have since allowed us to really put their name on these reports and look at it as some evidence of what's really happening in the market. We're like an accredited partner with them. So you can see any type of details around the asset you're looking into, demographics in the 1, 3, and 5 mile, any type of growth projections. And we have a great partnership with Esri Demographics who give you some insights to is this market growing or not growing? And as you look down even further, you see projected saturation rates. So you see how much square footage of storage there is per current resident. And you just have like a nice little PDF package to bring to your partners, to bring to a bank or a lender to understand that you've done some due diligence on this deal. You just internally say yes or no, this deal is not for me, or this is a gold mine, I want to be at full steam ahead. But everything on this platform is publicly available information that we just ingest and present to you in a way that you can interpret and make this educated decisions on. So hopefully this saves you guys your most important resource, which is time. And for as low as $20 an hour, you can get on this platform and have access to this same way I have it. So be sure to look at us on our website, radiusplus.com. You can book a demo just to make sure you're not going in there blind. And then we have a ton of educational resources as well on YouTube and written help articles to get you guys dangerous on this platform. So hopefully this is a little bit more of an in-depth look into what the tool can do. But again, I always stress, don't be shy, just reach out, don't be a stranger. And I'll make sure that when you get on this tool, you're utilizing it to maximize what you need out of it. Thank you.
James McLean still bringing the energy 4 hours into our conference. Appreciate you, my friend, and looking forward to seeing you even more in the future. This guy's all over LinkedIn. If you don't follow him, he started doing these posts on his daily walks and he just shares so much information. So if you're in the industry and you want to have the latest on what's going on in different markets, this is somebody that you absolutely want to be connected to on LinkedIn, and just generally a positive guy. So I like to have people like that in my life, which is why I try and talk to him pretty frequently. Listen, everybody on the conference, please drop a 1 in the chat real quick for me. You guys have been awesome. If you have gotten something of value here, I want to see a 1 in the chat. If in the last 4 hours, you've gotten something of value in this conference. I'm amazed by and I'm seeing the ones get lit up in the chat. I appreciate that, everybody. Look, it's not easy to sit in front of a computer screen for 4 hours in a row, but we've seen the questions coming consistently. Kudos to all of our guests who have been bringing absolute incredible answers, sharing knowledge. I would find you hard-pressed not to have gotten something, if you're an owner of a self-storage facility or facilities, something of value that you could put into your daily operations and help you to increase your revenue, which is ultimately what we're all trying to do, right? We're trying to create more revenue for ourselves, more for our family, and become more successful. So appreciate that. We've got 1 speaker left. James Hatfield is going to come on and host with Beau Agnello, who we got to hear from on the panel. Beau, incredibly seasoned, I would say, in the self-storage industry, years with Extra Space, now a chief operations officer with Go Store It. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to our final 2 of the day. You guys will see me one more time to wrap everything up, but let's give our attention to Beau Agnello and James Hatfield.
Thank you, Thad. Beau, I've been so excited to finish the show with you here, because you guaranteed me when we were in person and talking about this that you're going to share all the secrets. And I'm going to encourage everyone who's listening to please put your questions. There's a Q&A section within Zoom at the bottom. You can hit Q&A and put it there. Beau has a longer time, so we can sit in the seat here as long as we need, and then we'll close out. But why don't you give us a little bit of an introduction? What are you doing? What just happened? You had a big merger. Like, give us a quick day in the life of Beau, and then we're going to jump right into the meat and potatoes of the content.
What just happened? Well, we have been one of the fastest growing private operators over the last few years, but in 2024, Go Store It was the single fastest growing private operator in the industry. Not only that, but we also had the highest NOI growth year over year for any large private operator for the same store pool. And James has heard me complain, or no complain, I'll just call it what it is, about how the trade shows, some of the larger shows, it feels like the show behind the show, where you really hear what's happening in the industry, isn't what happens on stage. It's what happens at the hotel bar after the panel. And so I want to be as transparent as I can about what's working for us, what's not working for us. And I've picked up some good notes along the way too from today. So thank you to James and the team for putting this on. We also have 7 properties that we own or manage in Asheville, and a number of employees that live in the community too. So just grateful for you guys for hosting this event, and appreciate what you're doing for the Asheville community. We're based in Charlotte, North Carolina, not too far from you. So very fortunate that all of our employees were safe, but the damage to the community was just, it was horrible to see so close and firsthand. So very grateful to you guys for what you put together.
And I know one of your stores really experienced some damage, and sometimes we see damage happen, right? And I know this isn't even on the notes, but when damage like that happens to one of your facilities, what do you have to do to get it back in working order? And how do you rally your team who's been affected by something like this?
Yeah, this was different than some of the events that I've seen in the past, where you may have a fire or a flood and you're focused primarily on the property because it just influences your asset. This was a completely different animal. This is more like the devastation that you would see in Florida from a significant hurricane. And so but Asheville wasn't prepared for it. James, you would know better than I do, but I think 1% of homes in Asheville had flood insurance. And so it was, first and foremost for us, we weren't really worried about the property. Obviously, that was front of mind, but it was scary not being able to get in contact with our employees for the first few days, and having people that were trapped in their homes, didn't have food, didn't have running water. So that was first and foremost, was how quickly could we get up there, get supplies to our employees, find hotels in the nearby community where we could put our employees up until they could safely return. After that, after we knew that everyone was safe, thank goodness they were, it was ensuring the safety of our properties, trying to find out how quickly we could restore tenant access, knowing that power, internet, running water were not likely to return for a while to the asset, and then working with the right restoration company that can mobilize quickly. Because customers tend to prepare for an event like this by storing their supplies in storage. And we don't have the luxury of waiting until power is restored until we can reopen. So we try to mobilize and work with the right restoration company to restore limited access, and then prioritize communication with our customers. And there's always an opportunity to do better, but we try to communicate as best we can with our customers, whether that's on site or through our call center or through email updates, and informing them of when it is safe to return to the property. And unfortunately, we try to deliver bad news as tactfully and with as much compassion as we can. And whether that means discounting or refunding rent, that's not the priority right now. We know that we're a part of the community, and it's an essential service for the community.
Great. Hey, thank you so much for sharing that, Beau. And we'll switch gears and get back to the conference behind the conference at the virtual bar, which is what we're getting ready to hop right into. Okay. So there's no easy way to switch gears off of that topic. So I'm just going to do it. So you mentioned the fastest growing, Ghost Store was fastest growing. What do you attribute that to? Maybe two things, three things, maybe it's one thing. Like, what do you attribute that to? How are you doing this?
So we took a really good look at the landscape and tried to figure out what can we do differently than other operators in the space, understanding that if we operate the same way that everyone else does, we'll have the same results. And we were all iterating on the same model, trying to have the cleanest facilities, the best trained managers, the most effective incentive program. But if our business plan looked like everyone else's business plan, our result would look like their result. And the advantage that we have is we have access to the technology that a REIT or a public company does, but we have the agility where we can deploy that technology much more quickly. And for our platform, I would say we leaned in very quickly and aggressively to the virtual management model. We have about a third of our properties with a live two-way video kiosk in place. But I mentioned earlier, we have a variation of that across all of our assets. And so for us, our differentiator was technology, right? It's not just for the sake of cost savings, but for the overall efficiency and the revenue growth of the asset. When I started in the industry, right after the Great Recession, I was an assistant manager with Extra Space in the Bay Area. And this was a large property, but the site at that point had 5 full-time employees. The thought of a self-storage facility now with 5 full-time employees is unthinkable. So there has been a slow march towards technology, but we wanted to go all in. And I am a little frustrated with how slowly this industry has adopted technology. There was an immediate lift after COVID, and it accelerated the adoption rate. But if you look at the industry today, and then you look at the industry 5 years ago, and you say, what is different? We've got online rentals. We can do business contactless with our tenants, and we have DaVinci locks. Now that's about it. Otherwise, it looks pretty similar to when I started. And we needed to say, okay, we can't just have online rentals. We need to do something different. And we took a good long look at the traditional kiosk that you see in properties. And there's still a glorified ATM, but the user interface isn't that much better than it was 5 years ago. Sure, it's a little prettier. But by and large, we didn't want to run just like a storage express. And we didn't want to have a model that was emulating what anyone else was doing. We really needed to, again, run towards change. And we took a long look at how we can extend our customer hours and bring in technology that doesn't just reduce cost, because I think that's how a lot of operators over the last few years have looked at adopting technology is what is just going to decrease my expenses. We said, okay, what is technology that is going to improve our NOI, improve our customer experience? And you can drop a kiosk in a property, a self-service kiosk, and you can underwrite $50,000 in maintenance labor. And there were a lot of operators that did. And because the industry overall was performing so well over the last few years, there were a lot of people that took a very premature victory lap. And what's the expression? You don't know who's skinny dipping until the tide goes out. And we were delivering a really crappy experience to customers because storage is not a parking garage. It is not a self-service industry. And when you sit and you look why people need storage, and it's death, divorce, displacement, moving, new job, all of the demand drivers for why we saw such an influx in top-line demand for storage post-COVID, those are not customers that wanted a self-service experience. Sure, there's a portion of them that want a self-service experience, but you have to look and say, okay, what is my customer that wants to come down to the property? And do they want to have an iPad? Do they want to have a kiosk? Do they want to use their cell phone? Well, no, they've already self-selected not to use those channels because they had the opportunity to use them before they came down to your property. So we said, okay, well, we know we want to do things different, but we don't want to be a kiosk and no on-site support, because you can sit in the parking lot of a property that just has a kiosk and you'll watch customers walk in and walk out all day long. That worked over the last few years, not because the business model was successful. It worked because you were tripping over rentals and turning away customers. We also knew that Extra Space spent $590 million acquiring Storage Express. They didn't do that because they wanted to corner the market in Indiana. That was not the reason for buying Storage Express. It was to give them a laboratory to try to explore this model of self-service. And it was an incubator to test it out across their locations. Unfortunately, it's now a $590 million indictment of the kiosk model, or an albatross on the kiosk model. So I would tell everyone on this call, you don't need to spend $10,000 to field test a kiosk, because Extra Space already spent 59,000 times more than that, and it wasn't successful. This is not conjecture. I'm one of the most aggressive proponents of technology in the industry, but it's just technology that we have to deliver the right way. And so we reframed the question and said, if call centers and technology are not a vehicle to reduce the need for on-site staff, it's a way to deliver the on-site staff experience in a more cost-effective way. Let's try to figure out what that looks like. And certainly you can at a small facility. And as I said earlier, I probably would if it were a small facility. I'd put a QR code on the door, point it to my website, hire a third-party call center service, and you could run that property very, very cost-effective. But does that work at a 1,000-unit facility, a 1,500-unit facility? Maybe not. Where's that line where you're losing customers? And so again, thinking about your kind of customer that walks into the property, they chose not to use to rent with your call center, but we could never quantify that. We never knew what the data. We never had data that were showing us how many customers were finding us, how they were finding us, how they chose to transact business. We could look in the aggregate and say, how many leads are we generating? Where are those leads coming from? But we didn't have a true customer journey and a customer map that showed us not just how did you find us, but what touch points did you have along the way? And ultimately, where did you convert to a rental? What was the last touch point that got you to transact business? And when we started to lean into this virtual model, and we work with Stories, but there are other providers that do it. This Live Switch is an iteration of it, where you can facilitate two-way video between your customers. Kiss is another iteration of it, but it's a way to speak with your customer through video when they're on site with you, because those are your high-touch customers. And what we learned about our customers, and we've been doing this for about a year now, if you look at our customer journey of 7,715 rentals at our virtually operated properties, 45% of those customers still interacted in office with us. They weren't interacting with an employee in person, but they were still interacting with a Ghost Stored employee on video. And so we knew that video was a vehicle that no one else was aggressively pursuing this across the industry, but we knew those customers wanted the connection. That's why they came to the property. And how could we get this in our properties to deliver a consistent experience that worked every time, and we can put our best employee on video in front of our customers? So the aggregate of that data, if you look at, so I'm going to segment that further. This is just for 15 properties that have been on the platform, the longest for us. We had 3,087 rentals at those properties. 28% of them converted in the office. 21% converted on the phone. 12% came to us from Sparefoot. They converted through the Sparefoot move-in channel, and 39% came from the web. But there's still 28% of our potential pool of customers that we would be missing out on by not having someone in the office. And video gave us the best solution to do that. And so now we're able to operate a little bit differently because we're not tied to a 40-hour work week for an employee on site. We actually have the longest hours of any call center for a private operator in the self-storage industry. And we can open our offices 10, 12, 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. And the customer, when they walk in, they're greeted by an incredibly effective, highly compensated, well-trained employee. And you're delivering a general manager or district manager level employee to every customer that walks in. Sure, it's a little bit odd. It might not be exactly what you're expecting, but it's live HD video, human to human connection, trying to replicate what I saw earlier when I in the industry, or in my career in the industry, when I was working in a property, and you see these people that come in and just pour their heart out to you, and they're the customers that bring you cookies and cakes and bottles of wine around Christmas time and drop it in the office because they have this personal relationship with their stuff. How can we deliver that same experience at scale and not just look at it again as a cost reduction, but as an experience enhancer? And you look at the lift that it takes to train a property manager in storage. And it was alluded to earlier in the conference, when you have these really talented managers that are with you for 10, 20, 30 years, when they leave, it's this huge hole in your business because it's so difficult to replace that person. But now we're able to do that at scale across 4 different time zones and 23 states. And the aggregate of that, just to speak to Go Storage results, in Q2 of this year, our NOI for our same store portfolio, so these are stabilized assets that we've managed for multiple years, institutional quality assets, average unit size 550 units. Our NOI growth at those assets in Q2 of this year was up 11.8%. And in Q3, we just published this yesterday, and I know Extra Space released their earnings as well. Extra Space's NOI growth was down 1% year over year. Our same store NOI was up 9.9% year over year. And so we're hanging on to this business model because we know we can deliver that human experience, and we believe we can do it better because we can respond to our customers, because we never have to close our offices, because we can be open longer hours. You never have a manager will return sign on the door. That has been, for us, the secret sauce in 2024.
Wow. There it is. I mean, that's it. Like, we want to record this and play this on repeat and then implement this, right? When you're looking at a screen with data on it, how are you getting that data to your, I mean, you're always a data hound, Beau, and I love it. How are you aggregating all that data so you're on top of your business in this way? And how can that be replicated?
Yeah, well, that's the challenge, right? It is we actually have access to more data now that we don't have a property manager that's always behind the desk in a site. When I started in storage, we had a placard behind the counter at every site that said, and this was for our point of sale at the time, which was center shift, but it said if it's not in center shift, it didn't happen. Because if the manager didn't manually input a lead, you would never know who walked in, who didn't walk in. You can do a mystery shop program, but you're only getting, the managers know that they're being mystery shopped. 9 times out of 10, they know they're being mystery shopped. So you're just getting this small slice of data into your employees and who's walking into your properties. If they're not converting to a lead, why aren't they converting to a lead? And you have no idea what your managers are saying unless you're sitting behind them, what they're saying to a customer when that customer receives an increase, how they're coaching a customer to defeat the system or get around a future increase, because there's no quality control on those interactions. Because those interactions are scored and qualified and evaluated by supervisors, we're now able to give real-time feedback to our employees. I was a district manager in storage, and I had, at any given time, 15 plus properties. And with 15 properties, that's plus or minus the industry average. You're only really spending meaningful time in the offices once to twice a month. And if a customer happens to walk in that day and it's a rental, you can shadow it, but the employee is going to be giving you their A game. It's so difficult to have supervision over an employee in a site because 99% of the transactions that your customer is doing, no one is observing it, and they can't give feedback to that employee. Even if the employee has all good intent and wants to do well, there's so few opportunities for coaching and training and development. So for us, this was a wealth of data about why customers were walking in, why they were walking out, and we can respond to that a lot more quickly in real time now.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, and I'm getting a lot of questions from the audience. Keep throwing in Q&A, guys. We're going to sit in questions in a little bit. I'm just letting Beau set the table here. You said the average, you had 15 properties, right? That's the average. If you were given 15 dated properties with none of your technology, you had to start over. Ghost said, hit the road, Jack. And you were like, all right, I got my 15 properties. Set the table for me. How do I manage that? What would you put in place? Like, tell me about the team. Tell me about the tech. Tell me about the data. How would you take those 15 and then get back to building?
Yeah, so for us, we needed to understand who were the employees that had the right skills for the right roles. And we built a call center from scratch. And we interviewed our employees and we met with them and we found out who's best suited to a sales role, who's best suited to a service role, and who is best suited to a property maintenance role. And we deployed in an initial test group of assets. We A/B tested this, a traditionally operated property against a virtually operated property. We came in, did a light refresh or remodel in the office, put in two-way video equipment, and then just continued to roll that out at scale based on the performance and the results that we saw. So I've got a case study here for you that shows what we saw early and why this made it so compelling to roll this out more aggressively. These are two properties in Charleston, South Carolina. They're both almost identical unit count. They're less than a mile apart on the same road. They have the same road frontage. They have the same organic visibility. They have the same PPC budget. Their street rents are identical. So we have this perfect test. Now, it's one data point, right? We're not doing this across 10,000 properties, but still, this is about as ideal conditions as you can have to see whether this works. And we said, all right, virtual versus traditional, where will the customers rent? And what we saw over a 7-month period, the traditionally operated property had far fewer rentals than the virtual property. And these were, again, institutional quality assets that were high performing, had done well over the last few years. We've given good returns back to our investors. But we saw not just more rentals, but also more Google reviews for the sites. And ultimately, it was, depending on the month, between a 15 to 20% lift in rentals at the virtual property versus the traditional site.
And so you would attribute that to you worked on the call center, you figured out who needs to be in sales, who needs to be in service, who needs to be in maintenance. You got the two-way video. What else did you do when you A/B test that property? Because I think they're like, how did just going virtual kick the butt of the traditional? Like, that's a piece of it, but what else did you do? Like, there had to be something else, right? Because this is an incubator, what else?
I wish I could tell you that there were more to it, but I would just go back to, there's a saying from the former COO at Extra Space, Carl Haas. He bought plaques for everyone that sat on our desks that said, it's the manager, stupid. And when the site was doing well, it was because of the manager. When the site was doing poorly, it was because of the manager. And you knew when you pulled into the parking lot of a property with him, if it was going well or it wasn't, you knew where that conversation was leading. And so I still firmly believe that we're a people business. And that connection to the manager is important. That's why I say we're not a parking garage, because customers have a personal relationship with their stuff. It's your couch, it's your mattress, it is your photo albums, it's your PS5. That is why people want to store their items so close to home, even though it makes no sense. You might only visit your unit twice a year, but you still want to live within 3 miles of your storage unit because it's a personal product. And so for us, again, it was just an ability to deliver that personalized experience, longer hours, you never have to wait. And we still have incredibly talented and very capable managers that can create those connections. Again, it's a little bit uncomfortable, but it's no more uncomfortable than a Zoom call, what we're doing right now. That's how we're meeting our customers' needs. And it's what LiveSwitch does as well. This is just a different way to deliver that experience. So there's no sleight of hand to it past that. We didn't have to price these properties different. It wasn't a massive remodel. It was just a way to make sure that, again, we have our top employees greeting every customer that walks in. The margins on this are good, right? It's still a cost reduction for us. It's not as good as unmanned, But we didn't want to be unmanned.
All right, and so take me a layer deeper. I'm taking crazy notes. So we've got sales, service, maintenance, the site, and you said greeting every customer and longer hours. Take me a layer deeper on how you improve the sales team. Take me a layer deeper on how you did the service team, then a layer deeper on the maintenance, and a layer deeper on what the site looks like. Like start building those blocks, because I think you've set the table. Let's go deeper.
Yeah. So I opted or erred on the side of retaining as many employees as we could just to protect our organizational culture. But it did mean that we put some square pegs in round holes, and found that reskilling employees towards the right position was challenging, because managers did have a lot of autonomy to run their property, and there's something to be said for only seeing your boss once a month. And now when you put that in person in an environment where they have more supervision and they are getting more frequent feedback, not everyone was successful in that. But we said, similar to Jennifer, that we didn't want to run a traditional call center because of the stigma that customers have around a call center environment as well as employees. We wanted to emulate what we looked at as a high empathy call center, not just a high performing call center. And if we were a call center that just aggressively managed handle time, agent utilization, call resolution time, that we would not be successful. And so we had to say, all right, we need to measure our agents, not just based on how many Google reviews you get, not based on how much auto pay enrollment that you get, but how effectively you can resolve the customer's issues. And that was a different approach to traditional call center. And some of the people that we were working with earlier in this said, well, this isn't going to work. You have to bonus off of rentals. You can't tell them that one call resolution means make sure the customer's happy. And I dug my heels in and said, well, no, because that's what makes our best store managers successful. It's not because they're the most aggressive salespeople. It's because they can relate to our customers the best. And so early, for our sales and our service team, we wanted to emulate those behaviors off of Zappos. And Zappos frequently is named one of the top call center environments for employees and employee satisfaction, which is really unusual for a call center, but also for the level of service that they provide to customers. So instead of managing aggressively to KPIs, here's how Zappos looks at measuring customer satisfaction. They have a gold plaque on the wall of the call center, recognizing the agent that had the longest call in the company's history. And someone called to order a pair of shoes from Zappos, and they spoke with an agent for 10 hours and 43 minutes. And now there's a gold plaque on the wall that says 10 hours and 43 minutes. I wrote the agent's name down. It was Steven Weinstein. And he helped this customer with this order. And he said, okay, here's the direct quote from him. You can say you're customer obsessed, but if your agents are bonused on sales, not relationships, that's bullshit. And so that was the approach that we wanted to take as well. What separates our business from our competitors? It's not just the technology. It's not just the tools that we're taking away from our managers. I wanted to benchmark the performance of this team based on satisfaction so that we were rewarding employees that use their hearts, not just their heads. I've got one more example for you from Zappos. There was a groom that forgot his shoes the night before the wedding, and he called Zappos and they comped the order for him and overnighted the shoes to him. So these are things that are difficult to measure the ROI on. But Tony Shea, he passed away, but he was the former CEO and founder of Zappos. He said, just because you can't measure the ROI of something doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. There's no ROI on hugging your mom. And that was the spirit in which we operated. So recently, right, with Asheville, where we had this tremendous damage to the community and to one of our properties, that's where our agents were able to step in and have these really difficult and heartbreaking conversations with customers, informing them that their photo albums and irreplaceable belongings, and I'm sure you saw this with your neighbors as well, that those items were gone, and it just breaks your heart, but there's no sales script or sales process for that. But when you hire for empathy that weighed more heavily on our team, but also we're able to navigate those conversations when they do go off script. And again, try to create that perfect, ideal on-site experience at size and scale when you're not face-to-face in front of the customer. So here's one of the reviews from Asheville for our facility. The customer said, "This storage facility was affected by Hurricane Helene. The building and surrounding areas were completely flooded for days. Even though I lost a lot of my belongings in the flood, I'm very happy with the way Ghost Storage handled the whole situation. They communicated with me throughout the entire process, and they had a huge crew of people on site to help me clean out my unit and salvage what I could. They refunded my rent and let me move what items I could save into another unit for free on the 3rd floor. Very grateful for them." So that's the experience we're trying to create. I'll give you one more. This is also from that same facility. Kylene helped me immensely. She sorted out my storage space and reservation in no time with it being impacted by Hurricane Helene. I was so impressed, I even shared with her my best chocolate chip cookie recipe. So that's what I want to bonus, is the customer that gave their family's secret chocolate chip cookie recipe with us, because that's ultimately, that kind of connection is how we'll get more rentals. And this is a dramatic example, but with Asheville, but just speaking to how we looked at the right employee for the right seat. We actually just recently flew our call center team leads to train with Zappos for the day. And again, very difficult to measure the ROI on that. But I know that if you call and if you speak with somebody that listens to your needs, proposes the right solution, and isn't just trying to get you off the phone, that there's obviously an ROI on that. It's difficult to measure, but if every rental is $1,500, $2,500, that trip pays for itself very quickly, which is why we have very little turnover in our call center, despite the fact that this is a challenging role and you have to have a lot of uncomfortable conversations. But it was just trying to create that culture of customer obsession. One other example that stuck out to me as we were building this team was King Arthur Baking Company. And I'm not much of a baker, but I'm sure people on the call have heard of them. They have this like objectively insane concept called the Baker's Hotline that they founded in 1993. And you can call a telephone number and speak live to a professional baker if your cake or whatever you're baking won't rise. And this company really only just sells flour and boxed cake mixes. So their tagline for this is, "Your bread fell flat, your cookies crumbled. Who do you turn to? The King Arthur Baker's Hotline. Our professional bakers are ready to guide you through any baking challenge." And I have done guesstimates based on how many people they have online listed as agents for this. They've got to be spending $1.5 to $2 million on payroll to put bakers on staff. But if King Arthur can create an emotional connection around flour, I'm so confident that we can do it for self-storage. And that's been the thesis behind this. I know that sounds great and kind of inaccessible and maybe a little too touchy-feely, but we're not just doing this out of the goodness of our hearts. I don't think we're trying to fix the world one storage unit at a time, but it also wasn't a large leap to assume that higher quality, faster, more reliable service and a close relationship with your customer makes them more likely to make a purchasing decision. So that's why I attribute increased rentals to this. The limitation, right, in running a traditional self-storage facility is that your $15 million investment property basically lives or dies based on an employee that's earning $15 an hour. And you have no idea whether he or she shows up on any particular day if you're not there or if you're not checking cameras. And if your employee gets sick, your business just grinds to a halt. And when you look at it objectively, if you just take the 30,000 foot view and you've never worked in self-storage, that is an insane business strategy. So that's where the advantage for us was routing calls to our call center, delivering that two-way video experience, and giving our agents objectively too much power to solve problems for customers. When I think people don't believe me when I tell you that this is a better experience for customers, but I've worked in a storage facility for a lot of years as a field level employee, as a district manager in other operations and learning and development roles. And it's really difficult to manage some of the nuances of running a storage facility because of the tools that the on-site employee doesn't have. And I'll give you an example. If you have a customer that receives a rent increase, the traditional self-storage facility is not going to give that employee the tools to immediately adjust that customer's rent increase to whatever they want it, whatever the employee sees fit that day, right? And so what ends up happening is a customer calls the call center, they're pissed off because they got a rate increase, and the call center says, "I'm so sorry," and they're trained to probably go through a script to try to de-escalate that. If the customer's still upset, they send it to a site or to a point of escalation. The point of escalation, again, tries to talk the customer off the ledge, tries to de-escalate, and then maybe it makes its way to a district manager, and then it goes back to a property manager to relay that message to a customer. All of that took 4 calls and probably 2 days to fix something that is pretty simple. If your internet bill went up and it took you 4 phone calls in 3 days to get your internet bill fixed, you wouldn't be on T-Mobile anymore. You wouldn't be on Verizon anymore. But we have a product that is intentionally difficult to stop using because it sucks to rent a moving truck. And so where we can give the tools to our call center, again, we give them what you would expect from a district manager because they're making, by and large, pretty close to a district manager salary, and you can get 1-point resolution. And I sat in our call center a few weeks ago and watched this incredible thing happen. It's so satisfying when it works because this is a risk transitioning from a high margin, very successful platform to a completely new business model. And that's why I understand that a lot of operators have been hesitant to adjust their business model. So this is a leap of faith that this is going to work. But I sat in the call center and I watched a call center agent take a call from the customer. The customer was upset because the maintenance employee that was on site moved out the wrong unit. And this customer happened to be the unit that wasn't supposed to get moved out. All of their items were still in the unit. And the customer gets a notice in their email saying, "Thank you so much for your business. We've closed out your account." You can imagine the panic that customer gets, and they call into the call center heated, and they're upset. And the agent takes the phone call. I'm sitting there listening. They take the phone call. They understand the problem, right? They put the customer on a brief hold. They reach out to the person on site, verify that that is what happened, make sure that this is legitimate. Person on site feels terrible about this. The customer, they're on a brief hold. It's just 1 or 2 minutes, and quickly diagnose the problem. We were able to send that customer a new lease agreement to sign quickly. They were able to e-sign it on their phone. We comped a month's rent. We waived an admin fee. We comped insurance for a month, and we got the customer back in. And in a matter of a 10 or 15-minute phone call, this customer was so happy that they left a 5-star review for us. I was shocked because that does not go as well at a manned facility. Again, this gets escalated to multiple layers, and if your site manager is off that day, that's someone that's going to move out. So for me, this was just a way to give our agents more tools and more reps to solve problems and also rent more units. And if your traditional site manager, let's say you have a 500 unit property, a 500 unit property is going to have a 6 to 7% monthly churn. So call it, depending on seasonality, 30, maybe 35 rentals every month that are moving in, moving out. Half of those customers are renting online with you. So now we're down to 17, 18 reps a month that employee gets. If this is, they're in the batting cage, they only get 17 balls a month that they're trying to hit. Well, our call center agents can talk to 80 customers a day. And so you get a lot more reps, and that's where they get more training. And that's why I'm comfortable giving them more tools to solve a customer's problems, because we can coach around these touch points much, much faster. And again, this isn't just entirely altruistic. This leads to better service and more rentals. It sounds like a radical departure from a traditionally operated environment, but whether we have a hybrid property where we still have someone on site up to 40 hours a week, or we have a fully virtual property where you're seeing somebody 40 hours a week, it's so much easier to do this at scale when you centralize these functions to a call center versus trying to skill 150 property managers in 23 different states on the minutia of lien law in 23 states. That, when you lay it out, sounds more crazy than this model.
Yeah. And talk to me within this Zappos call center that you've created, who are the most important players? I know everybody plays that role in that call center, but do you have like a captain, someone you're like, okay, if this person has really helped turn us into the Zappos experience, or is it just a collective company push? Like, how do I recreate this if I don't have this right now?
Yeah, her name is Duvet, and Duvet was our early adopter. She was our general manager in the Charleston market, and she is a force of nature, and she opened the call center for us. She was agent number one, but she's been able to replicate this because I saw her do it on site, and I knew she could do it in a property. And she's been able to carry that spirit to the other agents on the team. But that's one side of the coin, right? There's also this property facing side too, where she's been really helpful in finding out what that role looks like for the person that is on site. But she's been our early adopter or our champion of this.
Okay, so you champion, replicate her, and then that's created that. So we've gone pretty deep on the call center side. What about on the facility management side? How do you make that work, and what's your approach to that? Now you've got the call center in place. How am I taking care of the facility?
Yeah, so on our facility, so this is why I say we have different approaches. There's a hybrid approach where I have up to a 40-hour-a-week employee that still sits on the site, but I can augment my payroll strategy because when you're underwriting a 50, 60, 70,000 square foot property, you're probably assuming, $65,000 to $75,000 in payroll. So we can shift that payroll to the call center, still have an employee on site 40 hours a week. But that's why we're comfortable objectively overpaying for a call center. I mean, we pay 50% more than any other call center, but we can justify it because of the talent that we have, the limited turnover that we have. But we're also able to reskill the on-site employee to really be focused on walk-in customers and laser focused on the property condition and the on-site experience. That manager, you could call this traditionally manned. It looks very different than how another operator would run traditionally manned because that employee doesn't have a phone. So all of the calls go to our call center because I want the manager that's on site to focus on problems that are in the building and helping the customer that's walking in. Others are saying, well, I know there's downtime. I would rather jam as much as I can into this role so I can make sure I'm maximizing the utilization of the person on site. But that's how you get turnover. And it's not realistic to expect that you can hire this person that's an artisan and they're an expert on lien law. They can sit and make collections calls all day long. They can call every lead that comes in 5 minutes and they can never miss a phone call. That's just impossible. And then to also keep your facility clean. Well, maybe it's not impossible, but it's very, very difficult to do that at scale. And so I visited one of our properties in Grand Rapids on the western side of Michigan last week. And again, it's so gratifying when you see this work. It's like, oh my gosh, we're doing it. Okay, it really is working because it's a science experiment. That's why I say we have this advantage that we've got a large portfolio. We're one of the largest private operators, but we can be a lot more agile in testing these models compared to the REITs. And I've visited, and this isn't bragging, I don't know why this would be bragging, but I visited thousands of storage properties over the years. And this visit last week to Grand Rapids was one of the most impressive visits I've ever had. This manager, his name is Robert, and we hired him after we converted to this model. We call him a property manager, and he is the property manager because he manages the property, but he doesn't manage every element of the customer's experience. And Robert was hired because he had a really strong background in property management and taking care of an asset. So his background was in apartment maintenance, and I believe in HVAC maintenance as well. But we've layered in this technology, so Robert's role is a lot more specialized because he doesn't have to be that expert on sales or service and do everything for the property. He can really focus on the asset, and he has this construction background. And now as an owner operator, we're saving money too on maintenance for the property. The things that we would have had to go to a handyman or a vendor to fix, Robert was the guy that we were calling. So he's the guy. He can do all of it. It's within reason. There's things safely that we wouldn't want him to do, but he can fix things that would have increased our OpEx and our R&M at the site. And this is one of the cleanest properties I've ever seen. You walk in and the floors shine so much you need sunglasses. People say that you can eat off the floors, but like you can actually see your reflection in these floors. And Robert told me that he vacuums the tracks out on his elevator tracks twice a week on a schedule. He has a floor scrubber that he uses on a schedule every other day. And what really blew me away was we were having issues with vehicles that were too tall, hitting a covered loading bay, because in Michigan, you get a ton of snow. So a covered loading bay is a valuable amenity. And Robert actually installed those hanging height guards that you see. Like when you go into a parking garage and you've got the height guards that hang down with the height restriction, he installed those for us with the height guard clearance. The regional manager asked him, he called the regional manager, said we were having an issue. The regional manager purchased them for pickup at Home Depot. Robert went and picked them up, and they were installed by the end of the day, and all it cost us was the materials. And then he took it one step further. He replaced the damaged metal flashing that a truck had hit. So I could go on about how well this worked, but it's this guy that just has an encyclopedic knowledge of his facility. And it's got to be the cleanest self-storage facility in the state of Michigan, which is the only property we operate in Michigan as well. But that's the level of passion and excitement that we're looking for in that more specialized role. And so, yes, we're using technology to hire fewer employees, but they're higher skilled employees, higher paid employees, and they have a higher overall level of care for that role. And if you think about someone like Robert and you compare that to a traditionally operated property, look, if you're an independent owner operator on this call, I get it. I'm sure you have fantastic employees, but every minute that they spend making collections calls, they're not helping that customer that's walking in. So this, I just say it again, we're not trying to alleviate the on-site payroll, but when we can automate collections and have robocalls and texts and emails that go out, I don't want Robert making collections calls. I'm sure he could. He would hate it, but that's not why he's there. And so, yes, again, this is not as heavy as on-site payroll, but this is how we've been able to apply what you might call the unmanned or remote model. But if you look at the downstream benefits of this, we're solving for a lower number of units over 90 days of delinquency. Our bad debt is lower because when Robert comes in, we're not missing an auction because we have to train him on how to do it. So, there's this causal relationship to lowering our bad debt write-offs. And again, I started in this industry at a property that had 5 full-time employees, but we don't have 5 full-time employees. We have dozens of employees that can manage this. And so this has been the benefit of a more centralized model of management. I don't know what to call it. We're calling it hybrid. It's not true remote. It's not true manned, but it's taking the benefits of what worked for remote facilities and applying them to traditional properties. And anecdotally, I know it works for our portfolio. So I'll give you one more example and then I'll shut up. So anecdotally, this is for our portfolio. When we moved to centralized auction operations, we decentralized this. We pulled it out of 150 properties where site managers were the ones doing it. A regional manager was spot checking, and then we had a third-party service. But when we moved it centralized to our team, and that's all they do, our units over 90 days of delinquency reduced by 38%. So that's really what we're trying to solve for. And we're trying to build a better mousetrap. It's not remote management, and it's not full virtual management. We don't have that at every asset, but we've shown that this works, and it has allowed us to be more resilient in a post-COVID environment.
Yeah, and the last layer of this cake is the little things you do to the site. That I mean, we've visited your sites together, right? I've been on your properties. I've met your call center staff. But you've done some things to the property to create an experience where someone can be comfortable in this hybrid, like the customer. Can you talk about, I think you know where I'm going with this, but can you talk about the little things you've done to the property that kind of your tips and tricks?
Yeah, well, we wanted the branding. It's funny when you go to when you look at the branding for a lot of self-storage facilities, it feels like you've walked into a doctor's office, which is so strange. And so we wanted this, we knew intentionally that we had to adjust the philosophy around brands to make this feel a lot more approachable and a lot more hospitable, because it is inherently unsettling when you walk in and you're speaking to a large computer monitor instead of to a person. And so our marketing manager, she already has to listen to me enough, so she probably dropped off this call. She probably got bored about 42 minutes ago. But she previously worked for Disney, and she said, all right, how do we replicate this fun, energetic, approachable feeling? So our branding touch points, we try to carry that through this experience so that the branding signals to you the look and feel that hopefully you're getting from the call center team as well.
Yeah, Lorraine's still here, by the way. She just commented, so
Okay.
nevertheless, she's excited. But yeah, you've done things like little things like how the open sign comes on, how you've decorated the front of the store. There's like what Lorraine and what you have done to extend your hours to make all that happen. There is a Disney would call it the magic, but you've been thoughtful in the hospitality approach. Or any other details around the site itself? Because I think we've talked through all the layers of the cake almost here.
No, what we're still trying to solve for is how do you create those touch points throughout your facility as well. And this is where you and I have talked about layering in live switch so that the customer can get that kind of help without coming back to your office. And what's been fun is to look at our properties through fresh eyes, because I have these historical assumptions from being in the industry. And I always challenge and say, am I doing this for myself, or am I doing this for a customer? Am I doing this because this is how I've been trained to run self-storage properties? And does the customer care that we have a few dandelions in the lawn beds at the front of the property? Probably not. Has that ever cost us a customer? Certainly not. But if that's the framework that we look through it. So what we're still trying to solve for is the extension of that customer's journey so they can get in contact with us after they've rented, and they can solve those problems. So looking at the facility with fresh eyes, this sounds like a silly question, but if it's 8 o'clock at night and I've moved out of my storage unit, how do I know what I do now? And that is a pain point for our customers. And you could look at it and say, well, who cares how they feel about us? They've moved out. But how are we signing it? How are we giving those customers opportunities to connect with us once they're on the facility? And of course, I know what to do when I move out of the storage unit because I've been doing this for a while. But does your typical customer know? Or if you don't have enough platform carts, how are they getting that feedback to you before you get the 1-star review? So that's what we're still trying to figure out, is the full life cycle of that customer's journey beyond just when they sign up with us.
Okay, that's great. I'm going to start transitioning to question and answers, and we're going to bring the plane in for a landing, unless there's any additional point that you want to make before I start going to questions.
I've got one more, but I'll save it for the end. I'll wait.
Okay, that's the closer.
I'll wait. It's okay.
Yeah. Don't forget, that's the closer. All right, so here's the questions. So Perry's asking, how do I do maintenance if I have virtual management with a 300-unit facility? Doesn't need full-time, but on a call when a door is stuck, lights go out, need replacing, there's a roof leak that has to be diagnosed and fixed, a truck ran into the panel, etc. Yeah,
well, I'll tell you what we've done. We generally have tried to hire employees that are pretty handy and can fix a lot of those issues themselves, and can do a little bit more than the traditional manager. I've opted to not have any 1099 employees. That's a personal decision. I think you get a higher level, you get a higher engine, and you get more commitment to the role. But we're also fortunate enough that we have enough size and scale that we can spread that payroll out across our facilities. There are other operators that have 1099 labor. I know that was alluded to earlier in the conference, and still others that have a service on call, and they work through a national maintenance service that visits the property on a recurring cadence. Specific to damage at the facility, we approach it no different than you would at a manned property, except that either the customer is reporting it to us, or our maintenance employee that works on site is sending in a ticket and saying, this is a little bit beyond what I can do. Can you please send a vendor out to my facility? But it does require a little more follow-up than a traditional site, because it's harder to spot check that work after the fact if you're not fully on site. Hopefully that answers the question.
That's great. Next one from Tim. What is the average operating expenses, OER, that you are seeing in the self-storage market? Is it still around 30 to 40% of the gross rental income for most A, B, and C classes?
For the most part, it's highly regional based on insurance cost. It's really difficult right now. So, we have a lot of coverage in the Southeast where our property insurance is more expensive. So our margins aren't quite as favorable there. But, plus or minus, that's pretty close.
Okay. And then Jared's asking, in your opinion, what type of storage is the least saturated? Climate, multi-story, boat and RV, etc. I know it might be location dependent, but just from what you've seen, what's your opinion?
This is coming from the Storable, their annual meeting that they just held. They've seen a significant increase in customers intentionally searching for climate control, which makes sense if there's been an overall larger adoption of self-storage as just a percentage of population and people are more familiar with our product, using it more long-term. Climate control a few years ago may have been industry jargon, but there is a measurable growth in customers searching for and intentionally seeking out climate.
Okay, I want to do one more question and your final answer, and the time just flew by. Oh, you're doing great, Beau. Last question here from Max. How many facilities does the average virtual customer service specialist oversee?
Okay, Jennifer's going to kill me because this is, again, I told you we're running an intentionally high overhead call center. So if we were just routing sales calls to our agents, this math wouldn't work. But for a fully virtual property where we have two-way video on site, but we don't have a full-time employee, we have rotating maintenance service. Those facilities we overstaff so that we can pop up quickly on screen. When you remote in and you watch the videos and a customer stands there in the office, it feels like an eternity if they're waiting for somebody to pop up and help them. And I'm sure you see that with Live Switch as well. It defeats the purpose of the technology if they can't speak to someone. So that ratio for a fully virtual property is one employee for about 1,750 units.
Okay. I lied. I'm going to take two more questions here. They're coming in. Alan is asking, do you have a recommendation for a small operator looking for a reliable boots on the ground solution?
Not one that I feel comfortable recommending today, but I will send me a note afterwards and I will tell you who we've looked at. Your mileage may vary, but not one that I love at scale that I would give a full endorsement of yet.
Great. And for anyone, Beau's easy to get on LinkedIn, so just connect with them and send them your question. Tim is asking, is a 10 by 10 space still typically most rented for both climate controlled and non-climate controlled?
Yes, but it's so variable based on market and based on saturation. And I forget what the average unit size was for Manhattan Mini in New York City. But it varies so wildly. And we see that across our portfolio as well, where a major metro market, you're comfortable with an average unit size, 60 to 75 square feet. And in a more rural market where people are storing, a boat or a jet ski or an ATV, some of the toys, your average unit size can trend closer to 125 to 150 square feet. So it's just very variable.
Okay. Your last point, cherry on top, Beau. You had one last thing, and I'm going to ask, Thad to come back up here.
All right. So here's my last thing for you guys. And I don't have a good answer for you yet today, but I'll tell you what we're trying to solve for, which is experience and service for our customers. And, if we are trying to build a better mousetrap and we're trying to improve upon the model, this is what stuck with me. So this is a quote from Forbes magazine, if you'll just humor me. So public storage sat atop the self-storage industry with thousands of locations, millions of customers, massive marketing budgets, and efficient operations. It dominates the competition. So it's not surprising that the executive team balked at updating the business model that they'd worked hard to build. Yet public storage's model has a weakness. It earns an enormous amount of money by charging its customers rent increases, which have become an important part of public storage's revenue model. The ugly truth and the company's Achilles heel is that the company's profits are highly dependent on penalizing its patrons. So that sounds pretty familiar, right? Hopefully to everyone on this call. Okay, good, because I actually just cheated. That wasn't about public storage. That was about the downfall of Blockbuster. And all I did was change every instance of Blockbuster with public storage. And I changed the past tense to the present tense, and then changed late fees to rent increases. But it feels like we're perilously close to that as an industry as well. So here's how the rest of the article goes. We all know what happened next. Blockbuster went bankrupt in 2010, and Netflix is now a $28 billion company, worth about 10 times more now than Blockbuster was worth at its peak. Netflix had certain advantages. By eschewing retail locations, it lowered costs and could afford to offer its customers far greater variety. Netflix proved to be a very disruptive innovation because Blockbuster would have to alter its business model and damage its profitability in order to compete with the startup. Despite being a small niche service at the time, it had the potential to upend Blockbuster's well-oiled machine. All right, I know there's a lot of talented people at Public Storage, so that's kind of a low blow. But it's hard not to draw some parallels to the self-storage industry today, where we aggravate our customers with hidden fees and rent increases as much as possible, just to the point right before they stop using our service. So just like Blockbuster didn't want to adapt or adopt technology, we face the same changes, face the same risks if we don't embrace change. So where I look at why our portfolio has been successful, why I'm bullish on 2025, and I think we'll repeat as the fastest growing and top performing private operator, is because we have tried to seek technological integration, make sure we're not irrelevant to our customers. So if the radical departure for our industry and the disruptive event is that we go back to putting our customers first and taking away barriers from our customers, that's been our thesis, and that's how we're trying to transact business better.
Bravo. There's a reason you're the fastest growing. And I hope everyone took a lot of notes. Thank you for disrupting this industry, and thank you for this time. Thad, close us out, man. Thank you, Beau. Great job.
Thanks, guys.
I'm just sitting here kind of in awe. I got to gather myself a little bit. Beau Agnello, just talk about dropping the mic on the show. Unbelievable information that he shared, and pulling out the quote for Blockbuster and applying it to today. Amazing. We've had an amazing lineup of speakers. Want to thank all of you. Please drop a 1 in the chat if you've got value out of this. I'm sitting here finding it hard to believe that this event was $50, right? It was $50. And not only was it only $50, but that was a donation to the victims of Hurricane Helene. What an amazing 5 hours that we've gotten, just a massive amount of information. Kicked off with John Lindsey, who donated his time today, even though he had to travel, finishing with Beau Agnello, Mary Ann Decoster, Brett Copper, amazing information, Jennifer Downer, amazing. So from start to finish, just really been Kris Bennett. How dare I forget Kris Bennett? It's not just because he also runs a self-storage podcast, which you should follow because he shares amazing information. I am going to close the show today with one incredible ask of all of you that have been here. We do not want this to be the only self-storage conference. For those of you who have been to an SSA show or an ISS show, you know that is an incredible cost to get to those events between travel and hotel and registration. We want to be able to recreate more of these virtual events so that we can spread the knowledge to people in a way that's much more convenient and accessible to more people. What we need from you guys that have been here is you are going to get a survey. We ask that you please take the time, just like we ask customers at our facilities to fill out the Google review. We need you guys to help us here to fill out this survey so we can improve on what we brought today and keep these seminars coming. Special thanks to James Hatfield and James McLean, who've been working tirelessly to make this happen. We've had more people behind the scenes that have been incredibly important to this happening. Alyssa Koretsky from Radius Plus, Travis Weathers, who you guys got to see for a little bit, talking about marketing. Really an unbelievable team that came together to put this on. Want to thank everybody for staying with it. It's not easy to sit in front of a computer screen for 5 hours in a row. Made it a little easier today because of the incredible information that was being shared from beginning to end. Again, final words from me. Please fill out that survey. You're going to get it in your email. Fill it out and send it back to us so we can keep these coming. Hopefully this event becomes even bigger and better. And that's what we want for you folks. And last thing, if you can share your thoughts on it, if you're on LinkedIn or you're on Facebook or any other social media platform, Put the word out there about the event. Do us a favor. If you got something of value, it's wrong of you not to then allow somebody else to know about it and be able to get that same value. So guys, appreciate your involvement. We are now going to wrap up the inaugural virtual self-storage conference.